It's enough to let him live this turn for a swing. But it's not going to be enough to win the game, and that's it. Love Storm, 3-1 victory over Judgment.
Wait, that's a Book of the Dead.
Lethal.
With Mazaki. Wait. We should just play Lunacy Mage, Raven. What? We found another deck in the meta. I can't believe this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the kickoff day for Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by Neil, aka Lorinda, aka Bond, aka Neil, Lorinda, Bond. Lorinda, how you doing today, buddy?
Yep, I am doing great, aka really good, aka looking forward to another Masters Tour. These are my favorite things. I say this every time, but it's true. Watching many hundreds of players battling it out for a chance at the playoffs, a chance of a lot of money, and a chance of the glory that goes with winning the Masters Tour.
Yeah, it should be a fun weekend. You know, the meta is similar to the previous Masters Tour, but things have evolved a little bit over time, right? So we're not going to be seeing like exactly the same thing, unless you're Love Storm, who won the previous Masters Tour, who ran back the same lineup. We'll get to that later if he does end up playing on stream, but what an absolute madman he is. But here we go, Masters Tour overview. A lot of people competing from a lot of different places. 367 to be exact, from over 40 countries/regions to be kind of exact. And one of the cool things about Masters Tours, as always, is that we get to see Hearthstone Grandmasters clash with some of the notable up-and-comers, which could eventually become stars if they do well at these Masters Tour events. And, of course, we're going to be broadcasting 8 rounds of Swiss over the next 2 days, and then a top 16 single elimination bracket on Sunday. And the players are competing for $250,000. Pretty cool stuff, Neil.
Yep, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of prestige, and of course, I keep on about it, but they get into that seasonal championships if they win this, and then they can get into the world championships on the back of that, and every win counts. Every win you get for the first 3 Masters Tours earns you a point, and we all know what points make, TJ.
$500.
Sure, that's what points make. They just make dollars. Right, there, TJ summed this up already, but today we're going to see the first 4 rounds of that Swiss. And then, predictably, on the second day, we're going to see the next 4 rounds of the Swiss. It would be really weird if we showed the last 4 rounds first and then the first 4 rounds afterwards. And then on Sunday, we get to see that top 16. Each and every match from the top 8, plus a match and some roundup from the top 16.
Oh, yeah. And like you said, everyone counts. So we're going to be seeing players fight to the bitter end here in this Masters Tour. It's not the last one in the cycle, right? This is the second one out of 3 that qualify people to that seasonal championship. But since there is only 3 and you only have those 3 opportunities to earn as many wins as possible, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So a lot more emphasis is placed on each individual round of the Swiss competition, and even once you get into top 16, right? Trying to make it as far as you can. And one of the other incentives is the prize pool. $14,000 to first place, and goes down from there in some increments. Goes down 4,000, then it goes down 3,000 twice. What a twist. And then it goes down 2,000.
And the sweet spot, as we've been discussing off air, is that 5th to 8th place, because that means you get the regular $500 for a win, and you get a point for all your wins. And so that will be where the GMs will be aiming to be. I'm sure they don't want to go above that. Things might get a bit awkward for them if they win too much money. They're just happy with their weekly $500 per win. It's things they understand. It's things their bank manager can understand. If they won $14,000, there'd be questions, right? It's like, well, you only won 11 games, but you got $14,000. What are you doing?
Yeah, and sometimes they only win 10 games and they get $14,000, and then his bank account gets frozen. You know, all that stuff. It's crazy. So you know, Grandmasters. That's why we don't see any Grandmasters make it past top 8.
Yeah, they just get to 8th.
It's like, because they can't understand. They don't understand what that means. They're like, I get maximum $500 in a point per win. What am I supposed to do once I reach that top 8. But Neil, okay, stay with me here. All right, we're playing Conquest for this Masters Tour. If you completely new to watching competitive Hearthstone and the only thing you've done is tune into the previous 2 weeks of Grandmasters, you have no idea what Conquest is because you're only familiar with last year's standing and the new format Trio. But we will be going back to Conquest. All the players bring 4 decks that consist of 4 unique classes. At the beginning of the match, you ban one of those decks away from your opponent, and then you play a best of 5 where you cannot win with the same deck twice. So you win with the deck, it's gone, and you need to get through all your decks in order to win the best of 5 series. And then, as we've mentioned, not once but twice, this is the 3rd time we'll mention it. 8 rounds of Swiss, and then cut to a top 16. What that means is basically it's double elimination. There are very few players that have 2 losses that are actually going to make it through. The majority will either be 8-0 or 7-1. But there are a couple players that get that little bonus. I believe it was 2 or 3 in the previous Masters Tour that were at that 6-2 mark that actually made it into the top 16. So a lot of the players will consider 2 losses, especially if those 2 losses come early, as a sign that they're probably not making it into that top 16. However, as we talked about, every win counts. So even if you get those 2 losses, if you finish 6-2, let's say you finish 6-2 at all 3 Masters Tours, don't make a single top 16. Well, 18 wins going into that seasonal championship cut is actually quite good. Players are going to be trying their hardest to get to that point.
But look who we have first and second up here. Thijs and Lee, 2 of the best players ever, best results ever. And it's going to be kicking off round 1. Not who you want to face in round 1 if you're either of these 2 players, especially in some ways now Thijs, because now he's not in GM anymore. He is able to free up time to put into the occasional Masters Tour that he chooses to play, which is once every couple of months or whatever it is. So he just always does well, and we always have to stress, and it annoys me that we have to do it, but we do. Thijs, when he competes, wants to win. He's not in meme mode, he's not in streamer mode, he is in super try hard every single time.
That's right. And one fun fact, Thijs is the all-time highest prize money earner in Hearthstone's history. Has $70,000 more earned than number 2, which is Tom 60229. And one sec.
Sure. He's just concentrating for a moment. He does this. He goes into meditation. He has a long think, and then suddenly he just knows everything. It's amazing to see. Having worked with him over a period of time now, this is how it goes. Look, look at him thinking. Look how deep he is in concentration, staring it down. And he's going to come up with the answer that he was...
So Thijs, as an individual, has won 2% of the total prize money ever awarded for every Hearthstone tournament ever.
That there is a stat. I like that. That's amazing.
2% of all of the Hearthstone prize money that has ever existed has been awarded to Thijs.
If there are only 50 players ever played Hearthstone, he still won his fair share.
He still won his fair share. Yeah, if there was only 50. It's kind of crazy to think about. 2% may not seem like a lot, but when you consider how many players have actually earned prize money, right?
I've earned prize money.
Neil has earned prize money. Yeah.
Now that's stunned everybody. Yeah, I've earned prize money in Hearthstone tournaments.
I've earned prize money too. Not very much, but I've earned prize money.
Several $100. At the time, I was like the 5th oldest person ever to earn money in esports, but now they started counting chess and things, so I'm stuck now.
Well, Neil, I will always remember that at one point in time, you were the 5th oldest person to win prize money in esports. That's how I'm going to introduce you now. My name is CJ, and I'm joined by Neil Bond, a.k.a. at one time the 5th oldest person to have ever been awarded prize money in esports.
But I'm younger now, so it's fine. That's just drifting down. The people are getting older. I'm getting younger. Yeah, it's just drifting down the charts.
Yep.
It has been that I am. But we have got the decks on screen. It is going to be almost a mirror. They've both got the Demon Hunter. They've both got the Druid, though I haven't checked. They've both got Kazakazan, but I bet they have. And they've both got the Weapon Rogue. The difference being Thijs has the Charge Warrior and Leaoh has the Burn Shaman.
Yes, and that matchup I'm interested in. Obviously, it's Warrior, so it has a ton of armor gain, and at times, Burn Shaman seems like they have limited amounts of damage, right? At least in the burn aspect of it. The Lightning Bolt, Overdraft, Frostbite, Serpentine Portal, even with spell damage, still probably not going to be able to chunk through the armor, but the difference comes in if you can get out Wild Paw Caverns early, that can't be dealt with, and get that incremental minion damage in, get Brucon down, start rolling 6 damage hero powers. The difference, as opposed to like playing up against regular Control Warrior in that sense, is that you don't have time, right? Eventually they are going to pick up their combo and kill you, so I don't even know if that's going to be relevant. Let me look.
Okay.
I don't know the bans. Not yet. I will know
the bans were Thijs is playing Druid, so I assume he lost his Demon Hunter, and he did ban the opposing Druid.
Okay, cool.
He's not playing Druid now, but his Druid was up because I was about to make a speech about, I'm going to do that now and cut you off. How last week in Last Hero Standing, we were calling people pretty crazy if they left up the Druid because it just got that sweep potential. Even if it wins its one unfavourable, it could just go through a lineup. Bit different in Conquest. You can leave up the strong classes if you feel the rest of your lineup is going to be good against the rest of their lineup, because when the Druid gets its one win, which it probably will because it's Druid, as long as the rest of your lineup is targeting something else in your opponent's lineup, then you're okay. It's still not necessarily the safest of strategies because you're kind of giving them the best deck, but it's nowhere near in the league of last week where you leave up Druid and they 3-0 you and you just feel very silly.
Yeah, can only get that one win. But it looks like we're going to be seeing a Rogue Mirror in number 1. Yep, there it is. Rogue Mirror match. The decks are 30 card for 30 card, the same. Interesting thing about this matchup is obviously both players are weapon rogues, so they're relying on weapons. And secondly, they both have Vipers. They both have that Rustrot Viper in the deck, so you can sometimes see an interesting dynamic. But the matchup usually goes pretty quickly because neither of them have defensive capabilities outside the Viper, damage permanence against Rogue, yada yada. You're just going to see players spending their mana, right? Just spend your mana, deal the damage, and deal that damage quicker than your opponent can. And that's it. That's the matchup.
Yeah, you might also see the weird dynamic where whoever is behind pushes their luck with their cloak, so they get to cloak last. If they're on, let's say, I don't know, 15 on turn 6, and they think, maybe my opponent doesn't kill me here, we might see something weird happen where they don't play their cloak on and hope not to die, so that they can then cloak after that and sort of get the damage in while they're cloaked and be the first one to uncloak and build up while they're doing that. That's the only other, I don't know, wrinkle in the matchup, I think. Other than that, straight race.
Straight race. Yep. And oftentimes things don't last long enough for Shadowcrafter scabs. You usually want to prioritize targeted damage over non-targeted damage just because of the cloaks, like you mentioned. Like, get the Wicked Stabs out of the way early and then finish the game with Sinister Strikes and Garrots, that kind of thing. So there's something that goes into it. But it is going to come down to whether or not you can get an uncontested Swine Tusk Shank. Uncontested meaning your opponent doesn't have one, or your opponent doesn't have Viper to get rid of it. That kind of thing. And who can draw through to their burn faster in those early stages. So, and it does seem like, we might have some. I guess not. There's some reasonable matchups left for the Weapon Rogue for whoever loses this mirror and still has Weapon Rogue up, right? For Thijs, I think it's not as big of a deal. Well, Demon Hunter Shaman, they're like medium matchups. The Druid is fine, right? So if like Lee doesn't win this mirror matchup, he's still got the Druid that he can get the Weapon Rogue across, but it is Druid after all. So it's not set in stone. It's not like, oh, yep, free win. I'm going to get a win with my Rogue at some point in this matchup.
Yeah, it could be a big deal. There is the there is the Charge Warrior as well left up for Thai, so Lee could find a win against that. Let's have a look. Neither of them have done the right thing. Neither of them have drawn the weapon. This is very beginner-esque, I would say. That's better. Lee understands.
Another happy guildie.
Ty's actually very little draw in his hand as well. Don't really want to use that poison yet. But the rest of his hand is so bad, he might feel he's forced into it.
Yeah. There's also the argument of, do you just spend your mana and Sinister Strike?
Yep, also a thing.
That's another argument to be made. There's honestly a lot going on with that at turn one. I think he can wait a turn before he decides to play the Silverleaf Poison. This, though, is getting a little bit tougher. I think now you go in with the prep Silverleaf Poison and just try to aggressively roll through your deck to try and hit the Swine Tusk Shank. Also, you get partial credit for a Rust-Rot Viper to at least delay your opponents.
Yeah. Partial credit. Just get a C+ or something for your Viper.
Yeah.
He's swinging.
Yep, and that's smart just because of the chance of Viper being played right away. And he's going to make sure that he swings every turn. Doesn't have the second poison to follow things up. Ooh!
Oh, shank!
I thought you were going a different direction.
No.
Okay. Whew. So glad to hear shank right there.
First time in your life you've been so glad. Whew. Like the Discord can stop like being on fire now. It's okay, A-Bar. Calm down. We're good. We got this. All right. Lee did get the first big go with this, I guess, but
yeah,
massive swing. But now he's slowed down.
It's still fine. And I like the Sinister Strike over the Paralytic Poison. Spending your mana actually is a big deal in this matchup because you will have limited mana. A player's going to die before you can like get through your deck and cast all your burn spells. So sometimes you just have to get in there. And I like not playing the Paralytic Poison. Again, just in case of Viper. You don't want to go all in on your weapon if you can help it, right? If you're not getting the damage immediately, which he wouldn't be from the Paralytic Poison since he already swung. He drew that off the Silverleaf Poison. I like the fact that he's just holding back. And yeah, now we're off to the races.
Ty's doing the same thing you just described, spending his mana, but putting those Garrotes in the deck because you do draw so many cards, that extra 2 damage or 4 damage if you get all the way could be incredibly useful. It's obviously going to be a very tight finish. We've already described why that would be. But Lee was the first one to get the shank going, does have double cloak now as well. And that's going to make it really difficult for Thijs, unless he finds the Viper, I think. And even if he does, it might be awkward.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was an opportunity there for Lee to go for a 50-50 for Viper because he did have the Swindle. He could have gone Sinister Strike Swindle, and then if he hits Viper, he can actually play it. But decides to go for more damage efficiency, and he wouldn't have hit it anyway. He hit the Guild Trader instead. There's only 2 minions in the deck. Yeah, Lee's going to have to start cloaking because he's dead next turn if he doesn't.
And he technically can be dead in 2 turns, even if he does. If the other Garrote comes out and all the bleeds and the Sinister Strikes, so he is going to have to cloak up. But he can inflict so much damage over the next 2 turns. Now he's picked up that deadly poison. He should be in a good spot. Of course, from where he's sat, he doesn't know if Thijs is also sitting on a pair of cloaks, but there's really not much he can do about it. He's in so much trouble. health-wise, he's going to have to double cloak and get the good news that Thijs hasn't got them.
Yeah. If he hits Viper here, I don't think he has to cloak.
Okay, that's fair.
But he's got limited amount of mana to draw cards, right? He only has one tradable left, probably. And if he doesn't hit Viper, then it's cloak all day. Can still Secret Passage, but if you don't hit it, then you don't have the backup of cloak, and you might die. And in this case, he would. So, just going to go for the safe option. And Thijs is looking for any form of card draw.
Yeah.
That technically works. That just... Ooh.
Doesn't.
Nope. And how much damage are we looking at next turn? That weapon is... Is that weapon 5 attack?
I'm going to go with 5. I don't know, so...
All right. Thijs is dead. There's game 1.
And if he's not dead, then he's dead the turn after anyway, even with the armor from the scabs. So
he's dead.
It's 5. He's so dead. Look at this deadness.
Yep. Guild Trader... Well, actually doesn't even need the Guild Trader. Can just go Wicked Stab, Sinister Strike, and attack. Or Grot, or...
yeah, just keep...
He's going to go for the style points with the double bleed kill off the top. Is he going to hit it?
There's
No
one.
way. No way. Tilt factor? All right. He's going to gotta show him the Wicked Stab anyway. I would have gone with the Cunning Class. I would have tried to go for the tilt out here. But yeah, you can't tilt Thijs.
Yep, you can't tilt Thijs, but you can try. Maybe you'll tilt some other people in the tournament, like me.
You're in the tournament?
Me, I'll tilt. Not yet, but I'm hoping to, because I can see both hands, so that would help a lot if I could see both hands. I'd probably be able to go 4 and 4 or something like that then.
If you're on the broadcast match, you're just casting your own match on stream.
Yeah. Hey, look at me, I'm up against this hand. Oh, this is hard. What am I going to do? I'll still lose because I haven't got double cloak in my hand.
Yeah, even if you could see, you'd still lose. At least that specific game.
Yeah.
But now we're moving over to the Druid for Thijs. Still has the rogue that he needs to get across, but going to save that for a later time. And going to start off with the ramp version of the Kazakhstan Druid, or minion version of the Kazakhstan Druid, whatever you want to call it. Like, you could even call it the armor version, because even though it doesn't run Feral Rage, it still runs the same amount of armor gain, because you play Moontouch Amulets and you play Cenarian Wards, which they're more expensive, but you gain the same amount of armor that you would with Feral. It's the same.
Like, more expensive. It's Druid. You can just play your cards. Like, you have 700 mana every turn. Cost is not an issue.
Yeah.
I'm not going to Moontouch it on 3 anyway. On turn 3, you have, what, 14, 15 mana as Druid? So you just play them.
Yep. Yep.
Using pure logical sense there.
Lee got to move over to either the OTK Demon Hunter. Yeah, that's right. Ilkanoth OTK. Nope, gonna go with Burn Shaman.
All right, good try. Lost the flip, but sounded convincing. And this is actually an interesting matchup as well. Very close matchup. I think that the smart people favor the Druid these days. I'm not the smart people. I still favor the Shaman because I love this deck and I think this deck is just superb. But there's no doubt now that the speed that Druid can get armor, the speed that it can get Kazakhstan online, the Shaman does need a fast start. Obviously, anytime Shaman gets the Cavern out on turn 1 or 2, it tends to beat pretty much any deck. I know there'll be people out there saying now, it's not every deck. Yeah, it's not, but let's call it every deck for the sake of argument. But it provides some other interesting situations where you might play a Novice Zapper on turn 1 and just put it on the board and start getting those 3s in.
Yep. You just want to get those early minions on the board, try and sneak some damage in before the Druid can get to their big armor gain, big removal like Scale of Onyxia, before they get that ramp going, and that allows you to finish the game with burn much easier. And for the Druid, it's all about just getting through that early board. Because if you do get through that early board, you're smooth sailing. Because a lot of times you can get enough armor to outrange just about everything. And you don't even really need to like win on board. You just need to kill everything and stay healthy. And then the shaman will just gas out at some point or another. And that's makes it pretty simple at times. Again, if you're able to get through those early board states.
Yeah, Solar Cenarion is kind of the end state, and unless the shaman has some sort of massive board for multiple caverns and minions that have somehow stuck around at that point, the game tends to end. One Cenarion's interesting. If the Druid is panicking enough that it has to just play a single Cenarion ward, it tends to be behind enough that it's losing. But Thijs has Innovate Overgrowth, so he's okay. You're keeping the Primordial Studies, partly because it helps you get that turn 1 zapper, partly because it fuels your multicaster. Sort of one of the only cards that isn't Cavern or Bloom that you regularly keep. Lady Vash is amazing. It allows so much. Not only is it a minion for beating, but also the Vash Prime gets so much damage in sometimes.
Early minion. Ooh. I think you just kill it. Yep.
Yeah, I think so too. He's coming in for 16 or something otherwise, or 12. Like, yeah, ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. And not really much else that Thijs will be able to spend that mana on, and his mana is accounted for over the next few. Oh, Druid right away. Whoo! Oh, you just wait 4 turns. Oh, it was.
Joking aside, that's actually huge because that can be a lot of damage, especially if he wants to now just start launching things at face immediately and set up some sort of prime into Magoho finish. But he's sensible. He doesn't want to start launching stuff. The frostbite can be useful in slowing your opponent down sometimes. It's Druid. Caverns! Why are these elementals, by the way? They look like dag deer things.
Because they're made out of an element. They're made out of ice, which is an element. All right, well, Thijs is in good shape.
Yep.
Let's just we'll leave it at that for the time being. A lot of ramp going on. Malygos in hand with the Iron Bark as well to provide that extra layer of protection. Scale of Onyxia in case the board gets out of control, and then we'll have access to the deck essentially once that Malygos is able to be played. So. I would say he's looking good. Now, Lee, trying to think here, probably doesn't need a second Lady Vash at this point. I'm leaning towards Imprisoned Phoenix just so you can try and time it for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's going to be able to play Phoenix into Vash Prime and hope to pick up some good damage on that turn. They have +3 spell damage and 3 cards that may or may not be free to play if he keeps the coin. And now I think he does have to consider if he wants to Frostbolt or this turn and just go for mega damage because he's going to draw a lot of cards on turns 6 and 7 with the coin prime next turn and the bird the turn after. He can also just dump the landslide here if he wants to.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot of cards in hand, but this is fine too. It's another point of damage on the board.
Yep.
Oh dear. He wasn't in good shape before, TJ, which he was. He's in good shape now.
Yeah. Now the question is, in which order do you do these things, right? Because I can see 3 like relevant plays in this situation. Like the first being just dump some cards and then Malygos. The second being just go for base level Solar Eclipse plus Cenarion Ward. And the third is just Scale of Onyxia to clear things up.
Yeah, personally, and I'm not Thijs, and he's doing it differently, I would have saved the scale for the Phoenix popping up. He's got the Luna, he saved for that instead, which is fine as well, obviously. But he can't Luna Eclipse this turn if he wanted to, because if he's doing this, he needs to be able to kill that Phoenix next turn.
Yeah, I like not taking the minion damage because Solar Eclipse plus Scenario Ward is always going to be the same amount of armor, right? And you're not guaranteed to get Rush or Taunt, so you may not be stopping that damage, which now he can guaranteed stop the damage. Okay, he's going for the Vash Prime first. No, this makes sense because now he has way more mana the turn that the Phoenix actually pops out. Okay.
Yeah, in conjunction with the extra cards he's going to get from the Magoho.
Yep.
Gonna be a lot of damage.
Yep. Yeah, so Magoho plus Magoho, Zapper, Frostbite, Lightning Bolt able to be played with just the mana that he has available. Then you'd have Silver Charm Portal plus whatever he draws from the Battle Cry, from the Magoho Vash Prime Battle Cry. That's a ton of damage. I don't even.
Assuming plus 2 spell damage. Each spell
plus 3 spell damage.
Yeah, I said assuming plus 2. It could be plus 3.
Well, if he has the Zapper from hand too.
Oh, so it could be plus 4.
Yeah, could be plus 4 even. It's at least plus 3 because of the Zapper. But it looks like this is getting attacked by something.
There you go.
All right, so it's going to be plus 3. I don't think it's 45.
9 spells, basically. That's the short version of that. 9 spells is a lot of spells.
Yeah,
8,
he's going to have 6.
He needs 8
spells.
Doing the portal first because he might get more spell damage.
Nope.
It's Cookie, your favorite mercenary.
Ooh, hit the wind chill. And ooh, double overdraft. I guess double overdraft is still something.
Yeah. Actually not ridiculous.
This is 8.
He's decided he can't win it with just spells alone and wants to get some board damage in, which makes some sense.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. These overdrafts are big now.
Well, one is big. One is okay.
Yeah. A lot of damage. That's incredible amounts of damage coming in next turn. Got another Magoho as well, TJ. He gets to do that all again.
Yeah, but what does he even have left in the deck as far as burn? It's just one one lightning bolt, one frostbite, right?
Yeah, and the overdraft gets boosted. Has he got another bloom? He might well have another bloom.
I believe he does have another bloom. Yeah.
Thijs, while we've been talking, just picked up another solar, by the way.
He's gonna be back up to 38.
Just for a second there, I thought he might actually manage to lose this through no fault of his own, but just gets another solar. This is nutty. The Shaman's trying so hard. But in the end, really matter.
Yeah, it's only plus 1 spell damage on the board now. Okay, Snowfall Guardian. But then you ruin the Magoho, and you can't do both this turn. You want to draw? Because Landslide is... it's not a clear. Oof. Well, it is a clear.
I think you said, though,
Such choices.
like, he's not getting there with spell damage now, so he's probably going to need a Snowfall to stick. So Snowfall into Magoho now, change direction. So I get some big things on the board.
Yeah. It's tough, actually. Because Magoho could still pick up, like, another wind chill, and then you can buy a little bit more time. Like, draw through your deck first and then Snowfall Guardian? I don't know. He's gonna soften him up a little bit.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have had board space if he totemed up plus Snowfall Guardian for the Wild Paw Cavern minion. So
Thijs just drawn his deck apart from Kazakhstan, but
that's another solar eclipse Scenario Ward. Loaded up and ready.
feel fair.
And could actually do it if he wants. With the blooms, you could take out spell damage. I guess you would take out in this instance with the bog beam.
Sure, yeah.
Even fit in a ramp.
For those times when your 2-7 health taunts and your 38 health aren't enough, just get rid of the spell damage. It's correct though, just accident prevention possibility. Another 7 health taunt.
Hey, it's Kazakhstan.
Lee needs to get rid of some of this.
Yeah, so you need to trade in something to make space for both Macaw and the Snowfall, or the Wild Paw Caverns.
Thijs is on 54, even ignoring the board. I don't know what it is, TJ, but this druid deck just it tickles me. It makes me laugh so much.
Such choices.
Look at it. Turn 9, Thijs has got 1,000,000 mana, 1,000,000 health, and 1,000,000 of stats. And he hasn't
Now
played
this
his card yet.
Is board tension.
Sure is.
Okay, it looks like he's playing to a landslide out here by softening up the big taunts, killing 2, and then bringing the other ones within non-spell damage landslide range. It's still a lot of damage on board. Double pouch for 10s could be big. You hit rabbit.
Yeah. Rabbit. That's about it. And there's plenty of others, but Rabbit's the one you're after.
Yeah, Colossus could also be good. Scrapyard Colossus could also be good. Survival of the fittest?
Survival gives him effectively 8 more health immediately on those taunts. So he can't get landslid.
Yeah. Can go again.
F3 would
with
have
the pouch.
been actually game losing because he'd have got rid of his deck, I think. We've got rid of his hand, and therefore made his deck useless. Alright.
Board tension.
Match tension. Masters Tour. Ruins of Alterac. Tension.
Yep. So has to start making trades here in order to make space for these sleep breakers, and also probably needs to get both these sleep breakers down and freeze both of the. Actually, only needs to freeze. No, needs to freeze both of the lifesteal minions here because otherwise he's just never getting through. Multicasters only got 9 cards left. Still think he has to go for a second sleep breaker in order to freeze the lifesteal to ever have hopes of getting that much life.
Yeah, I think the 14/14 parrot needs to connect face 3 times. He's used a lot of his burn, hasn't he? Maybe even 4 times.
I think 4 times is. I mean, 4 times is lethal.
Yeah.
The time being 54. That would be 56 damage. It hits 4 times. Still a moon touched amulet, however.
Also a big match, right, in context of other Masters Tours, because China and Europe have basically dominated them, and we only say that now pretend that China aren't just completely dominating every tournament. It's kind of China and China at this point.
Yep, but that is lethal for Thijs. Staring back. Actually, he didn't. He had to freeze the 12 because if he didn't freeze the 12, then he wouldn't have been dead on board. It would have been because he healed the weapon, but it would have been very close. And there you have it. I felt like Lee had a pretty decent pan out. Got Wild Paw Caverns relatively early. It was on 4, and got the early Vash into Macaw, into so much damage. But having access to what, triple solar scenario?
Yeah, triple solar scenario. I said it in the intro that one solar scenario was usually enough. It wouldn't have been. I think the second one might have been, but 3, yeah, you can count him out at that point.
Yeah.
Old 1, 2, 3, you are done.
Yep. And I think Lee played that one pretty well. You know, just the way that he planned around the turn after he was going to get Vash on the board and the turn that the Phoenix was going to emerge, was able to put on a lot of damage. But at the end of the game, Thijs was still at 51 life. So he was quite a ways off from actually winning. But now we move over to Lee's Demon Hunter, which is not the FelQuest Demon Hunter that we've become accustomed to. It is the Il'gynoth OTK Demon Hunter. And we are no strangers here in Masters Tours to Demon Hunter decks that you thought were dead coming back and winning, with Lovestorm coming up with the big dub with Brute Demon Hunter, and now looking for a second dub with the same decks. Oh my gosh.
Hang on, 2020's calling. Yeah, they want their decks back. Hang on. But yeah, we are good. This is OTK Demon Hunter. Why didn't this deck die? I'm sure all these cards used to cost 0 and Il'gynoth cost like 3, and now they all cost 1 and 2 and 6 and things, and it's just still good.
Yeah. And let me just double check that Lovestorm's not in the first. Okay, Lovestorm is not going to be on our broadcast matches, so I can spoil it. He 3-0'd his first round. Lovestorm did.
Was
it's already done.
Is it card for card the same? I know it's an identical arc.
I don't know if it's card for card the same.
I think it's very similar. I only had a very quick glance, but it's doing similar things.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Brute Demon Hunter once again. And he's 3-0'd, so he now has won, I don't even know, lots of rounds in a row.
Yeah.
All of them.
All right, well, let's get this show on the road. Wait.
What? Why do we show on the road?
Because we want to be moving while we're casting.
I mean, sure, it looks like we are with those backgrounds we have anyway, but yeah.
Okay, there's a Viper in the deck. Or Lee, so.
Yeah, I was going to say Thijs has got his already, but yeah. He's also got the Shank. No card draw though, but he has his Viper ready, so he can tradable that. If he does get behind on the cards, he should be in an okay spot here.
Yeah, does have cutting class.
Oh, yes, he does.
But it's going to be a little bit of time before that's able to be I guess it can just be played next turn, actually. But it'll be cost 3, and that'd be the only thing he'd be able to do. Oh, is Thijs going the Rust Rafa? Whoa! Trying to interrupt the quest completion here. And actually, that would have been quest completion for Lee. If that had not been destroyed. Could have traded, then attacked, then traded again. And bada bing, bada boom. Quest completion. Now Lee going to be a little bit behind. Thijs is going to get some recurring damage in with this Viper and has the Shank to back it up. I like that play.
Absolutely.
Ooh, wait, Neil. Thijs could opt to go for SI7 Extortion Face, Dagger, and then Shank next turn.
Yep, and you saw his little face like smirk slightly as he thought about it briefly there, but the mana just didn't work out. I think he may have done it otherwise with Secret Passage and Cutting Class in hand.
Yeah. It's just efficient, though. He would have pushed 2 more damage this turn because he would have daggered and hit.
Uh-huh.
All right, there's Viper. Oh, and can complete quest? Yes, please.
I will.
At first I was like, well, now he has to make the decision between playing the Viper to get rid of the Shank or completing quests. But he gets the best of both worlds in this situation. I think you do it now just to buy yourself some potential time if second Shank isn't there.
What about the Spectral, though? Do you want to play that? You've just completed, so it's wasted in terms of quests, but it's a Spectral site.
Yeah, I think he wants to. He's eyeing a glide here pretty soon, so I don't think you want to fill your hand up with more cards. Kind of just on board with a Rush Rot Viper and a Hero Power. Could also Rush Rot Viper and Talented Arcanist just to dump it from hand. Oftentimes you can't get full value out of both Arcanists in this matchup because there's not enough minions to be able to kill. So yeah, very smart. I like this play.
Right, secret passage into Shank. Go.
Yeah. This play screams glide. It's literally screaming glide.
I can hear it.
So maybe Thijs doesn't even have to worry about it too much. Maybe he can just, because he's going to get 4 new cards anyway, from his perspective. So he might even just think, I can just dump some cards.
Which ones did you dump, though? The Sinister Strikes are a little bit scary because the damage might get healed back up.
I like 1 SI7 Extortion, you clear the Viper with the dagger, and then you Sinister Strike. 1 Sinister Strike.
All right.
That's what I like.
That makes sense. You've killed one of the weapons, so the health gain's a little bit lower.
Too soon.
Yeah, he just knows.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yep. 19 as well. Glide, for all of its niceness, is kind of slow. So yeah, you don't want to give. Now Thijs has played around it. You don't really want to give him a new hand.
Double study is actually pretty good here. I wonder what he's looking for in this instance.
I mean, I-beam would have been quite nice.
True.
Just stuff, right?
Yeah. I guess it can be pretty tough to play both Hildar studies in the same turn. Maybe not. I don't know. Now Thijs can safely go for his passage here.
Oh, so much. Loading up.
Yeah, at that point, this point just needs to try and dump some cards from his deck, so he's not going to draw those in the future because he needs to hit Shank and just raw damage at this point. Actually starting to get like a good amount of damage into Lee because of the Rush Rot Viper just continuously attacking. But we're starting to reach that point where Lee's going to have plenty of mana to start drawing a lot of cards each turn and getting to the big healing in the deck.
Leech might be nice now. He does have Guild Trader Fellscreen Blast if needed for an emergency. He doesn't really want to do that on his own stuff, but, you know. Might have to, because this is basically an emergency now.
Yeah, but if you're doing it on your own stuff and you're not killing the Rush Rot Viper, it's a chance that the Rush Rot Viper is just going to get in as much damage as the Fellscreen Blast would heal anyway.
Yep.
I think you do it on the Rush Rot Viper anyway.
Yeah.
To make the trade and start pushing a little bit more. Can even get the weapon down here. And I mean, this one's going to be close because Kurtrus can come down next turn, and then Leah already has discounted Il'gynoth in hand. Both Talented Arcanists gone could make this difficult, but the amount of damage that he would need at that point is not that high. And all of that can go through Cloak of Shadows anyway.
Yeah, I think Thijs has 2 turns to kill him now. Maybe less, depending on what happens getting paired with his second Fellscreen Blast, but if Lee is able to go Curtis into acrobatics, that's pretty much going to be over at that point. Thijs has it loaded up and ready to lethal. Basically, I haven't counted, but there's enough stuff in the hand that even if it's not lethal from hand, it's lethal. I won't have it any other way. With swindles and passages, he'll be fine.
Choose suicide.
He's wondering whether to Sinister Strike now, right? Because he is slightly off that lethal damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
He won't have
extra
enough
mana
mana
from
to
the
like
passage.
swindle play Guild Trader, yeah. So he's seen double Talented Arcanist, so the amount of lifesteal actually left in the deck is not that high. And then what this can also do is maybe discourage Lee from actually playing Kurtrus.
Pleasure doing business.
Yeah. Obviously, you had the opportunity to Moarg Fell Scream there, but then you're kind of just ending the game, so you've got to take the chance, I think.
Yep. He's just going to cash in now. Yep. So let's see. 8 damage currently, needs 5. So we're looking at 1 bleed plus, doesn't work out, does it? You need to Garrote.
How about 1 Garrote into Passage and Pray? That might be
That's
your best
6
chance.
damage. You need 7, so you're still off with 1 Wicked Stab plus a bleed.
But you can also... Yeah.
I don't
7's
know.
a bad number.
I think you Paralytic. I was gonna say Paralytic Garrote Cloak, and at least you like don't take this damage.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Guild Trader Garrote plus 1 bleed off of Silverleaf Poison is lethal.
You Cloak, you see both Fell Screams, right? So...
Yeah, and next turn he would have lethal with if he doesn't die. Oh my goodness!
Hang on though.
He's 1 man. Well, he's 1 mana off, and it wouldn't even be lethal regardless. But he can heal.
Yeah, he can heal for a load, and also can glide or acrobatics depending how he feels. Also acrobatics first, and just make sure nothing crazy comes off the top.
I think you'd want to glide so you have more mana because everything that you're getting back is cheaper. He's essentially out of healing in the deck. There is one natural eye beam left, so actually he could hit the second eye beam off this glide. Yeah, nice choice there. I was a little worried.
Yes!
He's getting rid of the higher attack thing. Okay, second eye beam.
Cloak.
Oh, but second eye beam is the last healing spell that he has for actually killing him.
But Thijs is also running out of stuff for killing you, right? You might just be able to kill people by hitting them with an Il'gynoth 3 times or something.
He still has the Garrotes and a Guild Trader though. Like that's all you need, almost in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
So what do you cloak passage here? Ugh. Cloak deadly poison passage.
Cloak deadly poison stab.
This is tough. Cloak almost has to happen, but right now, how much damage would Lee have on the backswing? He still has a Guild Trader in the deck, so Guild Trader, Moarg, Il'gynoth, and Eye-Beam would all be playable, and that would be lethal. Would be 20.
Yeah.
Just the Moarg and Il'gynoth, and that's guaranteed to hit because he gets 1 natural off the top. Acrobatics.
Eye beam's 12.
Yeah, I'd be Malone right now. It's 12, yeah. Ooh. Okay. So now Guild Trader is not lethal. Because it'd just be doubled once, so it'd be 10.
Oh, Thijs.
But now can Lee just play the defensive game and load up the board? No, because of scabs. Ooh, we got ourselves a game.
This has been a fruity game from what looks like a fairly simple matchup where you're both trying to do a thing. We've got a lot of intricate things going on here. The Guild Trader was drawn, so Thijs did kill the right thing here.
Smart play.
Another happy guildie.
I'm pretty sure it's just all tradables left. There's 2 Guild Traders and a persistent peddler. That's it. And then the last card is, okay, double jump, which doesn't draw anything.
I'm low on cards.
But what it does do is make the Guild Traders cheaper by trading them back.
You look like you love a good deal.
So double Guild Trader, Moarg, Il'gynoth plus I-Beam is still only 14.
Yeah. Wait.
What?
5, 7, doubled, 14. It's still only 14, TJ.
Yep, it is. Nice, going for it. Can also hit 2, needs 2 bleeds. And, ooh, so passage into both bleeds. Ooh, okay, uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh, indeed. I think he's used both.
Finisher strikes. Yep. So now it has to be, I was thinking passage into scabs to start off the bat.
Choose suit.
Yeah, that would have been tasty.
Trade
Threat.
into a bleed and then prep Wicked Stab? Nope, didn't hit it.
Oh,
And
what
now he's dead.
game this has been.
Yeah.
He knows, like he sat back and nodded to let us know that he knows that this doesn't get there most of the time. But hey,
Yeah.
and by most of the time
Yeah.
he knows because there's no cards left.
Yeah. And that was a tough decision from Thijs. Option 1 would have been just to Secret Passage and hit scabs from the Secret Passage, which would have been roughly a 50-50. Actually, it would have been almost exactly a 50-50. I think he had 9 cards left.
Yes, he did.
And that would have bought him 1 extra turn, right? He knows that the shadows would have been cleared because there was still double immolation aura left, but it would have bought him a turn. And then, because he knew max damage at that point, right? And then second option is to go for that lethal. A lot of combinations of things hit, right? You hit 1 bleed off the swing, and you Secret Passage into a 2nd bleed, or a Wicked Stab, or exactly what we saw happen, which is you Secret Passage, you hit prep damage plus other damage. So any mixture of bleed plus Wicked Stab, which he had 2 bleeds and 1 Wicked Stab. So I think both plays are like about equal, and you're gonna have to hit scabs into that damage anyway. And there is a chance also that as soon as Lee actually sees the scabs, he just immolation auras, reloads the board, and then could just heal up and fatigue Thijs. At a certain point, I think. Like if he goes to 30, I don't know if that damage is possible anymore.
The game, there was so much at the start there.
No, it
as
is
well.
possible.
The Viper coming in for damage, and then Lee having to burn both of the Spell Screams just to stay alive and to kill off a Viper. Like some awkward, horrible looking plays that made sense, that worked well, but very tricky match. And now we're on to the Charge Warrior for Thijs.
Yep. And going to be up against the Burn Shaman. It's got to win twice in a row with the against the Burn Shaman. which is doable, but Burn Shaman is one of the most consistent and powerful decks in the metagame. And Charge Warrior does have a lot of weaknesses. Mainly the fact that you're playing just a lot of cards that literally don't do anything in your hand. The Faceless Manipulators, the Battlegrounds Battle Master, Galvan Garb to a certain point in the game, right? And those are going against your win condition. The one thing that it does do, though, is give you that inevitability, right? If you're able to gain that good chunk of armor and you're able to survive against Burn Shaman, they can't just hold on forever and try to brew con and then keep waiting for 6 damage hero powers, right? Because they will die. Eventually, Thijs will pick up that combo. And so that's like the upside of it. You're not clearing the board just for nothing every turn, like waiting to die. You're clearing the board with a very specific goal in mind.
Yeah, and it's a pretty tough one for the Shaman. You can sometimes just overrun the Warrior with the Shaman, but in general, you get to these points where you look like you're going to win, then the Warrior just gets out of range, and then you end up in this weird game where you're trying to gather as much spell damage as spells as you can to do a lot of damage in one go, like over 30. And like you say, the Warrior, this Charge Warrior in particular, has that inevitability, which means you don't really get to complete that. With a hand like this, yeah, Lee's just going to go for stuff.
Just stuff. That is the wrong 4-cost thing to do with a Bloom on turn 2. But it is a thing that you can do with a Bloom on turn 2, so it's still going to be played. And now a tough decision. It's not Lightning Storm, but I could make an argument for Charge Call as well, just to have a big minion. Feral Spirits is a little bit weird because it just gives Thijs like the perfect targets to swing into with an Outrider's Axe to draw cards. But it's probably just the best, especially considering Lightning Storm just doesn't exist. And there's a good answer for Thijs off the top with the Minefield. Has a way to deal with a pretty wide board state with Frozen Buckler plus Shield Shatter. Could even deal with an even bigger board if it happens from Lee with Frozen Buckler plus double Shield Shatter. And there is a Viper in the deck for Lee. I usually like to see it in the current metagame with Vipers everywhere, it feels like, to get the Buckler out earlier rather than later. Because it oftentimes will block more damage when played earlier in the game, like that incremental damage, than it would later in the game because of Viper being more likely to be there. And because it can be fit in with other things on a turn, right? You can destroy the weapon and deal damage in the same turn.
Not as easy a choice as it was against the Druid here for Lee with the Lady Vash, because it's just that bit slower, it's easily killed, it's a target, and you might not quite have... You might have wanted to go for Guild Trader to build up that really slow but huge burst. So it took a lot longer on that pick than he did against the Druid. But in the end, felt that, sure, it's still a 4/3 minion, it still does some work.
Yep.
But like you say, Thijs' hand is everything you could want as the Warrior.
Could even face this Manipulator, the Flash Prime.
He could. When do you want to play this Bulwark here? You're in no hurry, because it's Shaman.
Right now, I kind of want to just jam the heavy plate and armor up. But nah, you take the damage anyway, just Blade Storm. Armor gain is something that we need to keep an eye on for Thijs. I believe that's the first armor up of the game.
Yep.
He's only at 2 out of 15 now for Galvangar. The Frozen Buckler is going to help a lot because he will be able to get that. Wow, it's the same thing. Again. He can Vash Prime on curve, and then if he doesn't hit Overload or doesn't hit Overload plus Overdraft can brew Khan on curve as well. So the rest of the hand, not that great. Snowfall Guardian is not a great card in the matchup. There's just nothing to freeze. It takes up a lot of space in hand. It's very expensive to play. It gives the warrior an excuse to use their cards, their smaller removal spells that they're trying to dump from their hand anyway to make space for the card draw that they are going to get. Second to the front. We're getting there.
Yeah, I've sort of been not ignoring it because I would never ignore the top player in a game. That's just not how I cast. But not paying attention to that, just seeing how he's going to survive. And like you just described, the Guardians are clutter. Looking at this Bukan coming down as early as possible. And then I'm curious whether Lee will want to use the Macaw on the Prime or whether he'll just go for it on the Bukan and try and hit double 6 damage. Like 6 damage when he plays the Bukan, 6 damage with the Macaw the turn after. So curious to see which way he uses this Parrot now.
Yeah.
Okay. Your boy.
Okay.
How much more?
With Rikara, he needs 3 more armor. With Rikara, it's active because he's armored up once and he frozen bucklered. So can he set up a? It doesn't look like he's going to go for it.
Setting up, I don't know, 3 turn lethal if you like. I think.
Yeah, gonna bulwark now. I like this.
Yeah.
One thing to note is even if a Viper does come out and he gets frozen, he can still attack with Rikara because playing a new hero resets the. You become something else, so you're not frozen anymore.
Nope. He's tired.
It's also potentially. He was never frozen, actually. And he never will be.
He might be. You allowed a battle tag change. It would probably ruin his branding really badly, though.
Yeah. Also, just his
8 years.
So it might
Best player in the world
as well.
Yeah. Just 8 years, most player ever, all that stuff, and just changes himself to Frozen, who's also very winning most player, but not quite the same branding. Yeah, I can't see it happening. But never say never, TJ. Never say never. Lee did roll the 6 damage. Obviously, can actually push that through as well if the minions get to attack. Thijs is just getting so close now.
Well, he's still a ways away. Because Lee he healed and got the Brucon armor. So he needs Battle Master still. I guess that's close, yeah. But like damage from hand, he does not have it. Got 27.
Just the 27.
Yeah. A Battle Master at any point though would be enough.
Choices.
He's got 13 cards left. How's he got all this combo so quickly? You don't necessarily want it, of course, because they're just cards in your hand, like you described.
Oh, it feels so bad to just start chuck and burn into a bulwark when you know you have a Viper in the deck.
Yeah.
But he's getting through some of it.
Is that it? Is that the card?
Yep, there it is. That's lethal. With the coin, that's exact mana. 4 for
Eyes
the
light
two
up.
the fronts, 1 for each faceless. That's 6. 2 for the Captain Galvangar. That's 8, and 2 for the Battlemaster. That's 10.
So much damage. 45, something like that.
36. Oh yeah, with double faceless. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because he actually only needs the single faceless. I always count the 36 because that's the one faceless plus battle master combo. But yeah,
It's 54 because you can actually stick it in the middle next to the battle master and use it twice. So yeah.
You do get the full 54. Yeah, because you can play the second faceless afterwards. Yeah, you're right. Crazy. That was on turn 9. he had full combo available on turn 9. Doesn't happen often. He was able to. He got three draws from the Outriders axe. He hit a cutting class. I mean, that's like almost as aggressively as you can draw in the matchup, and was able to get it done. Just a nice clean game of Charge Warrior. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen that. And Grandmasters, the players that bring it just either can't find the combo, or they find the combo but they don't have the armor necessary, or because they're hitting combo they're not hitting removal, so they're just dying. But that's just like a clean display of what Charge Warrior can do if they hit some good early removal and they have the time to be able to get the full combo off. So nicely done. And now we're going to game 5. Comes down to Burn Shaman versus Weapon Rogue. Ooh, okay.
So I like the Shaman. I always say that, but I do really like the Shaman.
There's literally no matchup where you haven't said Shaman. We've cast Burn Shaman versus literally everything up until this point. What is Shaman not favored against, Neil?
Itself.
Okay, then it's just a 50-50, huh?
And also, we haven't got it here, but the Quest Hunter is pretty disgusting against Shaman as well.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yep, that's true.
But I think it is favoured here, but it is basically a race of who gets their good stuff. The Rogue absolutely can get this done. But the difference is, if you both get your stuff, Caverns win. Obviously, there's
I think this,
to it than that, but short version.
I think this matchup is incredibly close to 50-50.
Pretty close.
And if you have a Viper in the deck, it's even closer. I would say the Burn Shaman is a slight favorite.
Because you know you've got to say that, right? You've got to say 50.01% to the Shaman, otherwise you're going to get a lecture about how Shaman's the best deck ever.
50. I'm going to say 51%.
Oh, that's crushing.
Yeah.
But
like
not with this hand.
If it's just like an average pan out for both players, it's 50-50. Like Shank does not come down right on 3, or Shank does come down and Viper hits it. If it's a great start for the Burn Shaman, there's like no chance for the Rogue. It's like 95-10. Even if Shaman has a great start and Rogue has a great start, like it's still 75% for the Shaman. Like the Shaman just thrives on a good start, because if you bloom out of Wildpaw Caverns, there's almost nothing you can do as the Rogue, right? It just is so difficult unless you're Pescoa.
Unless you're Pascal, who we'll probably see later.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Shaman is favoured. I agree with everything you just said there. Just those... The Shaman can get those unbeatable starts, whereas the Rogue only gets unbeatable starts if the Shaman doesn't. But like you say, normal game versus normal game, down the line, 50-50, straight race.
Yep. And Lee does not hit a Wildpaw Caverns at all. And even if Lee did hit a Wildpaw Caverns, it's possible that Thijs would even be able to answer it, right? It didn't come out super early. If it comes out on 4, sometimes Rogue can answer it, because Paralytic Poison means you're not getting frozen. And they come out one at a time. So as long as you have enough like weapon damage to like kill each one as it comes out, like sinking those weapon hits into those 3/4s is not that big of a deal. So
Thijs is in a great spot here. Lee's got plenty of room to mess him about. The Frostbites can actually be a nuisance. Obviously, plenty of card draw still in hand as well. The Parrot can speed things up at some point, but for the time being, Thijs will be very happy if he could see both hands, I think. Well, I'd be very happy if I could see both hands in the middle of a $250,000 tournament. That's for sure.
tough choice. Swindle makes a lot of sense
Tempo.
because you're just drawing cards, but Wicked Stab, you're turning this Wicked Stab into essentially 3 damage. So it's less than it would be, but it's also drawing a card, right? You're sacrificing a tiny bit of damage on Wicked Stab in order to draw a card. It's not actually drawing a card, but that was a natural card picked up from Wicked Stab, so now that card is no longer in Thijs' deck.
Yeah, I think the function of his hand being so good already, he's already got that cutting class, means that he didn't need to get extra swindle value there. I think I like what he did there. It just brought him immediate damage and sped things up. Okay, Lee, you've got cards, but...
He could go for Viper here, with like multicaster plus Bloom. Oh, has he even what has he even played? Ugh.
Feels like he hasn't played any cards.
Just nature? It would just be nature at that point. With the Bloom. That's it. Okay, so he's gonna get Frost out of the way. So can't go for Viper because he would only be drawing one card if he did that play of just Bloom multicaster, so has got to take the 2, try and cycle. Wait, it was 3? He played a
2 as well. Where's his spell damage card?
Guild Trader and he traded it.
Yep, okay. That works.
Sorry, I was doing my spiel at the beginning, looking at Thijs' hand.
Same. Because I do that. I back up my caster by copying what they do and where they're looking so I don't catch anything.
Yeah.
It's always very helpful to cast with me, I think. Right, Thijs drawing a whole load of cards. The scabs will be really handy
Wait,
for
no.
him.
Apparently he played a Kobold Geomancer.
Okay.
Apparently.
Choose soon.
Ooh. It doesn't have hand space to play the Silverleaf?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, this is cool. Yeah, he knows that both the minions are on the other side of the secret passage, so can just swindle for one card and not have to worry about the hand space. Still, full hand.
How much damage has he got next turn?
Probably not enough. It's just 6 plus 10 with Guild Trader plus double Sinister Strike.
Okay, so next question. How much damage has he got next turn and the turn after? Because he's got a cloak in his hand.
Like 60?
But now he's lost the weapon.
Now, 54.
Careless. You need to be a little bit careful here as the rogue. This is where you have to make a judgment call on your cloak. It's unlikely the Shaman has 18, but the way Lee's had nothing to do all game, you're a little bit scared. Think you ignore it if you're Thijs and just do the maximum damage you can?
Very hard to do 18.
Uh-huh. He's only turned 7 after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's got 2 turns after this, assuming he doesn't die now, and assuming he doesn't pick up another cloak, which he could well do.
Yep. Full hand, though, so kind of needs to dump a Sinister Strike.
That's fine.
There is a Deadly Poison and a Wicked Stab and a Scabs in the deck. Oh, no, there's not a Scabs in the deck, sorry. It's in the hand. Tracker baiting me once again. That he doesn't want to lose.
Hiding.
Also another Cloak as well in the deck that he doesn't necessarily want to lose.
18 is not happening.
Yeah, not even close.
How are you
Well-
stopping yourself from dying?
I don't want to say not even close, because...
It's not particularly close because of mana.
Yeah, well, he could Primordial Studies get Guild Trader and then Frostbite Lightning Bolt is 10.
Not even close. AKA, he's not going to get 24.
Such choices.
Sure.
They're telling me he did play Guild Trader. I don't know why the deck... Does he play a natural Kobold Geomancer in the list? Why is this showing a Kobold Geomancer?
I've seen a Geomancer today. I don't know what happened with the Geomancer. There was one. I don't know if he played it or if it was an option, but yeah. I was confused. I've been racking my little brain trying to work out where I saw a Geomancer.
I see it on the deck tracker. That's where I see it.
Last time I opened the deck tracker, I couldn't speak or hear for like 20 minutes, so I chose not to go that route today. It'll be me, by the way, not the deck tracker. The deck tracker doesn't like invade my computer and turn it off, but I'm a superstitious soul. It's unlucky to be superstitious, TJ. Preps, Garrote, Guild Traders. He's got Sinister Strikes. Got a second cloak somewhere. He's got Scabs. Thijs can do this how he likes. The damage isn't even adding up for Lee. Thijs will be slightly worried how much damage will be in Lee's hand, because Lee's not had the time to play like those Caverns. They've been in hand forever. The Sleepbreaker's been in hand forever. Thijs might feel like there is 20 plus damage there. I think it's Lee's job here to get as much damage in hand as possible for next turn. I really need to get those Garrots in there. It's awkward, of course.
Choose soon.
All right. Thijs has settled on a course of action that should pick him up, or wants to pick him up another cloak, and then he can just win easily with the old Garrotaville. But he has roped this, and that...
he did not hit a cloak. It is bottom 2 alongside the Rustrot Viper.
Gonna be Lee.
And that is pretty brutal, because that's going to be the game. Wow, didn't hit the cloak. Took the risk. Even if he had like not roped out there, right, it would have been difficult. No, he would have been able to trade one thing and then like prep it out, but ran out of time. Expected the cloak, but wasn't able to hit it. Last two, I believe, were the Viper and the cloak. So I felt like Thijs was on the right track that game. And if you're from Lee's perspective, you're like, oh yeah, there's no way I get there. I'm either going to get scabsed or double cloaked. He has no cards left in his deck. But he kept going, just played his stuff, kept enough damage on the board, kept cycling through his deck, and eventually was just able to get there because Thijs kind of whiffed. And obviously frustrated, because that's a very frustrating situation. He had difficulty deciding on a plan, and then once he did, he's like, oh yeah, I'm essentially guaranteed a Kluger Shadows at this point. But didn't hit it. Didn't hit it. Bottom of the deck. Unfortunate.
Easy to be like hindsight orientated when you just see that the cloak was the bottom 2. I think there were worlds there where he could have loaded the Garrotes in earlier and made the last turns easier on himself. But again, easy to say the cloak's the bottom 2, and if one of them is a Viper, he can tradable into it anyway. If he's got enough mana, which he didn't, but you know, he's entitled to believe he's going to hit it there. But there were other ways of playing that, I think. And I think that was the trouble. I think Thijs could see both routes to victory very clearly. They were both nearly certain, let's go with, so it's very hard for you to assess which is better, and ended up picking the one that didn't work out for him. But again, if it's not bottom two, he just cloaks up next turn, Garrote Guild Trader, trade you for $1 million. We've seen it a load of times before. Garrote Rogue style, with Sinister Strikes thrown in for good measure. So, hard to know if that was right or wrong, but Lee continues his amazing run in Masters Tour events. He's just regularly picking up these 6-2 finishes. Haven't really seen him do massively well, like as consistent top 8s or something, but he's always there
Yeah.
with bouts. So
Sure is. And that was a good series, though, overall. Fun one to watch. And obviously, a heartbreaker for Thijs. It always feels bad to lose in that round one because it feels like you just have an uphill battle. But like we said, everyone counts. Thijs could very reasonably, he's got a good lineup going in. He could very reasonably finish 7-1 in the Masters Tour. Or even 6-2 is good, right? It's good enough to get you
really
that chunk of wins, that chunk of points.
because he's coming into this with 6 wins from the last one as well, so another 6 really puts him on course to get into those seasonal playoffs.
Yep, that's right. But that's just our first match of the day, first match of the weekend, first match of round one, which means we got a ton more to come. We still have some coverage left for the first Swiss round. But before we jump into that, we're going to switch out some cashers. So we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, round one continues. And then when we come back, even after that, it's going to be the rest of the day here at day one. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come here from Masters Tour Runes of Alterac right after this.
Welcome one and all to Hearthstone Ruins of Alterac Valley here for the Masters Tour. We have a couple more matches, a couple more games I should say, from round 1 here before we head into round 2. Starting to get a good idea, of course, of who is in with a good shot of getting through to the top 16, who maybe is struggling already. And here, for one match, even though there's plenty of new exciting decks and players here, it's Gia and myself casting a player from Japan. Nothing too different going on here, at least.
That is true, and honestly, I'm not unused to casting NoHandsGamer either. Of course, a player of his caliber has been on many other stages aside from Grandmasters, and we do have 2 pretty representative lineups here of the variety in the meta. Of course, Druid is near ubiquitous, but even the second most popular deck in Demon Hunter is just shunned by Tansoku. In fact, I would say he has a lineup that's trying to prey on that Demon Hunter instead with both the Quest Rogue and this Paladin.
That's right. He's got a slightly deceptive lineup because the first instinct is to say, okay, Tansoku has aggro. It's pretty simple. He's got himself aggro Druid in there. He's got buff Paladin, which is a very aggressive deck. Quest Rogue, you know, fairly tempo-based, mid-range leading towards aggressive deck. But then he's got the Rally Priest in there as well, which is really what starts to throw you off, because if he was going full aggro, undeniably, that would just be Shadow Priest to slot things out and try and hard target those Druids instead. But like you say, I think this is giving good credence to trying to prey on the Demon Hunters, wherein because he has you know, all these very, very strong anti-Demon Hunter decks that we know from GM, like Quest Rogue and the Paladin. This Rally Priest is, I think, really going to be an unsung hero of this Masters Tour, or perhaps not really anticipated before we came in, because I know a lot of players were very tempted to bring it, but didn't quite feel they had the reps on it to be able to play it to the level that you need to. But Tansoku here, either he's been aware of this deck a little bit longer than the rest of the field, or he's taken a big risk with maybe not necessarily the most comfortable level of play of what you'd expect at this point in the meta.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even in APAC, we were seeing sort of whisperings of this Rally Priest even as early as week 2. And then it fell off a little bit in week 3, where Posesi, who I remembered as being the only one really getting good results with it in week 2, just switched over back to the Malagos version. And it's really a tale of 2 priests, right? Because I think it's fair to say last Masters Tour, it was the Malagos Miracle Priest that really was the breakout deck. And especially the non-Zyrella version that Lovestorm was rocking, just to get more consistency towards the Nazmani Bloodweavers. But now we're seeing the next sort of iteration on it, where people sort of realize that Druid is just a little bit too high power level to try and target, so ban that away and maybe try and prey on Demon Hunter instead. And I feel that these sort of repetitive board development that you can get consistently from the Sethic Veilweaver version of Miracle Priest can be quite good in that matchup, and also doesn't just fall flat on its face versus Druid either.
Another very, very polarizing deck here. I think one of the most polarizing decks in the metagame, if not the, is this Quest Hunter, a deck that I've seen some people absolutely swear by. Superfake, I think, a player who was very much on board with the Tavish version, the Beastalker Tavish slotted in at the top. But a couple of other players I've seen, like Meati on stream, just unable to win a single game, he felt like, with the Quest Hunter, just decrying it as just absolute trash. Where are you starting to fall on this list, having seen it a bit more in APAC GM as well?
I do like Quest Hunter's slot in the meta right now. It's a little bit niche, but I feel that it's got game against some popular archetypes such as Paladin. I feel weird saying that Paladin is popular again, but it's sort of come up in this meta where it's just so much Demon Hunter lying around. And it's got a very close matchup against Quest Rogue. I feel that this is one of the most contested matchups. I myself fall on it being a 50-50, but a well-timed explosive trap from the Hunter can actually be a big difference maker, because it's the stealth minions I find that make it so difficult for the Hunter to progress their quest.
Well, the big thing that you're trying to do in the early game as Rogue, I often find, is try to hit that sweet spot, that density of stats, to the point where Quest Hunter can't actually kill off everything that you're playing the turn it's played. It doesn't happen often. It's a very rare occurrence, but you can get there if you just have perfect mana utilization all the way out. You start shadow stepping your smugglers, getting a huge informant, something like that in these early turns. And I think Tansoku is close to that here. He does have a very nice starting hand. However, NoHandsGamer taking a turn off to set up here with the tracking can now start really making quick work of these boards.
Yeah, interesting that he chose not to just arcane shot away the neophyte, maybe looking to get value from the honorable kill of Dragonbane shot on the next turn instead, but also has picked up Mini Mage, which is a very clever inclusion in the deck. I think I first started seeing this from a player called Era on the top of EU ladder. Not that I myself was playing there, but I heard of people saying that it was his tech originally. Not sure if that's where credit is meant to be given, but the Mini Mage just has such a powerful spot in the meta where if you are banning away the decks that have AoE, especially in the early game, then it can be a powerful trading tool, as well as, of course, buffing your spells, the most important of which is Bola Shot. You get +1 spell damage across all of the boards, and it's almost kind of like Professor Slate at that point. There's very few board states in the early game that don't die to Mini Mage Bola Shot, and of course, it's still a pretty decent pull off of Drekthar, but we can see for NoHandsGamer that Drekthar, even if it came off the top, wouldn't be that great for him because he has so many minions in hand.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for Tansoku is I think exactly what you're talking about to do with Mini Mage, or just to do with the general size of Hunter's removal spells, because Tansoku, is thinking quite clearly this is the best play on this turn, just to go for the immediate stats, save your Smuggler until it's bigger. But he could try and greed it, because once you get your minions up to like 6/6, 7/7, even more so, it takes quite a few combinations of spells to be able to actually clear off those minions in one turn. And Bola Shot becomes a lot less effective. You need Mini Mage or Professor Slate alongside it. However, in the end, I do really like the way he's going for it here, of just not overthinking it, playing your cards on curve, and then saving that Smuggler for hopefully a Shadow Step in a couple turns' time.
The NoHandsGamer here coining out the Mini Mage. It's a bit of a shame that he was one spell off of getting that quest over to stage 2 and having that ping cost 0, which would have allowed him to get a full board clear instead. But the good thing for Hunter in this matchup is that a lot of the rogue's damage is actually face up. They do have burst in terms of Gyro Blade from hand and Wicked Stabs, but most of the time it's the board that they're going to be winning off of. And whatever you see on board is going to be the vast majority of the damage you have to be concerned with. So as long as Battlemaster is not too much of a threat, the Hunter can be a little bit loose with their health total, trying to set up bigger swings and making sure that they're far ahead enough to actually have the turn to play Tavish. Because playing the quest reward in this matchup, you're never going to get value from the 7/7 itself. It's going to get bounced back or removed very easily. But having that, of course, refreshing hero power ability active is what will let the Hunter win the game in the long run.
I think Tansoku is toying with the exact same thought process I am here of, is it too cute to go Gyroblade hero power here to kill off the Mini Mage? Like, it's so mana inefficient when you could just jam down the second Informant as well. But if you think of the amount of stats that you could potentially stick, and the fact that you're making your opponent's spells so much more expensive here, I actually really like this line, because it puts a roughly equivalent amount of pressure on line and just makes NoHandsGamer's life so much harder.
Yeah, I like the line a lot. Even though he could have built, you know, slightly more stats by playing the Informant, it's nothing that having a Mini Mage on board plus like 2 spells from the Hunter would not be able to clear. So Tansoku decides to take a highly disruptive turn and continue to push this incremental damage. As soon as he gets NoHandsGamer down to a health total where Wicked Stab becomes a big concern, that's when NoHandsGamer is in a tough spot. But we do see the Explosive Trap coming in clutch here. Aside from stealth minions, it also just has a very strong benefit of Rogue not being able to buff their board in terms of health. What you see is what you get with the stats, and you can often set up a very punishing explosive. So Tansoku just bites the bullet here, realizes he's going to have to get the damage through and proc the explosive at some point, and it looks like he's going for the refill with Smuggler plus Agent, and in the order where he'd rather get 2 damage instead of a 3-drop.
Yeah, I'm on board with this. He's starting to get to the point where just a single attack from a stealthed Scabs later on could put NoHandsGamer in lethal range, maybe with a Wicked Stab tossed in there as well. So every point of damage he can get his hands on is very, very valuable indeed. But speaking of quest rewards, in the form of Scabs, NoHandsGamer is also very rapidly homing in on his own one. But I think even though this could have been get Tavish in hand on this turn, that mini-mage pickup makes things a little bit too clean.
Yeah, it's just the perfect bola shot. 2 damage in the middle, 3 on the flanking minions. It's just so perfect. And we see Tansoku even positioned after, I mean, he chose to put the SI7 agent on the far right after he saw the 2-drop, because that's how you should position it against regular bola shot. But with the spell damage, suddenly there's no breakpoint that you're completely safe against. So NoHandsGamer here, I think it's fine for him to take a turn off quest completion. He still has the access to Tavish Blade next turn, right, with the Dragonbane shot. And with the refresh hero power and the trade from the mini-mage, he should be able to clear the 7/7.
Ooh. I wonder if he can make the read on Rek'Thar. It's probably still too good for them, right? I guess you'd rather just give them a Dragonbane.
And it's really close. I mean, Tansoku knows that 2 mini-mages have been played, but he knows at least 1 Viper is very likely in the deck because it just got traded last turn. So if a Rek'Thar pulls 2 Vipers, that's still quite scary. But he's also approaching the range where, okay, any spell in hand is going to be scary because of the Tavish Quest rewards.
Yeah.
So I think he did actually pick the Rek'Thar in the end. Well, we'll see soon.
I was going to make the point as well that he might want to stop his opponent from playing Tavish on this turn, because a 2-mana spell does allow that. But he knows that Dragonbane shot is in hand right now, so this wasn't a play to try and stop Tavish being played on this turn. But like you say, it could just be to try and stop some damage for a turn, make your opponent play for board instead.
However, Tansoku did set up enough stats where just Dragonbane shot, hero power, and trade doesn't clear the whole board. NoHandsGamer would have to leave up the Spy Master in that case, which starts to get scary because then double Wicked Stab or even Battle Master into live another turn, then Wicked Stab sets up a lethal out. So it looks like NoHandsGamer potentially can deviate here. He might just go for Tavish in the end. Okay, he is. Just gonna get the honorable kill. But there was room to maybe toy with the idea of Rinling's Rifle to get Explosive Trap, because that's yet another synergy for Mini-Mage. If your opponent can't clear the Stealth Minion, your Explosive Trap is dealing 3 AoE. In the end though, NHG takes the risk. Knows he's not dead to any combination of cards in hand at 8 mana, I don't think. So he is just trying to kill Tansoku in the very next turn, or hope that Tansoku doesn't have a 2-turn lethal setup, which he does not.
There were so many good draws at this point in the game that Tansoku could have hit. Like Assassin, insane. Any stealth card, insane. Like Mr. Smite even, just to punch them in the face and try and set up lethal. Like basically every card except for that one was the nuts.
Oh, he's running Smite. Okay, so there actually was a lethal out then, right? Of Smite plus Wicked Stab on this turn.
Oh yeah, from No Hand's perspective, yeah.
So it was a slight risk for No Hands, but fair enough. Just to take that to get Tavish online and you win in almost every other situation makes a lot of sense. And now he can go for a full clear with hero powers and set up the Rinlings for Freezing Trap if he's scared of Smite. Unless there's lethal and I'm not seeing it, but he can play 3 spells this turn. So that's 4 hero powers maximum. It's not quite there.
Yeah, plus the 2 damage. I don't see it myself. Ice Trap is not quite as good as Freezing Trap, but it does, I suppose, stop Passage as an out off the top, which is worth quite a lot still. Or, sorry, at least make it more expensive.
Right, yeah. Okay, so No Hands wanted to see what the secret was first, and now he's going to go for a clear on the minions. He can do so just with pings and spells, and the Tavish can still go face, but the question then becomes, can he set up a 2-turn lethal having spent that much damage on minions? And that's not guaranteed, right? This Furious Howl plus the Viper trade would have to give him even more spells, but there's just no world where he can risk leaving up any minion here.
Yep, 100%. He just needs to pray that his opponent bricks on the lethal and quite clearly doesn't get whatever synergizes with whatever is left in their hand, which is clearly a load of rubbish. Tansoku, if he hits Passage, I think he'd still have mana to hit the Mr. Smite. Oh, but Spy Mistress at least allows him to keep cycling.
Needs to remove this Tavish, otherwise he's 100% dead. But no Assassin to be found. He can trade the Extortion or play Greyheart Sage, and I do not know how many SI7 cards have been played, but I mean, if the quest isn't done, Assassin won't be very cheap, will it?
Yeah, I think it's 5. So if he plays Greyheart Sage, he could hit Assassin, or of course trade Extortion. But if he is on 5 quest completions instead of 4, then I think Greyheart is the play.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very relevant breakpoint. He is not able to kill NoHandsGamer with any draw, even if he knew that this was not Ice Trap, and it is. Wicked Stab would not get the job done. It's still rank 2 here. Takes one more turn to get up to 3. Looks like he is going for the trade, though, on the Extortion. We're thinking of a breakpoint we weren't thinking about, but that's the Assassin.
Yeah, okay.
Tansoku lives to see another day from his perspective, but NoHandsGamer has 3 spells, and one of them is Furious Howl, which we know in APAC is just infinity damage.
I mean, how much is this now? So it's 8 hero powers plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. That's exact?
Wait,
plus the
8 hero powers, and I lost my train of thought. Sorry,
8
from
damage
hero powers.
worth. 8 damage
Yes.
worth from hero powers. Apologies, obviously. Yeah.
Yes.
Which plus the weapon swing I count is actually 2 over.
Okay, well, if the piercing shot works too, then it's all good. Plenty of refreshes to be had. Pew, pew, pew goes Tavish, and Tansoku and NoHandsGamer go to game 5.
Oh, very, very close margins indeed now. With the Hunter kind of doing what you'd expect it to do. It's still just such a weird deck where it's, you know, undeniably not a control deck, but it just functions as like the best control deck ever against a lot of board-based aggro decks early on because of its ability to just always clear off any minion that comes down. And against Quest Rogue specifically, like you really want to be sticking those early boards because as we saw, even though just playing minions to progress your quest is good, you know, that's often enough to win the game, it can fall flat. If you just miss a little bit of card draw, don't find scabs to come down quite in time, then you're just going to fall to whatever combo or late game powerhouse play your opponent has, be it from Hunter, Mage, Druid, Warrior, whatever. And so quite clearly here, but they're going all the way to game 5. What's it going to be? Rogue versus Paladin, I believe, for the final remaining game, with NoHandsGamer running the Libram Paladin against Quest Rogue, which we've been saying on broadcast, I think, should still be a favorable matchup for the Rogue, but there have been some pretty big upsets to that expected theory.
True. I mean, I feel like I have to reevaluate it because honestly, when I said that, I might have been peddling fake news because I didn't actually look at any formal stats. I just went based off of my own experience and looking theoretically at how the decks line up against each other. I am very curious to see how the stats for this particular matchup pan out at the end of the Master Store when we have a good sample size. But it's definitely much closer than I thought it was before because even though the Rogue has, you know, single target removal that can come down on curve, the Paladin does have ways to fight back against the Rogue board as well, and most importantly, they have access to AoE that the Rogue does not, and in the form of Samuro and Lord Barov, that can be very, very punishing to the Rogue indeed.
One differentiation from the list that I have generally seen from NoHandsGamer in that I think he is running no Mutinous in favor of Mr. Smite, which in this matchup I think is probably a welcome inclusion. You can obviously find yourself eating scabs in the perfect world, but generally just having a little bit more bite to your game plan is, I think, a good way to keep Rogue on their feet at all times. But wow, already you can see exactly where NoHandsGamer's head is in the matchup, with keeping Cariel on the play with no other playable cards.
That is bold, but the Cariel does give him AoE, which is huge against Rogue. It gives him survivability because of having all of the damage, and even the weapon can be pretty important to start removing things. But Tansoku, he's the one whose mulligan I reacted to, actually, because he was super happy, it looked like, having Shadow Step and the SI7 Skulker, and then picked up the second Skulker after the mulligan, and he's just in an amazing spot because this is the best possible minion you can play against Paladin. It gets on board, and they're not able to interact and take a value trade even if they have a buff spell because of that stealth. And you can instead dictate how the trades go, your curve gets smoother because of the discounts, and now he even has an operative for a full clear.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous start to the game here for Tansoku, as he can even adapt whether he wants to play the Gizmo. Okay, probably not. Instead, just coin out Stalker instead. But for NoHandsGamer, to be fair, this hand is coming together. Next turn, he's just got Attendant, Libram plus Noble Mount to get himself some kind of presence on the board, into Truthseeker, into something, and then Carriel. Like, this can keep you chugging along for quite a while.
Yeah, the pickup of small Carriel is also pretty decent here, just to fill out the curve. In terms of the discounts he gets, I'm trying to see if it would unlock anything in particular, but not really, right? Because he already has Truthseeker to take the Libram down to 0 next turn, and the Attendant now. Looks like NoHands is going to deviate from the Carriel game plan, though. To be fair, she really doesn't get that much value. The shield just goes into a 2-1. So NoHands tries to get a stickier minion instead. Doesn't commit the Libram of Wisdom either, in case there's a Fizz Flash. I'd only have to assume, because then he wouldn't get the actual death rattle from the minion.
Yeah, the Viper does come down, but thankfully for NoHandsGamer, it's not in the form that you are afraid of it in this matchup with Carriel waiting to come down later on. And I do really like him holding back the Libram of Wisdom. This minion trades so nicely against the board anyway. And you're kind of making it so at this point, Fizz Flash, you know, if it's a choice between like this, for example, stepping a Smuggler or playing an Informant, they're probably going to side with that instead of playing Fizz Flash now. And so you actually get the value of attacking in with this minion. So I think it's a very clever spot by NoHands.
I agree, but I do have to disagree about what you said about Viper, because coming down as a 3-4 here is also pretty scary for NoHandsGamer. It just so happens that he has no Barov, no Samuro, and he is just getting zooed down, as Quest Rogue is so consistently able to do these days ever since SI7 Smuggler was introduced in the mini set. Even though it got a slight nerf, it just, the fact that it spawns minions and is so powerful as a step target makes all the difference in the world. But that is a Samuro top deck, which allows him to clear the entire board as long as the 3-5 trades into the 3-5.
I mean, there's just so much to talk about already, sorry, because Tansoku here decided to Shadow Step the Smuggler as well, right? Whereas he could, as I believe he's now played 5 out of 6 SI cards, Shadow Stepped the Skulker instead and just played a Scabs next turn, which even if it wasn't stealthed, has a reasonable shot of surviving, obviously dependent on how much your opponent develops on the following turn. But he takes the arguably slower and higher value route of getting down an extra Smuggler instead, which means that Scabs isn't coming down till turn 6, but then it's kind of debatable if Scabs would even want to come down before turn 6 anyway.
Exactly. I do like the line from Tansoku because, like you said, Scabs, even though as a 7/7 is not the tallest order to clear for Paladin, even though it does take like a couple of buff spells or the Carriel that we see in hand for NoHandsGamer to clear it, if there's any chance that the Paladin can get rid of it, I feel like Tansoku was in a good enough spot there that he didn't need to take the risk, right? The one thing that can go wrong for him is his Scabs gets cleared and he doesn't really get any additional value. But by taking the slower approach, he now gets so much from the battle cry of the SI7 Smuggler. The Crush is very interesting in that it has interplay with Gyro Blade. Overwriting the weapon with the Turtle Spike will get you the Death Rattle from the Gyro Blade. I haven't really seen that before. I don't think the armor is going to be particularly relevant, but just at 9 health, this is a nightmare for Paladin to clear. It
really, really is. But, I mean, at the same time, like you say, it's tough for Paladin to clear. But generally, in this matchup as well, as in most others, an equilibrium is fine for Paladin. They're quite happy just allowing the board to sit as it is for the moment and start juicing up their Lady Liadrin. Lightforged Carriel can obviously buy them near infinite amounts of time, it feels like a lot. And just wait until there's Librams of Hope. Roll on in, start spamming them turn after turn. Tansoku only has so many Fizz Flash distractors to send them back to hand, and eventually they just start overrunning the Rogue.
Yeah, I do think that the longer the game goes, the more the Paladin should feel comfortable, unless the Rogue has, you know, one more Tenwu or Shadow Step type effect for the Smuggler, and then the Rogue can also get some benefit in the late game, summoning higher and higher cost minions, but generally that shouldn't happen, and the Paladin is able to stabilize. But question of how to stabilize is the most important. I think the Truth Seeker was kind of a no-brainer here for NoHands. The bigger question was where to put the Libram of Wisdom and whether it starts trading and immediately gets replayed. But NoHands says he wants the 2/2 on board for flexibility, doesn't value getting pre-damage on the Crush, and I think that is fine as well.
Yeah, I love it. He has consistently made the best play around Fizz Flash Distractor whenever this Libram of Wisdom has been a possibility. And I think that's just because he has a very hard read on it at this point. It would have come down at some point if it was pretty much any other gadget. Or at the very least, he's got a good read, if not a 100% read. And so he's playing around it as much as possible, especially now that Scabs is available to come down on this turn. If it is going to come down, it probably just hits the form of Scabs plus Stealth in order to protect it as heavily as possible.
True. I think the tougher part of the turn for Tansoku is how to use the weapon and what order of attacks. Like, do you put the 3 and the 2 into the Truth Seeker and then swing? And then try and get the 3 damage to land on the 2/2. That doesn't feel particularly good, but he's actually going for a very early Fizz Flash, which is okay because he has the second one in hand and he cleverly used the one that NoHands knows was in hand. And he gets the most value from this and just decides to leave Scabs up. And the 3/1, that I didn't expect.
Wow. I mean, it has the horsey underneath, which would have allowed for obviously some possibility of clearing off these Scabs. But I did still think you'd take off that 2 attack immediately and make it a little bit harder for Scabs to die, because now, I mean, it's just either Carriel actually away. I was going to say the 4-drop, but both could be used here to clear off Scabs.
Yeah. And I do like finding the turn to get the mana spent on the hero card. He doesn't have to face tank very much because of the half damage to get rid of the Scabs. But looking at it again from Tansoku's perspective, I think it was a pretty clever usage of Scabs still, because it's not as though Scabs is the only minion that you have to apply stealth to. I think Tansoku made this play because he has Informant in hand, which is actually going to represent more damage than Scabs because of the amount of SI7 cards played. He is just trying to hopefully bait out some sort of inefficient clear from NoHandsGamer, but there was a relatively efficient clear, so Tansoku really has to make this Informant work before he gasses out.
Again, just still agonizing over these Librams of Wisdom. He saw the Fizz Flash from Scabs, not from the quest progression earlier on in the game. And so he's still making the read that it's there, and rather than lose it, he's holding on to it for a more impactful Carriel, allowing it to get up to 5 or even 7 attack with the Hand of Adal as well. But now finally we're seeing the use of the stealth coming in. Tansoku not settling for a measly 7/7, ending up here with a 12-10 stealth that NoHandsGamer currently just has no chance of clearing.
That is right. I mean, he's representing lethal with Battlemaster even through the immovable object, right?
Oh. Yeah.
Because he has Wicked Stab. So that is a huge problem for NoHandsGamer, and the only way he has to interact with stealth minions at this point is Lord Barov, which is not in hand. So the best he can do is set up a wall of taunt, and it's only one taunt. When you say wall of taunt and not wall of taunts, it really does not sound impressive.
Yeah, it's more just a fence post. It's actually quite easy to get around it in that instance. But yeah, there's still a couple of ways that you can go about it, because you could just make the play of saying there is no Battlegrounds Battlemaster and not setting up a taunt, which is, I think, valid, is NoHandsGamer is going for here, and then hoping to just try to turbo draw through to that Libram of Hope as quickly as possible. And then also destroying both weapons in the meantime to mitigate as much damage as possible. Okay, this is smart.
Nice, and I'd argue he gets a very good hit on the Gyro Blade as well. I mean, It's similar, right? You either take off a Divine Shield or put somewhat irrelevant damage into Carriel. Not completely irrelevant, it's still at a breakpoint where the Mole can go in, for example. But NoHands is just trying to leverage the half damage to stabilize on board. Tansoku here with the Greyheart Sage can start cycling. It doesn't give him a breakpoint for Battlemaster, but Battlemaster would not have been lethal here with both the Crush and no mana left to play Wicked Stab.
Yeah, he is once again not running Rustrot Viper, so I don't believe there are any immediate outs here for lethal for Tansoku. In which case, he could consider attacking first with the mole, just going face with that to see which extra card he gets. Maybe that ends up making a difference. He could get a big buff card. Ooh.
14 goes down to 7. It's 11 damage, I think.
I agree. Yeah, no mana for hero power, so I count 11 as well. That is Secret Man, and he's not doing anything.
Yeah, Secret Man. Cannoneer Smythe, is that the name?
That sounds good. Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, don't trust me. I call other cards Postman. Well, even though it's not lethal, this is a highly threatening board. NoHandsGamer has already used Samuro. Broom can sometimes come in clutch, but he doesn't have Libram of Hope to really get that big punchy damage to also value trade. He can clear the 12-10, but it's expensive.
Yeah, what Broom really says to me here is, well, first of all, Lady Liadrin, but also the possibility of Barov. He could have just decided to go for Hand of Adal, hope to hit Barov and clear the board that way a little bit more efficiently. But in the end, it looks like he is instead here going for clearing off 4 of the minions, I think this will be, which is actually just a very good amount of damage to clear off the board.
Yeah, it's great. Just kind of forgot the interaction of the Librams with Neophyte because he got triple discount on Librams so far. They still cost 0 even with the Neophyte aura applied. So he can then bounce a couple of Librams on the Broom, get rid of a 3-3, and do exactly what you said. It's actually a full clear, including the weapon swing.
True. Yeah, only having to tank 1 extra damage as long as he can get all the attacks in, which I think he's going about it in the most kind of animation-efficient way, where you're playing all the Librams that don't need to be repeatedly played while you're waiting for the effects to happen. And with that, an attack from the horse as well. I think that's just a full clear, which means 7 health left remaining. Tansoku only has 5 in hand. So a top deck of SI7 Agent puts him 1 off still?
That's what I count as well, but that Assassin is pretty nice because now he can get a full clear with Fizz Flash and the Assassin and just try and stick some minion damage once again. Secret Man might just be played for tempo.
Well, we actually have to be very careful here because NoHandsGamer, I think, is still repping no Libram of Hope, right? And next turn, these Wicked Stabs are about to be upgraded to rank 3. So Tansoku does actually have lethal next turn with just stab, stab, hero power stab, like the dagger going in, for exactly 7. And so if it's just a Devout Pupil or an Aldor Truthseeker, he still has lethal going through it. So I'm wondering if he should hold on to the Assassin in order to try and chunk through 1 extra taunt instead and get lethal that way.
The thing is, he can fit in the dagger this turn and just
Oh, true. Yeah.
NoHandsGamer down to 6. So even if the taunt is there, if there's no healing, the double Wicked Stabs going up to rank 3, like you put it, will still be lethal. Very cleverly set up by Tansoku. And NoHandsGamer really needs exactly Libram of Hope here. I don't think any other card will cut it. And that's a whiff, but he can cycle a little bit. Wait, no. All the minions are too expensive. If he goes Aldor Truthseeker into Hand of Adal, how much is the Libram of Hope then?
So he's played this one once already, and he's played 1 Aldor Attendant at the start of the game. So that would be a discount of 5. Yeah, bring it down to 4. So I think just unplayable.
Therefore, he has to Hand of Adal an opposing minion.
Right.
Or he can say, maybe there's an out that doesn't involve Libram of Hope, just setting up a taunt and pray that the Wicked Stabs aren't both there. I think that is very reasonable, right? Tansoku's at 50 cards in deck, but NoHandsGamer will be very dismayed to see that the 2 cards that killed him are exactly there together.
Oh, now that is a wall of taunt right there. Divine Shield, taunt, plus a billion, and yet still Tansoku just set up that perfect lethal. Rank 3 double Wicked Stab. NoHandsGamer showing he does have hands clasped together in prayer in this instance, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive in this one. The first game, or the first series of Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac for both of these players goes to Tansoku with his anti-Demon Hunter aggro lineup.
Yeah, very, very well done. It's such a contrast looking at the player cameras from both these two. I already feel like I know what Tansoku's listening to, and it's the expansion trailer. I get somebody so happy like that. Very well played to him, and I truly feel that the lineup has tons of potential. There's something there about targeting Demon Hunter, just because it's just such a good read to make if you feel like you actually do have 4 decks that beat it. It's the second most highly represented class, and if we break down the different archetypes of Kazakhstan Druid, it might even be the most highly represented singular archetype. So if these players with the target Demon Hunter lineup are able to make it work, then that will truly be the genius of this Masters Tour.
I agree. And one thing that is often not talked about enough for me is the fact that when you compare the possibility to target Druid or Demon Hunter as the 2 most represented archetypes, it's a lot harder to play Demon Hunter, so your opponent is much more likely to mess it up, I think. If you just force your opponent to play Druid, you know, they're going to go Overgrowth, Kazakhstan, Scale of Onyxia, whatever. It's difficult to mess that up too heavily, whereas Demon Hunter is a very, very complex deck to play. And I think especially in this open field, you can rely on just forcing your opponent to play their difficult deck, which, even though we didn't get to see the Demon Hunter here, Tansoku may have been going for that plan.
Right, I did want to add that it's so weird that we've been talking about Demon Hunter this whole time when it actually just, like, I think took a loss earlier on in the series before we even saw. But the beauty of this lineup, I feel, is that it still has game against other decks, right? You're not all in on trying to just beat one deck and you have no % against other things. I feel that Quest Rogue and Paladin, they're not even 0% versus Druid. They can beat Paladin, apparently, if you're the Quest Rogue. And it just feels like a very clever way to approach the meta. So I'm so excited to follow Tansoku, and I think a couple other Japanese players I've heard are going for this type of lineup as well, and we'll see if they truly have a leg up on the rest of the world as usual.
Woohoo! Yeah, keep up that pro APAC spiel, and I'm sure you'll be getting the same reaction that your background is giving you right now throughout the entire day with opinions like this. But that is us all done for round 1 of action here at Master Tour Ruins of Alterac. When we come back from this short break, more action from round 2.
everybody, welcome back to Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. It's time for round number 2. My name's TJ. I'm joined by Sottle. Oh, he's right. Look at him. It's Sottle. And guess what? It's Flamingo Friday. Oh my gosh, I get to cast with Sottle on Flamingo Friday. It's great. Sottle, how you doing?
I had the read. I honestly, like, I hadn't seen which shirt you had gone with yet, and I was like, I checked the thing. I'm like, I'm casting with TJ. He's gonna wear the Flamingo shirt. This is happening. I have the read. We just went for it. Boom, Flamingo Friday. Let's go.
Now the big question is Derek wearing his Flamingo shirt? I didn't even notice. I was too distracted by his very shiny forehead.
It's just so overtly mean already, TJ. It's taken.
No, like it's impressive. Like it's like he's it's like he's always so happy. He's just glowing. He's radiating. It doesn't even matter what shirt he's wearing. He could be wearing just a plain white T-shirt. And I'm like, I would love to be Derek today.
And speaking of people that always look happy, Posesi is in this series, so that's good news. This is going to be a good one. Obviously, Posesi, very, very excited to watch him. He has reached the highest possible echelon that it is possible to reach in Hearthstone quite recently. He is the measuring stick now at this point. Definition is a player that's been around. He has been to an HCT championship back in one of the old competitive systems, but certainly not on the level of infamy that Posesi is right now. But still pretty interesting APAC-focused matchup between these two players.
And what better casters to bring you that action is two casters who almost never cast Asia Pacific Hearthstone, me and Sottle. Bringing a little bit of that Americas experience, bringing a little bit of that Europe experience in order to cast a showdown of Asia Pacific. But that's what Masters are all about. There's Posesi, reigning world champion, and the rest of the stuff is all filler. I guess his Masters Tour win rate's also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, anything hovering around that 60% mark is very, very impressive. The very best players are hovering around 65 and around that in terms of reasonable sample size. There's a few anomalies at 70-ish, but only those who have played relatively few Masters Tours in general. But, I mean, you are right. When your first fact, I guess when your second fact in this case, is 2021 Hearthstone World Champion, you don't really have to look at the rest, do you?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not the first fact, to be quite honest.
I agree.
Whoever's doing the stats. Get this guy out of here. All right, queuing up first for Posesi is going to be the Miracle Priest, and it is the... do I want to call it... Is this the classic version, Sottle? Low minions, just the Nazmanis and the Malagos, and the supporting cards for those 3 minions. I think it's standard, but if you go back in time, like classic would mean like the Sethic version. I don't know.
Right, yeah, it's sort of like Rally Priest and Miracle Priest kind of diverged, right, as different archetypes, I guess, with the Rally engine kind of being different from this one, which is very heavily built around that Malagos just kind of being a one-off win condition. In terms of this version of Miracle Priest, yeah, I'd say it's the classic list. One sticking point is... whether you play that Horn or not, I suppose, as that extra tutor or minion effect. I personally do really like it. I think it increases consistency. I think it gives you that opportunity to control when you have the mana sink in your hand in a lot of situations, right? Is that you can get the Mali in there in specific spots and start sinking mana into it at times you want. And just as an anti-aggro tool, 2/2/1 rushes, nothing to be scoffed at. What are you rubbing your hands about, TJ?
I have a question for you, Sottle.
Yeah.
When faced with a situation where all 3 of your minions are in the deck, do you play Corrupted Insight first or Horn of Rathian first?
I mean, that's entirely situational. I can't answer that as a generic answer. Like,
no, it's not situational. You're not playing a minion this turn regardless. Okay? You have a Corrupted Insight, a Horn of Rathian.
Do you need the 2/1 rushes? How much mana do you have available? Are you going to float mana if you play one or the other? Do you have minions on the other side of the board to clear? Like,
the only question you need to know is... Because whether or not you need 2/1 rushes, is that relevant?
maybe. That's
why
the point.
Exactly. So which one do you play first? So you do need 2 1s. Okay. Which one do you play first?
Oh, if you're playing both in the same turn, is what you're saying? Like you have the ability to.
If you're playing both in the same turn, you're gonna be playing both of them in the same turn. A Corrupted Insight or Rathian. Which one do you play first?
So it's 33%, or you have to miss.
The first one is always 33%.
It's much harder if you just interrupt my thought process halfway through.
Yeah, go. Sorry. This has pissed me off so many times when I'm playing the deck that I need you to be angry with me. Go ahead.
I need you to
work through it.
Why do you need me to be angry with me?
Go. Work through it.
So if you just want the Malagos,
Maths.
if you just want the Malagos, then you play the Horn. You have a 33% chance of hitting the Malagos. If you want to play the Insight and your goal is to hit the Malagos with the Horn, then you would have to miss that 33% off the first Insight, and then you improve your odds to 50-50. Do I still need to know what your goal is here, TJ, before I can answer this question? What is your goal?
Your goal is to maximize efficiency. So you want 2 1s and you want a discounted Nazmani.
Then I think you Insight first, is my answer.
Nope, it's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same? Okay.
It's a trick question. That's why I interrupted you, because I didn't want you to go in the thought process, because it was going to be way more anticlimactic for you.
Okay.
Because the what do you call it? The divergence? I don't know. I literally just made up a term as a math term. Literally just said a word. And
Isn't that a
complete
YA
guess.
series?
Excuse me? It's always the same to either hit or not hit the one that you want on the first one. Depending on the first one, if you hit it, then it's the
Right.
same for the
Yeah,
next
yeah, yeah.
one.
No. Yes. Yeah, I understand.
And if you don't hit it, then it's the same for the other one. Yeah.
Yep. You're correct.
But I always sit there and think for like a good 40 seconds every time I'm faced with that situation, trying to maximize the odds.
Well, I feel like that was a useful way to spend the entire introduction to this series, too.
Oh,
Thank you.
the game started. Oh my gosh.
It did, yeah. And posesi does not have to solve any of those problems because he has both of his Nazmani Bloodweavers on board already, or in hand already. He's going to play one here which does corrupt the Insight, which will now get guaranteed Mali at this point. But that first 2-5 is kind of surplus to requirements right now, right? So I do kind of like just jamming it out here.
Yep. And then the goal will probably be to get the discounted Malagos in hand and then wait for the Bloodweaver plus Gift of Luminance in order to go for the big pop-off turn. However, sometimes it can get pretty difficult because you can make a big minion and then it's going to get frozen forever. Usually the earlier you can pop off in this matchup, the better, to try and, make sure their mana is always accounted for. They have to hit freeze into freeze, or you essentially win the game. And Definition's got a ton of it.
Yeah, just cycling as best he can. Wind chills are actually surprisingly useful cards for the freeze effect in this matchup, but the more Snowfall Guardians and Parrots you can end up with, the better, which, Definition is cycling towards those, as well as the win condition with the burn spells as well. So continuing to cycle and spend his mana here does make sense.
Ooh.
These are garbage, TJ. These are real bad.
I don't know. Against All Odds can be pretty interesting just because you can try and always make sure your Nazmani stop on an even number. and then always keep the perfect amount of minions on board so that the Snowfall Guardian will always be an odd number.
That
And then
seems
boom, you win the
very
game.
easy. That seems really manageable, TJ, and a very realistic goal to shoot for. I like it.
It looks all it's a Snowblind Harpy. Rehearsals actually did something for us.
No one knows why that's funny. Why? Come on.
We've talked through this before. Okay. Well, we're popping off. So this is 2 discounts on each of these. He started with 10 total mana cost. So Malagos will go to 4, then 2, then yeah, that's playable.
Yeah, and this is why it was incredibly important to dump that initial 3 mana 2/5 on turn 3 for Posesi, is because if you didn't spend the mana on the card then it's going to eat 3 mana more of discounts on this turn, right? And then you can see, because Mali came down with exact discounts, it would have been unplayable this turn. That's real bad, because then this wouldn't be happening. Is the other Fortitude not coming out?
Whoa.
No!
Or the other prayer.
Yeah.
No, both prayers in the deck? Ooh, yikes.
That's gross. That's so disgusting. He set that up so well, played it so nicely. He just needs his deck to be a little bit cooperative with him. It has not.
Yeah. That is actually really rough, because usually you want to keep getting the stats of these those minions up there and keep the discount train rolling. Obviously, you can still run into a snag. Like if you get a Desperate Prayer or a Fortitude, and then your discounts hit 2 of the more expensive cards, like it hits a 2 once, right? Then you're still in a rough position. Well, there's a Fortitude.
That's so troll.
But the thing about this deck is the Shaman's not going to be killing these, so they're almost always going to survive. There's going to be freezing them and trying to get to the point where they can hit face. And you have a ton of healing to be able to heal back up things, but you're really worried about them just having enough damage to go for the OTK. And even 1 shard of the Naru is already used, and even shard of the Naru is not like all right, it reduces a ton of power on the board, but it still doesn't make you completely safe, because there's still usually going to be some more minions on the board.
Posesi discovering a couple of dragons, picks up Alexstrasza, which does make sense. Any dragon that gives you kind of straight up win condition, damage from hand, burst potential, Ysera, Alexstrasza being the big ones, is generally a go-to, particularly in this matchup, because as TJ's talking about, you can't really just rely on building a board that's insurmountable, because Shaman can just say XD, freeze your board over and over again. So he is going to end up using the Alex for some board control here, though. Well, what an interesting decision Definition has to make this time.
Cool.
Done.
Posesi's like playing like 15 cards a turn. Definition's like, boop. Against all odds. It actually would have been not too bad last turn, because he could have Fortituded the bigger Nazmani and then...
Stop trying to make fetch happen, TJ.
All right, I've been watching Community. The first thing that came to my mind was Schmitty. Remember that episode?
Yes.
Schmitty!
Schmitty! Meanwhile, Posesi literally out of cards right now. There's all the cards that he really wished he'd drawn from the first Mal. He didn't actually end up having that big of an impact on the way the game's going, I suppose. Now, however, Definition has another really difficult decision to make this turn, TJ.
Well, beyond the macaw, I guess it's still difficult. You're going to have to try and include... I mean, I guess it's not, though, because he has no card draw, so he's just working with these resources.
Yep.
I guess, like, order of, like, I don't know. You can Brilliant Macaw and then Serpentine Portals, so it can attack next turn, but then it doesn't get spell damage. Looks like he's going to have to try and wait to at least clean some of this up next turn with Landslide, but he only has access to the +1 spell damage at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's actually, you know, jokes aside, probably the most interesting thing to think about is, like, do you want to just try and burn your opponent straight out of the game in the fact that they are fatiguing right now, in which case you're not going to kill the Forge Fiend? Or do you even want to kill the Forge Fiend now to get some face attacks through with minions, even though it gives over the 8 armor? You could potentially use the Landslide to clear up, that kind of thing. Like, somehow you have to get 38-ish damage through to face past this tournament at some point. So. This doesn't seem like the most sensible way to do it, though. Make the 16-16, build the biggest board that you can, and then if you're going to deal with the board, deal with it next turn, because you'll have maximum damage able to attack face next turn. TJ. TJ, I'm warning you.
I mean, Definition did a great job of playing around it by making sure that the Magoho was a 16-16, so... I mean, he was probably thinking, at this point, he's got to have an against all odds. Because it's nearly an automatic choice. How much of his own stuff does it kill? The Moarg, Fortune is live.
The big Nazmani is 11, yeah.
Okay. Do you still take 7 power off board, though? Oh, no, he can make it for... Ooh, I told you! I told you!
Barely clears anything.
There it is. Schmitty.
Schmitty! It just kills a couple of 3/3s, sure.
That's
I feel
good,
like
though.
the Gift of Luminance on the Moarg Forge Fiend is probably more impactful. Hey, oh my goodness, what's happening? Please stop.
Well, that's the last one.
That is the last one, yeah.
So, he still has 1 natural wind chill left in the deck and 1 sleep breaker left in the deck, so maybe can survive beyond that. But the biggest thing is not picking up any card draw here because could have the potential to go for a very large landslide to try and push the mini damage through.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's not large enough.
Yeah, he'd love a multicaster here, right? Just to be able to go like multicaster, Bloom, Snowfall or something. Like now he's out of parrots, this would be the perfect time to just start multicaster so that you don't interrupt the battle cries anymore. Hopefully then just get enough resources that you can try and set up some kind of better plan. But
there's also the question of, do you totem here? Because you're limiting yourself on board space because you can't trade in any of these minions next turn. The totem itself will be frozen. The Goody 2 Shields has a Divine Shield. It only has room for 1 spell damage. So even if he is or multicaster and then 0 spell damage, then he can't even get the Novice Zapper down. So
okay.
I'm not. Wait.
Second Landslide's kind of sick.
Yeah, it doesn't clear. Oh no, he can clear the Divine Shield off. So that's 31 plus 3 from the fatigue. Is 34 plus 8 from the lightning bolts is 42, and he's going to be at 48.
He's taking 3 fatigue though, right?
Yeah, I counted that. So 30.
You counted that? Okay.
31 from the minions, 3 fatigue. That's 34 plus 8 from the lightning bolts. 42. But he's got to clear some. Wait, one of the lightning bolts? No, it's the same amount of damage. It's 1 more damage if one of the lightning bolts goes into the dark spear.
Yes.
Oh, dark spear berserker.
Yeah, in which case this is just smart, right? Like this wins.
It's just winning.
This is lethal, yeah.
Yeah.
Clear the board, use
right.
the 2 bolts. Yep, I love it.
All right, what can he do here?
We'll point out he's missing a Divine Shield for basically no reason, but it doesn't actually matter in the long run. If the 4 damage from the Goody 2 Shoes was always going to go into the Forge Fiend, he should have done that first, right? After the... No, because he was clearing Divine Shields with the initial landslide, so he wouldn't have been able to do 4 damage with the Divine Shield, so that did not matter, in fact.
Yeah. But he hit all the freeze, which is a recipe for success. And like I said, the Shard of the Nard came out probably at the right time, was even able to get the against all odds. But it was at a 16-16. So great job by Definition to play around the against all odds by making sure that Magoho was a 16-16.
It was a beautiful piece of narrative-based Hearthstone casting, TJ. You laid the seeds, you planted the seed, and it paid off in such a beautiful way as he was able to finally kill 2-3 attack minions with it and then lose the game anyway. Expertly done.
Killed a 1/1 as well.
Oh, did it?
One
Okay, my bad.
1 is an odd number. The often forgotten odd number of 1.
Yes.
But yeah, Miracle Priest, it does have some glaring weaknesses. This Miracle Priest in particular, because it does just run out of gas. You are limited to those 3 minions that you play. Obviously, you can copy them a lot. Obviously, you can get Draconic Studies. Obviously, you can discover more Draconic Studies. But oftentimes, if you find yourself in a situation where all your minions are dealt with, you're grasping at straws to try and come up with a game plan to win. And I feel like the Snowfall Guardian, one after another from Burn Shaman, is a very difficult strategy to beat, even if you do end up finding answers to many of them, because all it takes is 1-2 connecting face, and that's it. Or in this case, if they get big enough, you just kill all of their things, and then they have nothing left. All right.
For sure.
Druid.
Druid indeed. It's still very interesting to me that we are going to continue to have the ban Druid or no ban Druid going forward. As you mentioned at the start, we've kind of been out of the Conquest Zone for a couple of weeks because we've been doing Last Hero Standing and Trio format in Grandmasters for the past couple of weeks. So coming back to Conquest, where, you know, I was having this argument with Raven quite commonly, where it's, you know, in Last Hero Standing, it's not always as simple as ban the highest win rate deck in the series. That's not necessarily always the way to get the highest win rate in the series as a whole because of the way counter keys and so on go back and forth. But unless you're going to have an incredibly robust series of decks that target Druid in a Conquest lineup, it does seem a little bit strange to be allowing Druid through this much as we've seen so far.
You can always fight fire with fire. And play your own Kazakhstan. Like Definition is doing. In this
and play it like 6 turns later than the Druid does. That doesn't seem to be a very...
You can inside it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's fair.
So it's not always the case, but yes, you're playing it much later on average. But the goal is to be able to get to that point safely by playing the plethora of removal spells that this deck plays, including, but not limited to, Hysteria.
Which is going to be a lot more impactful in this matchup against Druid than many removal spells do actually end up being. We have seen some utterly nonsense Hysterias in the past up against Druid. Was it an America's game where it was like the 40-40 Arcane Devourer or whatever that came off a Cenarian Ward that was then able to clear the entire board because of Hysteria? I feel like that was like a NoHandsGamer series or something, just from memory, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, probably. I don't remember. I don't think I was there.
Okay, good. Yeah, it was just Lorinda and other assorted Americans, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it was during that season. Do you remember when like No Hands just couldn't lose? Like it felt like he was in unwinnable situations every single week, and just somehow weird things just kept happening that would allow him to win. I think it was one of those.
And that's Pascoa this season.
Yeah, it's true actually. It is.
He's taken the torch of the unbeatable player.
Who still loses sometimes, but we don't count those.
Yeah, we don't count those. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Faced with an interesting decision here. All right, it's Shadow or Death. I guess with double insight in hand. I was thinking like Shard of the Naru just because it's Shard of the Naru. You know, it's really good. Very flexible. You can trade it or you can play it. You know, those are the two options.
There's technically a third option. You could do neither of those things.
Oh, wow. 3 options in a single card?
Yeah, crazy. You could say Shard of the Naru just naturally discovers a choice that you can make with the card.
Wow, every turn you get to discover. That's incredible. And posesi.
Has one of the worst Druid hands I've seen in a long time, and it's still not that bad. That's how ridiculous Druid is right now.
You know what he needs to do?
It's a resizing pouch play, but I'm curious as to what your resizing pouch
Innervate resizing pouch.
or.
Guff stuff!
Ah, of course, yeah. Alright, I mean, I guess that works.
Alright, definition. Turn passes over. Now he gets to discover what he wants to do with this Shard of the Naru.
This is on the first insight. I'm going to read that he's missed on the second one as well. Yeah, he absolutely has. That is going to spell disaster. Can deal with this minion cleanly if he wants to, with Shard and Death or some other means. But it is just a solitary 8/8 right now, which I don't think he has to be overly worried about. But otherwise, what's he actually spending his mana on this turn?
Yeah. What about Call of the Grave into a Ruby and Egg?
That'll get there. Alright, I like studies. We'll just take the Shard Death though. Alright, cool. Save studies for next turn.
Yeah. Posesi. Oh, the agony.
All right.
Stuff. Oh.
Really?
I did not expect that.
Really?
I guess he wants to be able to replay whatever comes from the Moonlit Guidance.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can see it. If he goes for it next turn, it is a lot more flexible just in terms of being able to play what you find, including, of course, the Guff if you do find that. But boy, oh boy, resizing pouch for a 3 in that situation was looking like it was going to be pretty miserable when it absolutely was.
Ooh, hits the horn. Only minion left is the Kazakhstan.
Yep. He also now has a 0-mana Draconic Studies, which can bring the Kazakhstan down to 7. Which is
Playable
very
next
nice.
turn.
Playable next turn with the coin, yeah. Yep, that sure did cost more than Ironbark.
Ironbark still costs. Wait, what?
It's different for if it's the like it still costs full cost in your deck, but once it's in your hand, it's discounted. So if you draw it off the first step of Guess Your Weight, then it is 0 to be considered off the second one. But if it's the other way around, when you draw Ironbark, it costs 2, so it would still be equal to 2 if you drew it the second time. If that makes sense.
Are you 100% sure that that's the case with Book of the Dead?
It's not with Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead gets discounted in the deck, I believe.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Oh, okay.
No, because when you capture Cold Tooth Mine, it pulls Book of the Dead.
As
And
high and not low?
Yeah. And I specifically remember also having a Guess the Weight option where my first option was Book of the Dead, and it was 0 cost, and then I picked more and hit like Cenarian Ward, and it wasn't. I don't know.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, wow. Speaking of Book of the Dead. Hasn't been that many minions that have died, though.
There's been
Ancient Reflections of Skeletal Dragon?
There's been 4 minions that died, right? The Proto Drake, the Festering Ghoul, and the 2 Whelps that rushed into it. Is that it so far? I think so, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Festering Ghoul. Pretty potent card. Actually, that's not a card that exists. I'm sorry, Sottle. It's Flesh Eating Ghoul.
That's what I said, didn't I? I'm 90% sure that's what I said. What? Am I being trolled right now?
You said festering ghoul. Unless you just said it so quickly.
I mean,
sorry. Sometimes you just have such a thick accent. It's really difficult for me.
what does my accent sound like, TJ? Do you want to take a stab at it, or?
Nah.
Okay.
No, don't want to. Thanks for the offer.
Okay.
Time waits for no one.
Horn. Okay, Book of the Dead. It was really tough for me to see those first couple. None of them felt like they were hovering, unless I blinked right when it happened.
Posesi, I think, here a lot more secure to take Book because he's the one with Scale and Ixia sat in his hand, right? So he knows that the Book will get super cheap, whereas Definition doesn't necessarily have that information. But boy, oh boy, that is a good old crusty drawn off the top.
That hits another crusty. Because I believe that was the only minion that was taken from the treasures. Nice. And then you... Now we're going to get a good look at what he ended up picking. There it is. Book of the Dead still costs 9, right?
That sounds right, yeah. It's 4 when I last counted, and there's just 1 dead Kazakhstan since then, I think.
Yep.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
All right, well, Posesi, got to get some big treasures now. Oh, there's one.
Wow, I have not seen that many Psychotrons before in my entire life.
What is a loon's will?
I'm trying to, kill enough stuff with the Lightborn Nether Drake that you could still play the Book in the same turn. You might have to make some trades first. No, it's not going to get there, right? It's annoying. Okay,
If he had
the 12.
If he had smited the in a Noyatron, he would have been able to push 8 more to face, right?
Wait, why?
Because then the Nether Drake would have killed the Noyatron.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
That's assuming that Gift of the Naru is holy. Which it is. What else did he play that turn? Did he need to do that?
It was just Smite, right?
It was just Smite, and then
Yes, master?
yeah. I think
I
yeah.
think you might be right. I'm not 100% convinced. I'd have to go.
But this is GG. Whatever. Unless it's exactly wand. Like, that'll do it.
I can see.
Oh, so the Krusty was not guaranteed because he had Clockwork Assistant as well. From the
Indeed.
Zealand. Didn't
Rough game of Druid, though, from Posesi. Honestly, like, slow start, had that kind of awkward mid-game turn where it was just, like, bloom out a single Cenarian Ward, which it's dumb to say that's underpowered, but it kind of is in comparison to what Druid can do, right? Like, gain 8 armor, play a Plagued Proto-Drake on turn 4 or whatever that was for Posesi. Like, that's a slow start by Druid comparisons in this current metagame. And because of that, even though Definition then whiffed on 2 insights, he was able to use the combination of Draconic Studies and Horn to still get first Kazakhstan down. He was the player with the initiative and all the treasures, and even though Posesi reacted to it well for a couple of turns, you just don't generally get there when you're the player kind of having to play reactive treasures every given turn, right? So Definition able to go up 2-0 and only with a Warlock left, TJ. This is a very unusual lineup overall from Definition. We haven't really talked that much about it, but control like Kazakhstan Priest, Burn Shaman, and Owl Warlock. Like, this is not the usual Conquest lineup you'd expect to see going into this.
No, it's not. But they do have some very polarizing matchups. So if you're going to take a risk, you might as well go for a risk that just beats up on, you know, some of the slower decks in the metagame. That like Kazakhstan Priest and Owl Warlock are going to shine against. It's weird because it seems like there's very good matchups against Warrior across the board, but then has some huge liabilities against Warrior at the same time. I'm curious like what exactly this is trying to target, unless it's just a bunch of comfort picks across the board. I really like Owl Warlock. I think that not enough players have been playing it recently. And what's different about this list? Oh, there's a Hysteria in there.
There is the one Hysteria in there, which again I do think makes sense. You know, I bang this drum a lot, but the idea that, particularly more so in tournament play, I think the combination of Druid and Miracle Priest in the metagame, and if you're going to say I'm banning neither of those, which Definition seems to be, evidenced by the fact he's playing against a player with Druid and Miracle Priest and is banning neither of them, having that Hysteria in your deck I think is a pretty good decision overall.
Yeah, yeah. So opting to play Viper as well. So cuts Mortal Coil and cuts a Null in order to make room for the Hysteria and Viper. I think like the standard version plays, like the ladder version where you're not sure if you want to play Viper, is like double Wicked Shipment, double Null, double Coil. In my ladder list, I've been running only one Wicked Shipment and putting in a Viper in its place.
Okay.
Just because in a lot of matchups you don't need the redundancy. The only one where you kind of do for Wicked Shipment is like the Mirror, where you literally just want to play Owl as soon as possible and then kill them like the next turn. And you don't need much because they're usually floating around 20 health anyway, so you just need a little bit of help with the Wicked Shipment. But I guess it's nice to just have that extra tradable sometimes in the early game just to cycle through. And the good thing about tradables in this deck in particular is the fact that a lot of times the toughest part about managing this deck is just hand size. And tradables allow you to make your hand look different. You're drawing a card, but you're not increasing your hand size at the same time, which has a lot of value.
Much better looking start for Posesi this time, with Nature Studies going straight into Overgrowth, has a Moonlight Guidance to back all of that up. Not looking like he's going to be sat with that one awkward dead turn that really cost him in the previous game.
I really like the patented Posesi chair turn. Whenever he's faced with a difficult decision, he like spins his chair. He needs to give his brain that centrifugal force.
Yes. It's very inspired, I think, from one of the APAC greats, Surrender, but he didn't want to like outright infringe on the gimmick, so he turns to the other side, right? Like yeah. Surrender turned to camera right, so Posesi's like, wow, that really seems to work for him. But I'll let him have his thing. I'll turn to camera left instead.
Yeah, he needs to put his brain juices from the back to the front, so he just gets that little whoosh.
Yep. That's how thinking works.
I'm an expert at anatomy, brain anatomy.
If you weren't so naturally jovial, that would be a very creepy sentence. Like, I feel like if you said those exact same words, but in my tone, they come off a lot more sinister.
Yeah, everything you say comes off as sinister.
By the way, I've had it confirmed by two, I won't say reputable sources, but sources that I did in fact say festering. So apologies.
Put that one in the dub column for TJ. Woo! Hand space, still a problem. Still doesn't want to use this free life tap. We'll be at 8 cards, down to 7. We'll need to find a playable or could risk burning a card. Guff stuff!
There we go. Thank you.
God, I love guff stuff.
I know you do, TJ. This is so much mana already. There's double Moonlit Guidance to back this up as well. Scenario Ward in hand. Resizing pouch for any 10 drops he wants. Like, this is looking like a lot of pressure early on. But it is an uninterrupted Rod on the other side, which can still do some magical things.
Yep, couple checkpoints that have not been hit, though, for definition. The big one is just getting an owl and having it die.
Oh, sorry, quick festering update. Raven has now also confirmed that I did say festering, and that is a man that I trust implicitly with my life. So that is 100% confirmed now. Just on that on the record.
Yeah. Good old Raven just popping in. Make sure you know that you were wrong. Good man, Raven. Oh, that
Yeah, survival.
I was wondering for a second. I was like, "Wait, what? Which Discover Fate did that come from?" I was looking at the other screen. Ooh, maybe a little pouch.
Gale pouch is fairly close for me. Yeah, it probably is still pouch. Oh, it does take scale. Interesting. I was wondering, like, it's not going to be used too commonly as removal, I would imagine. Like, you're just kind of using it as an expensive Glowfly Swarm in this situation. There are plenty of cards in your opponent's deck that can deal with that. Part of your brain's like, well, if I can put 7 minions on board, then maybe that gets resistant to the LTK at the end, but that never works because of, like, Grimoire of Sacrifice and all that stuff anyway, which just ends up blowing it up, School Spirits being used, all that kind of stuff. So I was leaning towards the nature studies there, but there's certainly arguments for just getting some pressure down right now.
Yeah. I mean, in some situations, this could force out a School Spirits in a situation where your opponent doesn't have Grimoire or a minion to, like, kill with Grimoire, in which case definition would have to wait for School Spirits, the second one, in order to, like, go off a combo. It could delay things. Yeah, it looks like it will be successful. Because he has to know that survival of the fittest is a definite possibility just because of the pouch and the hold.
That's true.
Previous turn. But this also gives him an excuse to get some of these spells out of his hand that would otherwise not really be doing much, like the Drain Souls to make space for other things. But we're still a few turns away. The discounts from the Rod aren't going to be enough for definition to go for the kill in a single turn, like kill off the owl and kill in a single turn, which usually takes double Rod in order to be able to do that. And double Rod at this point would also be a liability since Phylactery was in the opening hand, and against Druid specifically, you don't want Phylactery to go down to 0 because oftentimes you need the second Phylactery from Tamsin to get through all the armor.
And I think that's the biggest upside, all things considered, of just taking a threat that you could guarantee play that turn on top of everything else you wanted to do, right? Because that free turn where your opponent gets to just slam Owl and blow it up, that's what you're trying to prevent, right? That's probably your biggest win condition, is just making sure that turn can't happen because you represent constant pressure over and over. So with that in mind, more stuff of the guff variety, but mainly just refill board. Make sure this pressure is still going.
I was thinking, though, what if you hold Onyxia and go Onyxia and Survival in the same turn next turn? That would make it much more difficult for definition to clear off. Right, because they'd be at 5 health, so like Moarg plus School Spirits wouldn't kill it by itself.
That's true.
And definition would be doing the same thing this turn regardless, right? You'd expect Owl plus Grimoire almost all the time.
Yeah,
I
you
guess
give
could still
yourself
go Scale plus Survival this turn.
You give yourself a chance to win a 50-50 and stick an 8-8 to the board as well, which might be relevant theoretically, right? If the Owl Death Rattle goes face instead.
Oh, he can go. Oh, this is plus solar survival.
That's a vibe.
What?
Oh, he just spent 19 mana this time. Sorry, 21. He got the hero power in there as well.
Is it? This Wicked Shipment is only 4, I believe.
Yeah.
CP Mouse is over it.
What is taking so long?
Does have Moog, Touch, School Spirits, which can chunk one of them, but there'll still be 5 targets remaining at the time all the Owl Death Rattles go off.
Yeah, so if it's 4, it's 96 damage.
Yeah.
And getting 1 School Spirits out first means that it will kill off the second one. Oh no, this is 6. This is still lethal. Oh no, it is 4. What the heck?
This is still.
But I think it is still lethal. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I think it is too. I've kind of been counting in silence since you said things alive. I think it gets there.
Oh, because he could fit in the Viper too, so it is the full.
Yep, it's full board.
14 times 8.
And you can touch and School Spirits, so you clear 2 of these off the board. So there's only 40 damage going at minions here, and then there's 43 on face. It's not exact breakpoints because it's all multiples of 8, but yeah, I think this is enough.
Yep. And end turn button still yellow. That is definitely enough. And if you get to that point in the game where you can deal that much damage, it's almost impossible to armor up out of it and build a big enough board to get out of range of that. Because that wasn't even the last one. I think he still had 2 or 3 Death Rattles remaining, so even 16 damage.
He's just out.
Lethal in that case. He's like, my job here is done. But getting it done with a pretty cool lineup. All things considered. I thought that Owl Warlock would be underrated going into this one, and but I still think that, you know, it does have some weaknesses, but I'm happy to see it get across easily. But Posesi is going to fall, and kind of a rough series overall. Finally gets a good Druid hand, but he went up against like the God Owl TK hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of insane, right? It can absolutely happen. Owl Warlock is certainly not a bad matchup against Druid in any regard. I think adding a Hysteria in there will give you some extra staying power if you do need that, if you have a slightly slower start. But you can see there, just even with the ridiculous amount of stats Posesi was able to throw out, it was still enough to get there. But you know what wasn't enough, TJ, on the other side?
Got stuff!
Exactly, thank you. Reliable as always.
He didn't do enough guff stuff in that game in order to get... to be fair...
He played 21 mana on the previous turn. What do you mean he didn't do enough guff stuff?
Yeah, you're right. That was plenty. But it's no match for a couple of big hoots that Definition was able to put out there. So a quick 3-0 there to kick off round 2. And that's unfortunate, Saul, because it's always fun casting with you. So then we have to wait till another day. Cast. I was really hoping that they were going to put like warrior mirrors so that we could really get into, you know, meaning of life and stuff like that in this cast, because it's been a long time.
TJ misses me, honestly. Every moment that TJ spends apart from me, he's just thinking about what is Sottle doing right now. He doesn't talk about this a lot, but he is weirdly obsessed.
Yeah. And usually the answer is laying in my bed playing Hearthstone on my phone. And I'm like, oh, he's so cool. Oh, God. He's doing the coolest things right now. But Saddle's got to go do more cool things for the time being, because it's time for us to go to a break. But because this series is quick, we still got plenty more action from round 2 to come. So don't go anywhere. A lot of Hearthstone to come here at Master Tour Ruins of Alterac right after this.
back, everybody, to round number 2 of Ruins of Alterac Masters Tour. And with me is Gia, who is going to be able to help, as always, steer me through the minefield that is my mistakes during anything that's going on. After that rapid win by definition, we are going to have some extra action. Gia, you looking forward to seeing what else happened in round 2?
Very much so, Lorinda. Although I don't think I'm in any condition to do steering. I am loaded up on caffeine. There's been nothing in my brain except the expansion trailer for the past 24 hours. And this is going to be a very interesting match to have to get through because Casie is a very, very quick player. I think it's going to be us that have to keep up here.
That's right, we just run the expansion music on 1.5 speed and just cast along to that. That is the best trailer ever. I think it's actually my favourite. Possibly Old Gods, maybe slightly ahead, but that's because it was earlier and nostalgia's a thing. But I absolutely loved the latest trailer. And if I like the music, you know something's going on.
True, you are very, very picky with music. In fact, I've not really heard you say you like any of it.
Exactly, I loved this. This is so good. That might not be a good sign. That might be not a good sign if I actually like it. But yeah, Casie and Sherlock, both players that have done well in recent Masters Tours. Casie reaching top 16 at RNGLeaoh and Sherlock reaching the top 8 at Undercity. Also worth noting they're both picking up points. Casie got 7 points, so 7 wins in the previous Masters Tour, and Sherlock picked up 5. So both in contention to be on that leaderboard towards getting to the playoffs as well.
Every win counts. I can't believe I didn't say that during the first round I was on, but yes, we do have to contextualize what our players are playing for, aside from just the prize pool of this Masters Tour. Of course, this year we have introduced in Hearthstone Esports a route for anyone to make it through to the World Championship, not just Grandmasters, although Casie happens to be a Grandmaster as well. He is going to start us off here with the Dragon Druid, I want to call it. This is the latest iteration of Kazakhstan Druid, which does have Onyxia and Malagos at the top end, and because Kazakhstan is not your most expensive card, you're actually cutting Capture Cold Tooth Mine. You are still able to draw into Kazakhstan relatively consistently, just with the amount of overall card draw in the deck, and then you also just have the Onyxia in there as another board clear potential alongside its scales, and then you also have Malagos to draw you through to the rest of your deck, or post Kazakhstan to draw you through to all of your treasures.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because not dying is card draw in its own way. So if you've got plenty of armor and plenty of ways of defending yourself, then you're actually, the theory being you're drawing as many cards anyway because you're still playing the game. So I think I like that. What do you think about leaving Druid up? Obviously in Last Hero it was terrifying, but in Conquest, is that a thing you can do more?
Potentially, if you have a target on the other side and you feel that you can just take a loss to Druid, then sure. Looking at Casie's lineup as a whole, though, I don't really like any of his decks too strongly against Druid. I think the Miracle Priest is definitely a point of contention because some people say that's a favorable versus Druid. I'm kind of on the fence. I feel like the Rally version maybe has a lot more game versus Druid, but the regular Malagos version for Casie, I don't particularly feel like it. But it could be very well that Casie's just fine taking a loss against Druid and is trying to prey on a different deck on the other side. And we actually have Sherlock starting off on Mage, which is the Mazaki, which has definitely fallen off in popularity recently. It's just felt a little bit too slow. But up against this Dragon Druid in particular, I think it can still shine because you don't necessarily have the best way to turbo out Kazakhstan as Casie with this version, and I feel that the additional threats of Malagos and Onyxia don't really help you against Kazaki.
Which explains the bans, right? You've explained why Casie probably can't leave up the Druid, but Sherlock, if his lineup, it's not necessarily tuned to beat Druid. You never target the best deck. We've been there many times. You don't try and 3-0 the best deck. It never works. It finds a win, and that's the end of it. The other two decks destroy the rest of your lineup. But if your lineup is good and can hang on against the best deck, then absolutely you can leave it up and take the loss if you need be, if your lineup is good. Mazaki Mage, quite popular in this tournament. I can't remember the numbers that were posted a few minutes ago by somebody, but it was probably wicked good. But it was like the 6th or 7th most popular deck in Mage, which did surprise me because, as you say, it's waned a lot in popularity in recent weeks.
And we already see the grimace from Sherlock as the turn 1 overgrowth is played by Casie, making good headway towards playing Kazakh-san as soon as possible. Not even needed to be drawn out. He doesn't have the tutor effect of Capture Cold Tooth Mine, take note, so this is definitely an above average draw, because the best thing Casie can do to try and beat Mozaki Mage is simply race Sherlock to the punchline. Play the Kazakh-san early and overrun Sherlock with treasures. Sherlock for now at least has his best turn for his overgrowth, so to speak, of Encanter's Flow, followed up by Spring Water. So this could be a close one, Lorinda.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got no defense against the treasures, right? Just every treasure is just bad. Embers just kills you, etc. If you are the mage, it's not like you've got any way of really clearing more than maybe one board. Your damage is just a token defense, as it were, against aggressive decks. So yeah, straight race in progress. Did hit the multicaster there, so...
Yeah, he is also got, at worst, a target on his own minion to play a Frost Spell if he needs it, and the First Flame to try and progress the multicaster mini quest. But of course, he'll be able to target that Kazakh-san. And there's the Embers. There's also Pure Cold, though, both of which are very, very good against Mage. Exorciser taken by Casie, not because he wants to silence anything, but it's just more face damage. Book of the Dead is face damage, but nearly nothing has died in the game so far. Actually, nothing has. The mini mage might at some point, but it's too expensive, so he actually still just takes Ancient Reflections alongside Clockwork Assistant, the dynamic duo, plus Boombots. That is a whole lot of burst damage. No big whiffs for Casie, honestly. Even the Exorciser can go face, and that's going to be really tough for Sherlock to deal with, so he needs to find his Mozaki as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he's going to have to burn a lot of resources here just to get rid of this Kazakh-san to start with. And by resources, I don't just mean cards, but the amount of mana he can spend doing anything constructive this turn is kind of low. Obviously, the multi-caster helps a lot with that. As does this Brain Freeze.
Yeah, with the pickup of Brain Freeze, he can actually use that to clear the Kazakh-san and push the mini-mage damage face if he likes. I'm not really sure if you can have any discrete breakpoints this early on, but just as a presence on board, he already has a minion that can be targeted by some sort of army knife play, so I feel like it's fine to commit the damage with mini-mage, but he's actually going in with Siphon Mana instead, getting the discounts where he can, and fitting in a 3-draw Cram Session. I think this is super clever from Sherlock. He hits second flow and has Spring Water, so he is turboing himself towards the Mozaki win condition. Going to just dump Second Flame on his own multicaster. He values the stats on that far less than the spell damage, and I think that's prudent.
Yeah, and he's a Mozaki away from winning the game against pretty much any health total here. So Casey's going to need to step on it, and he's stepped in it more with this particular look at his hand.
Yeah, not great, is it? The Clockwork Assistant isn't that big, and by itself, it's not posing a threat against a mage that's capable of freezing it. If Casie could take the pair of Assistant and Reflections, that would be great, but he doesn't even have the mana. So in the end, it is just Assistant, and then he could play second Assistant from the Moonlit. Fair enough.
Worth noting, I think I'm almost certain he turned down Embers in favor of Pure Cold in the picks. That's because he knows full well that if he's got 10 mana, the chances are he hasn't, because he'd be dead long before that gets there. And Sherlock sort of proving that to be the correct pick. Whatever happens here for Casie, he's not going to get to 10 mana and Embers. So that explains that pick, going back into the comment I made at the time. But still no Mozaki here for Sherlock, and he's got to start being careful now with his card draw, which is really annoying for him.
Yeah, this is last Cram Session, so we see Sherlock digging for other forms of card draw using Ruined Orb, but he hasn't got it. So that Cram Session, he might have to commit it next turn, I want to say, at worst. But for now, he is just going to stall out this board a little bit. Maybe saying at worst is a bit of an exaggeration. He obviously doesn't know what treasures he's working against, but there is a world where, from his perspective, Embers was picked, and if Casie also finds a way to deal with this 3-1, then the Embers could represent lethal. But we do see Casie just going face with the Exorciser proccing Ice Barrier, so that actually gives Sherlock maybe a little bit of breathing room with that armor, as long as he finds freezes for these two minions, and he did generate Cone of Cold at worst.
Right, Flurry, just... I can't sort of naming the cards he draws, because the ones he draws, we know the ones he isn't drawing, but now he has that Mozaki, and Now we need a skilled player, Gia, to tell me if there's enough mana here with these 2 biscuits to get this done this turn or wait till next turn.
It's gotta be wait, but the problem is card draw. He doesn't have any cram sessions left. And I don't think this is lethal in hand, unless I'm being stupid. It is a lot of spells being played, and it's 3 burns. Maybe Sherlock's already done the math in his head, and he already has like +1 spell damage from the mini mage. Because in most worlds, this is the hand he has to work with and nothing else. Okay, studies could make this work. We'll see. I can't count this quickly. I'm sorry, but definitely he has the mana to play everything together. But Casie just throws it down. What the heck? I guess, I don't know. Was it lethal? Probably, but he should have let it play out, right?
That's Casie things. I mean, yeah, you let it play out, speed your opponent's playing at as well, but Casie just isn't somebody who likes to sit around being tortured for 30, 40 seconds. He wants to just get on with the next thing. If he thinks he's lost, it's just better for him to get on with the next game. But I was surprised too. I want to see that happen.
Okay, wait, we can see the hand again, right? So he could have played, he played Mazaki, Studies, and he could have gone Conjure, Biscuit, Flurry, Hot Streak. That's like 7 spells before any damage gets spent, and he already had the +1 spell damage from the 3-1, and he could have had another +1 from the Studies. So let's say he's working with base +9 spell damage, and then you send burn spells face. Yeah, that probably was lethal. Fine. Fair enough, Casie.
Yeah, nothing, no harm, no foul. Get on with the next game, and this one is going to be the Miracle Priest. And I am looking forward, Gia, just to seeing Casie have a pop-off turn with Miracle Priest because he's Casie.
True, I am looking forward to that too. The speed of his concedes is overshadowed only by the speed of his APM and everything else. We could see him go for the classic Nazmani into discount of Malagos, into play the Malagos all on the same turn, and play your entire hand after that. It would be a sight to behold. But for the build itself, we are very much used to not seeing Zyrella these days. There's also the one of Horn in there, which I think gives him exactly the same amount of tutor spells as he has minions, 2 insights and a horn for 2 Nazmanis and a Malagos. And so we do have a high consistency of drawing towards those ever so important Nazmanis.
Also the Elec mount, which whenever I've seen it tested or played, doesn't seem to do much, but it is just a little bit of extra defense, I guess. And a little bit extra offense. It's another big minion that you can't get rid of, I suppose. But it always feels to me like it's weird to see somebody like Casie playing it, where somebody like me, yeah, it's a great safety net for all the mistakes I will make and an extra minion or 2 for me to buff. But for someone like Casie, I feel like those training wheels have been removed. So it's interesting that he feels that it's just good enough to play and that maybe people are getting rid of the correct things better against Priest these days. Interesting to see why that's and how many builders that is in today.
Yeah, I think the point you brought up about Alec Mount's offense is super true in the fact that it's the best way to actually get Bless to be a big threat. +7 health, and then the Bless on top of that, you're essentially adding 9 attack to any minion you put the Alec Mount on, and that can help you represent lethal a lot quicker. But obviously the biggest downside of playing Alec Mount is that it's another mana sink, especially if you can't play your Fortitudes early and you have the Malagos in hand. It can be hard to guarantee that all the discounts go the way you want them to, because usually the disasters for Miracle Priest happens when the discounts are evenly spread across 2 targets, and suddenly you're stranded with 0 mana left and 2 1-mana cards when you would much rather have had the discounts go all on 1. But we shall see. For now, Sherlock gonna start off with the Tusk Piercer and the Spirit Jailer after the quest. He has guaranteed progression on the next turn. Well, not yeah, just with the swing and trade, right?
And maybe more. Like, there's chances this just goes absolutely nutty here. Yeah, this is going to go. Oh my, here we go.
They will never catch me.
Might get a brute. I don't think we will, but we might. Not now.
Sorry, it wasn't guaranteed until he hit the double jump, and the double jump got him even further through the card draw because the Sigil Runner was stuck in non-outcast position. So he kind of got bailed out by the top decks there, but he still has kind of a terrible hand. The brutes are here too early, and if he doesn't get card draw, runner off the top, they could be stranded indefinitely. He did keep the Peddler, though, to be the start of that train towards the next turn, and that could be huge if he's able to get on board before Casie does, because Casie is almost ready to pop off, right? He has palm reading, he has the corruptible insight, and he will very likely have a very cheap hand with which to fuel his Nazmanis. However, Sherlock is stuck. That is only one draw, 3 brutes in hand. He needs a miracle off the top.
It does, but the deck is full of miracles, right? That's why this deck works better than it looks all the time. There's spectral sights, there's acrobatics, there's things like that going on. So the chance of a miracle is definitely non-zero here. Does have a fragment tucked away in there somewhere, I think, as well. So,
okay, Statsman, how many % would you put the miracle likelihood of for the miracle priest?
17. Oh, for the priest.
Oh,
Yay.
that's good. That's insane. Casie loses so many resources, including the coin. He loses all the discounts from palm reading, and Sherlock gets to put back his terrible hand in the deck, make sure his quest progression is a lot smoother, and give himself way more potential to actually play brutes rather than having them stuck in hand.
Absolutely, and the pickups, they don't look particularly good at first glance, but actually this hand is fine going into next turn. Should be able to create enough stuff with the Illidari studies to get going. His top decks are pretty much all good right now. He's got plenty of mana, and of course he has the Viper as a backup plan if required, plus the Sigil and the weapon. Next turn could be a massive pop-off, and it might need to be, because Casie has started to build up. Well, he's started to build up. He's drawn a Nazmani. He's got the start of what he needs to do.
Ooh. Oh. We go again with the glide?
Yeah.
Oh man, poor Casie. He's just getting glided into oblivion. But that's just kind of how the matchup goes. Not just Brute Demon Hunter, but the Expendable Performers version too. Glide is just so difficult to play around for the priest, and sometimes you just kind of have to grin and bear it. You can't really even make some sort of scuffed line of just playing Zyrella and Psyche Split on it work, because you don't have extra minions.
Philosophy there off the top, getting to 2 0-mana brutes. That's a lot for Casie to deal with. You can see with his face, like, what even is this? Why am I losing to brute DH?
If he gets like Renew into Hysteria, that's an out. Something like that, but
he doesn't want that one. Seen enough of that game as well, so he is down to 2-0 and will be up against the Miracle Priest on the other side, which is the pretty much the same build, but without the Elec mount.
Yeah.
With anything else, a second Fortitude, which makes
sense. Yeah. Both of them are running 2 Fortitudes. It's second Psyche Split that Sherlock is running that Casie is not. Psyche Split and Elec Mount are very, very similar in that they are on the expensive end of the spell, so you expect it to be sort of a mana sink. But the Psyche Split can turn into actually mana saved if you get it cheap enough to copy a Nazmani and you still have fuel to keep the train going. It's definitely very close because the Psyche definitely represents a lot less damage than the Elec Mount when you factor in Bless as a lethal out later on. But we do have Casie moving toward his best matchup instead of taking the Mirror. Fair enough. He's going for the Kazakhstan Warrior, which is heavily favored against Priest because Priest simply does not have enough threats in the base deck to deal with all the removal from the Warrior. However, Priest has the double Draconic studies, which can still generate alternative win conditions, mainly a Kazakhstan of their own.
Yeah, I lost this earlier. I got a turn 6 or turn 5 Kazakhstan as the Priest. Grew badly, and the Warrior then got their turn 7 Kazakhstan of their own and destroyed me with the same cards. I must have done something wrong. But yes, I agree entirely. The removal in the Warrior is just too good. Specifically Blade Storm and Minefield. Minefield stopping you from being able to throw out the early Nazmani, and Blade Storm as a catch-all for if your opponent chooses to just play one big minion. So the Priest is constantly trying to tiptoe through, sort of towing that line, getting across that line where you can't just play a 2/5 Nazmani, but you've got to do something, otherwise you're going to get Blade Stormed, and you don't have enough minions as backup plan. So, interesting to see how Sherlock tries to get this done.
Right. The way I feel that Sherlock might approach it is similar to what we've seen from Lovestorm as early as the first MT of this year, where as the priest you kind of just say, okay, this matchup is terrible, let me just try and all in at my first possible instance. If they don't have the answer for this board, on the off chance they don't have the answer, you can try and cheese a victory with an early bless or something of the like. If that doesn't work, you look in your double Draconic Studies and pray, or I guess you look in your double palm readings and double renews also if they're able to generate Draconic Studies and pray. And if that doesn't work, then you just say, all right, I lost the unfavorable. But it's definitely about being fearless for the priest, in my opinion.
Okay, well, we might get a chance, depending what his next 2 draws are, to see just how fearless he wants to be, because he has got that early Nazmani in hand and some stuff to go with it, although obviously Malygos is a bit of a fly in the ointment in terms of trying to go off quickly, because it's great, but it sucks up those reductions, so it means you have to go off a little bit later usually, even if you are just going to go crazy and go for it.
First Athletic Studies for Casie, he picks up the cheapest minion. I think that makes a lot of sense, just to make sure he can deal with any early Nazmanis if Sherlock decides to try and cheese him. Funny that we should mention Athletic Studies at all, because 2 copies of this was hardly standard or core in the Kazakhstan Warriors of last Masters Tour, but I think it's gotten suddenly popular this time. I believe I saw Dead Draw also running double Athletic Studies. And this card actually has the capability of discovering another raid boss, Onyxia. I mean, I just realized that card has Rush too. So Athletic Studies got a lot better. But Casie doesn't necessarily need those high value outcomes, right? He just wants to try and remove everything from Sherlock, and as a nice bonus he can also just start getting on board earlier and pressuring Sherlock so that when Sherlock does pop off, it can't be at any point he likes, right? He'll eventually die to pressure from Casie.
Palm reading will help Sherlock go quicker, but look, Casey's got 8 attack on the board already, forgetting any spells in hand, so that's a minimum for Sherlock to even try and go all in. You know, you're suggesting going all in is the best way. I agree with you, but if there's nothing to go all in with, you're going to have to wait more and more time, and that's going to give Casie more and more time to get armor, to get established, to get removal. It's going to be tough for Sherlock from here. But picking this up is going to make everything a lot easier, and I suspect that next turn we are going to see some manner of attempting to pop off, because otherwise it's just going to be too late anyway.
Yeah, about that, I'm not necessarily sure if Sherlock can make it work with a 0-cost spell that he picked up just mainly as fuel for the Nazmanis. I think it's more doable, but the thing is the power word Fortitudes are kind of stranded. Like, they need to be played at the start of the turn so they don't become mana sinks, and he doesn't have palm reading to discount anything further. So I'm not necessarily sure if it can happen this turn. But that's the thing with the line that Casie took of early rush minions on curve. If it's not this turn, then Sherlock surely has to do it next turn if he doesn't want to die.
Yeah, he'll actually be dead the turn after unless he just goes for super heals and super removal.
Palm.
Oh,
It's huge.
Yeah, but if you're not playing your cards next turn, you're losing anyway, so you might as well throw some Nazmanis out there to do it.
I do like Desperate Prayer here, even though there are 2 Shadow Word Death targets on the board right now. I feel like taking the cheapest thing possible for Sherlock synergizes with his hand the best way, which is because the next turn is going to be like Nazmani, Fortitude, Fortitude, and then your other Nazmani, because maybe the order, yeah. Maybe you could go Nazmani, Nazmani, Fortitude, Fortitude, Prayer, dump all the stuff. At that point, at some point in the middle, you can play the Psyche Split as well, and then the Malygos will cost 0, and you can play everything from there. But you need to go fast.
Yep, he's got 12. At the end of last turn, he had 12 mana in hand, and he had opportunity to play 6 spells, unless he gets incredibly lucky on the split or something. So he is able to get the necessary reductions to get the full-on Malygos. But like you say, he needs to go right now.
Yeah, there's already been points of slight hesitation here, which makes me worried, but he does already have all the minions in the picture here. This will guaranteed discount Malygos down to 0, I think, because the Gift of the Naru can still pull something else that costs a lot, but not enough to deter the Malygos from being completely free. Insight will draw nothing at this point. Focused Will can go on one of Casey's minions, or actually the Malygos itself after it hits the board. Then it's just a strict buff. And we do see Sherlock, yeah, he didn't even need to dump more spells because he didn't have enough cards left in deck, so it's fine to go for it in this order. But
Point out that Casie does have a Brawl in hand. There's plenty of other removal too, but it may come down to how that resolves. So Sherlock has put maximum minions on the board as well, so maximum chance of winning. Picks up Kazakazan, but no time.
that's the alternate win condition. I think it's completely fine that he doesn't play it here, right? This board needs a Brawl anyway, or a Blade Storm, something like that, to deal with it. Sherlock could have silenced his own Malagos, I want to say, before Psyche splitting it, because silencing opposing minions didn't really do anything. But it really doesn't matter in the long run if you're expecting to get brawled anyway. So yeah, that is phase 1 cleared very easily by Casie. He can still get rid of this with a pretty expensive use of Frozen Buckler, actually. Actually, it's not even enough. Sorry, he doesn't have the mana to go Minefield as well.
Okay.
That means that Sherlock can potentially play Treasures this turn if he discovers some tutor effect, but he has not so far. Gonna see what's in the other studies, or he's gonna gift first. Okay, fair enough. Get your Soul Mirror down to 0.
Yep, get your Kaz cheaper.
Oh my god! Are you
Always nice
joking?
to have 2. If the first one's bad, you just play the second one.
This is unbelievable. He's just gonna outvalue Casie at this point.
Wow.
Casie losing it a little bit. I mean, we're used to seeing this from him when he gets incredibly unlucky. Humor is the way he copes.
Yep. Reminder that it is control, it is not charge, so there is no inevitability if Sherlock starts to get back into this.
Yeah. And that was an Embers he had on the second pick. Pure Cold as well. Doesn't really need one, does he? Takes Jars, all right.
Rager.
And Wax Rager, yeah. Yep.
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 He still has the second Kazakazan, so if he draws the cards he likes out of this deck and gets bored of them, just play another one. Although Wax Rager interferes with that for a while, but you know, who cares?
He got sick of it, it's fine. Draw the Ragers. But something tells me he won't even need to play the second Kaz, because just this board is still problematic for Casie. We talked about how, yeah, Warrior can probably remove everything, but that's assuming that they actually draw to their Blade Storms.
At some point, isn't he going to be able to play Rakara and just hit the 12-12 into Sherlock, though?
Yes. But
I think
it's not lethal yet, so couldn't quite
not yet
do it without dying himself by taking the 12.
That works. That slows it down to a 30-turn clock.
Yep.
Yeah, how my brain works, Gia. You can see why I'm bad at this. Just like, yeah, what else could possibly change in the next 30 turns?
I mean, you're not wrong. It's a baseline way of looking at it.
True. You should probably advance that slightly at some point.
You can maybe have the clock just by virtue of it's Casie playing, and he will never let himself be in a position where he's dead for more than 1 second before conceding.
Good point. Casie obviously looking at Rakara here, but holding off because he has a chance to draw some more cards.
Okay, goes for board development instead. I think this makes a lot of sense. Also, incidentally helps him play around Embers a bit better. So this could be a Soul Mirror angle for Sherlock, but I mean, ideally he wants to maintain something on board, but the Soul Mirror would leave it so that the Onyxias just rush into each other at the end.
What's the order? Does it go from left to right? Does the 8/8 survive because it's invincible?
Yes. Yeah, it does survive, but then Sherlock can use the natural rush on it to actually trade off at the end. He could value trade by using Bless instead, and that would leave him with something on board.
Yeah, I think he might need something on board. I think he's doing really well.
Wait, does it lose rush because it attacks?
Looks like it attacked. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh,
I'd like to.
My bad. Okay.
All mirror things have always confused me, so.
So Casie has lethal with just swing in and hero power if he wants to. Not necessary, but it's cool.
It really is. And Sherlock concedes before Casie can get in the killing blow there. Just, yeah, they're both getting on with it. We've talked about Casie's speed way too often over the years and not about his skill enough. But Sherlock also going blow for blow. He's playing pretty quick himself. He was a little bit hesitant, like you said, on that miracle pop-off turn. But if you get things out of order, you can really wreck those turns. So it's a balancing act, I think.
Right. I mean, it's crazy that Casie managed to get Sherlock down to a health total where just one swing in and an 8-8 going face was lethal. As control warrior, it's very tough to manage that. But it's all sort of the legacy of the rush minions that Casie picked off of athletic studies early. Even running athletic studies in the deck is not something a lot of warriors do, I should say. And then going for the curve options and being as aggressive as possible with the Outriders Axe. Like, yes, Sherlock is priest and he did get Kazaka-san, but he didn't really take any healing options, and I don't think he should have in that position because he's just trying to race Casie. But Casie found the lines to survive just long enough that he could push a lethal. Very cleverly done. Although I really did not know that the Onyxia would lose its rush after Soul Mirror. Maybe I knew it somewhere in the back of my head, having seen it in APAC GM like 2 years ago, but it's been a long time since Soul Mirror has been core in any priest deck, so apologies.
No, the way it was played, I think he thought the same as you, and the fact that I'm the only person who disagrees is usually not a sign that you're right or wrong, it's just a sign that I don't agree. So you couldn't really read into that either way. But I did get the impression that Sherlock, with that buff to make it an 8-9, also thought he was going to be able to rush in. But only fools rush shall bring victory. To game number 4. And we've been here for like 5 minutes and it's 2-1.
Wise men say, and so does Lorinda, only fools rush in.
Thank you, Gia. Wise men and Lorinda.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't help casting more Kazaka-san because Casie is moving on to his Druid, which also runs that big dragon at the top end. And alongside Raid Boss, Onyxia, and Malagos, I think I did misspeak at the beginning of the series. You were asking me what I thought about leaving Druid up, and I thought you were referring to Casie. But
I covered that. We cleared it.
Yep.
You're good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Abort. Turn.
All right. I see.
Casie whiffed on the mana ramp on turn 1, so he ended up with
Did.
in his hand.
Yep. I mean, maybe Pounce is lethal if he can generate armor up, you know, Chonsu lines, but he's not even token druid, so it is a very sad Pounce indeed. Maybe it helps him ping off a Divine Shield on a Nazmani after it gets gifted or something, so not completely useless, but obviously Casie would rather get faster ways to play Onyxia and just make sure that he can pressure Sherlock enough before the big pop-off even happens. And with this Lightning Bloom drawn, that is certainly a more likely prospect. Moonlit is the pick, rather the draw from the Guess the Wait. And the second one is another scale. Everything's going so fast, we just cast play-by-play when it's Casie.
Yep, absolutely. Sherlock on the other side. None of his key cards, but it's got everything else ready to go off. Got the insight prepped and ready to go. So turn 5 is going to be a big one for Sherlock. And now he's picked up the gift. He's got almost everything required to get going.
Ooh, but Sherlock can go for early Nazmani Fortitude and just say, clear that. And it's not impossible because Scale does line up pretty nicely against the board he will have built by then. So he is showing a bit of restraint here. Good on Sherlock. Nothing could have stopped me from playing the Nazmani, but I would have gotten heavily punished there.
Yeah, I think it's just because next turns is so good. 1 mana Nazmani into gift, and then you just reduce everything unless you get really unlucky and hit the Malagos.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, Kazaka-san for Casie. It's a tough first pick, honestly, between Boombots and Embers, but he does just take the burst damage in the end. Crusty, great. It's a removal option. These ones, not so much, but the Ancient Reflections. Wait, actually, Ancient is pretty good against Miracle Priest. I keep forgetting. You can copy their Nazmani and discount your whole hand.
I see.
Yeah, you get 7 copies if you have a clear board, and it's just really ridiculous.
All right, it's go time.
Yep. Starts with the Fortitude. The right way to go about it. Double copies on Nazmani. Very likely going to be able to... okay, maybe it's not completely likely that he can play Malagos here because there's still a Draconic Studies to contend with, but there's probably enough spells that it works. Yeah.
I think he's okay. He gets 12 reductions worth of
Okay.
stuff. I think he gets to play 4 spells with 3, so I think he's good.
Right, so as long as this Studies doesn't completely screw him over... oh, and it doesn't. Sorry, he can just play it after the last bless. Nicely spotted. Fair enough.
Go, go, go!
Oh my god, another Kazakhstan? Sherlock, every single Draconic Studies he's played in this series has given him a Kazakhstan option.
I can't stop laughing. The Kazakhstan just goes to the right-hand side because he's playing so much so quickly. The Malagos cards were filling in the hole in the middle.
Yep.
It's so funny. I'm amused by the simplest of things. That's why me and TJ got so well.
I mean, he's just optimizing the animations, right? Don't even wait for it to enter your hand.
Yep.
All right.
Case of accidents.
Yep. Okay. What's the pick for Casie here? Does he get the Ancient Reflections? That's all I want to see today. Nope, he gets the horn.
Second prize, except it's not because silence will almost certainly turn up.
Mixia, nice. This does allow him to clear all the Nazmanis, given that the 8/8 can rush into the 2/5. Is there a way he can clear the Malagos too? Not without giving up a clear on some of the Nazmanis, so I do think this is better. Just make sure that no further discounts can happen. He's not really within range of Bless Lethal quite yet, so fair enough.
With the Raise Dead, though, in hand and another Nazmani, there's going to be some big stuff on the board at the end of this turn.
Yeah, very clever use of Psyche Split from Sherlock. This one does have Rush, because it's not from Soul Mirror. And he can even take a draw off of the healing as well. And very likely play his own Kazakhstan. This is... oh, man. I can already feel Casey's salt from the past. Okay,
Yeah.
It's gonna be delayed, maybe.
I mean, he's got a hand to keep going with, but not for long when he sees this. Because he has to try. He's got plenty of ways to not die for a turn or two, depending what the hand is on the opponent.
Assistance will be enormous with the amount of spells played. Looming Presence just to find the assistant. Wand in case Casie discovered something insane. Yeah, Book of the Dead super cheap now with Scales played. It's just everything he could have asked for.
Okay.
Oh, and a tradable as well, so he can cycle into it alongside the other tradable in his hand. Ay. Apparently, he who Kazakhstan's first is not necessarily in the best position.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's come up time and time again with the mirror in particular. If you haven't got the backup in your hand, the treasures on their own, in a situation where your opponent also has them coming, even if it's a turn or two later, the treasures on their own aren't necessarily incredibly good just to force it through on tempo alone. They do need a little bit of help, again, in a situation where it's a mirror and your opponent also has their broken deck full of stuff.
Right. And usually in the mirror, the Druid would come out on top because you expect them to have more card draw, like a Moonlit saved in hand or Guff played beforehand, so they can just draw off their hero power. But for Casie in this spot, he just didn't have further card draw. And I don't even know if he had the pick of Wand or access to it, but that is just lethal, right? Oh, one off?
1 point of buff, so there's a palm reading would make it lethal with any card in Hearthstone.
Sure. Not an exaggeration, but these are all cards in Hearthstone, Lorinda, and they're not lethal.
These aren't in Hearthstone anymore. I'm taking them out.
Okay. Off to Wild you go, rotating and not coming back in the core set.
Yeah. Oh, that's...
Okay, that's lethal. That's a card in Hearthstone. Not a collectible one, but it'll do.
Look at the Dead will finish it off, and Sherlock punches the air. That was a rapid series, not just because of Casie, but Sherlock was also playing incredibly quickly and takes down 3-1 in, what, 20 minutes or something?
crazy. I mean, we've talked about in the past how some players, when they're faced off against super fast players, or fast opponents, I should say, like Casie, like Blythe, sometimes they get caught up in the pace a little bit too much, and that can cause them to trip up. It's a subconscious thing that happens, playing to your opponent's rhythm or not wanting to seem like you're gonna lose to them in that instance. But for Sherlock, he kept pace without even breaking a sweat. I mean, we had maybe some slight criticisms for the pace at which he went for his miracle turn in the previous game, but still managed to find the right overall lines. And I think this last game was really, really inspired from him, the use of Psyche Split in particular, and getting another Onyxia just to be another threat on board. He didn't even need that many treasures to close out the game, right? It was more the 8/8 body of the Kazakhstan that he generated that pressured Casie enough for the lethal.
Right, and that goes to 2-0 on top of the 5 points he got from the previous Masters Tour. Definitely in contention. Obviously, there's another Masters Tour to come. Just want 3 great results. A 5's not quite great enough, but maybe pick up a 7. Casey's still fine, 1-1 on top of his 7-1 in the last Masters Tour. Also a few points. And I'm just stalling to work out if we've got some more coming. I think we have, but I don't want to say anything just in case we haven't. More action to fill in for you while we're waiting for round 3 to get established.
I just got slightly distracted by TJ asking me something to say unscrupulous, but I believe I'm allowed to say no shank, Sherlock, because we did have a lot of shanks going on a while ago. We have WEYuansu versus Meati for our next match of round 2, and this one is going to be very fun indeed. Meati, definitely a very vocal character on social media. He did mention that he high rolled a lot in round 1. I'm not quite sure how his round 2 went, but based off of the lineups, we're already seeing a decent amount of diversity here. Of course, Druid on both sides and Demon Hunter as well as the 2 most popular individual classes in the meta, but the other 4 decks are different all across.
Yeah, and you ruined my bit there, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm never getting the chance to do it again. WEYuansu with his top 8 at Stormwind, top 32 at Silver Moon, picked up 5 wins in Asia Pacific. I can't speak this quickly, it's Casey's fault. 7 wins at LA, and he's playing against Meati. So, off we go.
I mean, that's enough to go off of because now we have the deck list and we can talk about this. This is some next level hybrid of Demon Hunter. We have a whole spectrum of Demon Hunters, Lorinda. There is like Fel, Pure Fel, you know, there's Pure Quest with the Il'gynoth, the old lifesteal version, OTK, and then there was the Expendables performer, which had a bit of the Fel package and also the quest, and then you also have the Brute version that Blythe and Lovestorm can never let go of. And then we had the Expendables with Kazakhstan as the latest, I thought, iteration in Grandmasters. But now, the next iteration of Demon Hunter is Brutes with Kazakhstan. What is happening, Lorinda?
So this is what happens when you join 2 playtest groups and betray them both and then get confused. Like, oh, this playtest group's playing this deck, this one's playing this deck. No idea what to play. I'll play half of each and see how it turns out. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going on here. Can't be any other explanation for it at all. And it hasn't worked because he's only 2-1 up, so this hasn't won yet.
I mean, it won a previous round.
Shh. Never let facts get in the way of a good bit, Gia.
I'm sorry. I thought you might let me because you're the stats guy and you deal in facts and everything.
Oh, you
However,
think I do? Have you seen stats? We had Fled in his 39th season of GM one day last time.
we deal in attempted facts, I guess.
You have
all right,
much
so
to answer
last
for.
time I saw Brutes was an APAC GM actually with Dragon Man bringing Brute Demon Hunter. Sorry. That was the last time I saw Kazakhstan without the Fel package. And Derek actually mentioned at that point that he's running the Brute drop package with the quest and just getting early Kazakhstan and the discounted treasures. And we were like, why not just run Brutes at that point? And WEYuansu took our advice, obviously didn't come up with the idea himself, completely plagiarized off of Derek Brown, and is 1-0 up in the Masters Tour because of it.
So when you were asking how you come up with this deck, you were setting me up to just say how great you were, and Derek as well.
do you mean me? I gave Derek all the credit.
I know, but I didn't.
Anyway.
Is going to go for the brute half of the deck so far, at least. Should be able to get some quest completion next turn. Actually, probably can't. Now I look at the hand properly.
He can. Yeah, trade swing, trade again at worst. And he doesn't really have a choice to do anything but the brute game plan in the early game, I would say, which is also simultaneously quest completion. It's just about drawing cards because the Kazakhstan won't be active as long as you still have minions that are not dragons in the deck. I'd assume the way the deck functions is you try to empty it. You go for the brutes, you go for the Lion's Frenzy as always, and you get your quest reward. However, if your opponent manages to outlast all of that, that's when you slam down the Kazakhstan and go for your alternate win condition. So it is like just adding a Kazakhstan on top of there to give brutes more of an outlast potential, but at the cost of having a card that maybe slows down your draw engine. However, of course, Meati is the druid and he still runs Capture Cold Tooth Mine, so he does have access to first Kazakhstan with Bubba as a decent option, I would say, for the first pick. Army Knife you could look at, but I feel it's a bit ambitious to hope your Kazakhstan lives that long.
WEYuansu's plans to glide Meati away before he gets Kazakhstan have been well and truly scuppered now. Don't be doing that anymore, will you?
This one, maybe Looming Presence, just to cycle a bit more towards better treasures, but he actually takes Holy Book. Okay, so it's expensive, but you could copy Brutes or something at worst. The Ember's also expensive, but it definitely feels more impactful than the rest of these. Assistant, maybe. It's only been a couple of spells played so far, but he can play more spells in the meantime. That's an Ancient Reflections to go with the Assistant, which is great. And he actually takes Staff at the end to deal with Brutes. So it's a pretty good mix for Meati of threats and removal.
Yeah, and also the speed to play them because he's going to have basically no mana next turn, just the 5. And then after that, it's a long way from Embers against this deck as well. Not as far away as it was when we mentioned it previously, but still a little way to go. Into going through everything here. He's going to be able to establish things on board, but the trouble is, one brute...
Ooh. Yeah, sorry, he needed more card draw to make this pop perfectly, but with the Spectral Sight, he can also just double jump to get the brutes down to 0, or sorry, not double jump, just the Sigil Runner since it's an outcast, and Philosophy played double brute. But sorry to cut you off, your point is absolutely valid that you're gonna say 2 brutes doesn't seem like enough versus an 8/5 and the treasures, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like he needs to start going for the weapon to connect for a lot of damage here. But it's easy said from my end. You know, you've got a deck that makes brutes. He is cycling through it, trying to find his own Kazakhstan as much as he possibly can. And they're more like roadblocks, right? They're just going to buy him a little bit of time to find his own Kazakhstan rather than to win the game with at this point.
Right, and he's so far off from being able to play Kazakhstan both in terms of mana availability and the deck conditions being met. Generally, the Demon Hunter can't even go for a huge Lion's Frenzy or Kazakhstan until after they've played the Kirchhoff's quest reward. And because WEYuansu was 1 card draw off of progressing the quest, he is so far off from being able to do that. So he's really relying on these brutes to, you know, safely carry him through the mid game, but that is a tall ask indeed. Meati gonna go for Fungal Fortunes and discards Assistant, which is very annoying. I felt like he was maybe feeling a bit safer to go for that since he already drew 1 Assistant, but that's quite unlucky.
I love how mid-game starts when you play 2 6/7s and a 1/1, which aren't very good on turn 4. Thanks, Druid, for existing. Turn 4, and we're saying that 2 6/7s might not cut the mustard.
I mean, yes, we've been through this many times.
Yeah, I know. I go through it every time I see Druid, though. I just can't help myself but comment on it. It's like, it's just too terrifying.
I mean, yeah, that's why people ban it so much, but I don't know. There's some brave souls out there leaving it up. Maybe they have a more targeted strategy towards it, but at least for WEYuansu, he is able to finish quest and get the Kirchhoff in hand, still relatively ahead on board. That's going to get blown up by Staff very soon, but he won't die just to an Assistant. However, Assistant into Reflections is a board full of 7/7s, and Meati doesn't have to go for staff here because he's not dead to just this damage, and he can't expect Lion's Frenzy to be huge at this point without the Kurtrus already being played.
Yeah, just counting how big it would need to be, I think it's 12 the Lion's Frenzy needs to get to. That seems reasonably, 13 maybe? It's reasonably unattainable anyway.
Yeah. Not without the Kurtrus being preloaded. So WEYuansu looking for a miracle, but there is simply nothing in the Demon Hunter toolkit that can deal with this.
No, there's not much in any toolkit that can deal with this. Like,
Oh, come on.
Storm, Brawl.
Warrior, Priest can deal with this by silencing it.
Yeah.
Rogue can scabs it back into hand.
On turn 6.
Not... okay, not turn 6. You got me there.
But yeah, easy win there for Meati, getting the Druid start, doing Druid things, and taking it to 2-2. And we're going to have what we're going to loosely call a Demon Hunter mirror.
Oh, but Lorinda, Rogue can cloak into cloak from turn 6 to turn 7 and then scabs on turn 8. I was not going to let you have that win. I'm
Correct.
sorry.
I'll let you. I know, I never get to win any. It's not fair. Nobody lets me win any of them. I need Raven here, so I've got some way of punching down.
Maybe next Masters Tour Raven is chilling and watching us for now. But Meati's work is not done yet. He has his own Demon Hunter left to get the win with, and it's not some strange hybrid evolved version which has the Brutes and the Kazaka-san. In fact, it doesn't even have Kazaka-san, which I thought would be the most popular iteration of Demon Hunter, just this deck plus Kazaka-san. But Meati says, no, it's not necessary. He wants to go for the more streamlined version, just relying on the Performer's combo for burst damage and just the quest completion and Kurtrus Demon Render to get him through the mid-game.
Yeah, I was surprised the Kazaka-san version got any traction at all, but it seems to do very little until it doesn't, right? Sort of, this is rubbish, got an 8-8 for 8. This is rubbish, it's got an 8-8 for 8. I think Sottle made the point that, was it Bly's? One of the European players did really well with it suddenly. It's like, yeah, well, this is the other side of the coin. This is what it can do. And so I agree with you. I thought there might be a little bit more this time around. But also, if you're tried and tested with this deck already, I don't think it's a big enough change to want to have to learn the style of the new deck in such a short period of time from when that deck was invented.
All right, so turn 1 straight away, a decision for Meati as to whether he wanted to hero power or quest, and we brought it up many times that rule of thumb on coin makes sense to quest on turn 1, so you leave yourself the out to top deck Spectral Sight and play that and coin a tradable for quest progression, or just play a top deck Need for Greed. In Meati's hand, it does look tempting to go hero power turn 1 because he has Kurtrus and that continues to buff it early, but we're talking about the Demon Hunter mirror as well, where at any point your resources could get glided back. So I do like that he just went for the quest and holds on to coin for potentially even an early Magtherodon, because that is something that WEYuansu doesn't really have access to answering very well either.
Yep, and he can time it if he wants to, if he doesn't get gliddered, to Magtherodon away some Brutes and then leave WEYuansu in a bit of trouble. Gia, when you taught me the Need for Greed thing, way before it was on broadcast, I was really excited to show off my new knowledge, and the first thing that happened was Fled on the coin had both Need for Greeds in his open.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I couldn't show off that I knew something.
Did
I'll know
he
something
quest
again.
or hero power?
He quested because there was no need for greed at that point, I guess.
Okay. But there's also, haha. I mean, you still could have.
Sorry,
said,
he hero,
okay.
he hero powered. He did it.
Oh, okay. If he quested, you still could have said like, okay, if he top deck Spectral Sight here, he can still progress quest because he kept coin. He can play the top deck Spectral Sight and coin a tradable, and that would have worked.
Yeah, he hero powered because there was no need to need greed. So, all right, first blow for Meati. Just going to take the chance of getting this removed. Should work easily enough. Damage shouldn't matter.
They will never catch me.
Pretty awkward acrobatics picks because they came in the order where the Sigil Runner got stuck in non-outcast position and the Philosophy had no targets. Actually, WEYuansu could have just dumped the Philosophy if he wanted to and then played the Sigil Runner, and then he would have drawn 3, right, from the Sigil Outcast plus the 2 acrobatics aura.
Sure.
But instead went for saving a bit more resources, and because of this line, he gets to copy an additional brute, although his card draw still keeps going.
Yeah, and now he might end up playing 1 brute just to force Meati to do this. Look at that positioning. Those 1/3s are now spread all over the place.
Very, very cleverly done. Makes Fell Scream Blast so difficult to use for Meati here, and he's just under pressure of his own 1/3s alongside the brute. Loves WEYuansu threatening casual 13.
Yep.
Oh, 12 on board.
Gentleman's 13 he's going to take next turn, Meati.
Dreadlord's Bite can clean up a lot of 1/1s, but it doesn't really get him a win condition, does it? Because the brute will still be in the way of the tokens. Because all Meati's thinking right now is how can he possibly wake up this Magtheridon, and it's just too hard to do without Fel Barrage right now.
Oh.
But in the world where he's still alive an additional turn, he's thinking, what kind of out can he get to wake it up with the next draw? And I think it involves top decking Fel Barrage. So if you Dreadlord's Bite now, right, it removes all the 1/1s, it puts all the 1/3s down to 2 health, and you can Fel Barrage 2 of them, and then the third
Immolation
one, I
Aura,
don't really
is
know.
This one?
Yes, Immolation Aura. You're very right. That's also another out.
And I was going to say another Fell Screen Blast, but that doesn't quite get there. So yeah, it does give him some outs. Of course, the remove of the 1/1s.
Is going to commit the Fel Scream as well because he is playing around Glide, I can only imagine, and also just softening up the 1/1s maybe gives him some breakpoints to use the other Fel Scream / Fel Barrage. Get the mana spent, he says. WEYuansu going to keep drawing with the Spectral Sights. We could
this
get
gives some-
rooted again.
For Meati, it gives some Chaos Strike hero power redraws. Allows him to hit the 1/1s or something. Something like that.
Potentially. Okay.
Right.
WEYuansu with all the options in the world. It feels somewhat redundant to play another brute, but you could also just say it was such a disruption last turn to spread apart the acolytes that you can continue doing that, but he chooses to separate them using a 1/3 instead. Okay, and the brute as well. Okay. Just saying, if you have Immolation Aura, well done. If you don't have it, he absolutely wins the game.
Yeah, he's got Kazakazan in 2 turns' time, so he can afford to just put pressure on now. And worst case, use up all Meati's resources.
No Immolation Aura, and that is just the game. Yep. Meati has no clear potential without face tanking damage. He cannot heal at all, and WEYuansu simply has lethal represented on board.
Yep, everything's like halfway there. It's only turn 5, I keep saying that, but like, it looks like so much is going on. But it's just too early. There's no way to get enough health to survive. No way to kill anything. The Arcanist hasn't got any friends. The Warblaze hasn't got any mana. Meati gives it up. WEYuansu takes it down. And another win for China against Europe. We're seeing a lot of China doing well once again at this Masters Tour. The Chinese community seem pretty unstoppable right now.
We haven't had CN versus EU, the event, for quite some time, but its legacy has lived on throughout every single Masters Tour.
I don't want that event.
But you're so mean to Arcanist, though. He has friends. Il'gynoth, not really playable at the moment.
That's right, he has no playable friends. His friends are too expensive. They only want to go out with him when he's got enough money to buy some beers and like... When there's 2 mana available, Arcanist, no friends. They're only fair weather friends, I'm afraid.
Dang, that hits hard, Lorinda. Yeah, round 2 in the books.
Looks like round 2 is over. It was quite a long one. There's quite a slowish meta at the moment, but we have got through round 2. Hope you enjoyed that extra content. We're going to rack up round 3 for you in just 3 minutes. See you then.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. We've had some very long rounds so far, but some very exciting ones, I think, nonetheless, as we are seeing both the power of Druid as some of the more unexpected bans, and also just a little bit more representation of what the other strategies our players may be going for. Two of the most common of which, if that syntactically makes sense in any way, are represented here, I think, with Habugabu versus zlsjs, with two players going for relatively standard lineups, no hyper aggro, hyper control, anything like that. But obviously zlsjs slanting his towards having a Demon Hunter target.
Yeah, it's not, a hard target by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly built with Demon Hunter in mind. Obviously, Druid just is the natural predator of Demon Hunter. It's the reason why the Expendable Performers isn't really just the best deck in the game, because Druid exists and makes up a large portion of the meta, and that is a very good matchup against Demon Hunter. So when you stack that in there alongside Paladin and Rogue, which are the two most effective onboard aggressive decks actually creating situations that Demon Hunter can't deal with, you do have a decent chance of hunting those Demon Hunters down. And he will be pleased to see that there is a Fel Demon Hunter on the other side that Habugabu is going to have to try and find a way to get a win with in good old Conquest fashion.
And we have seen some upsets already. I think in the couple of the REM matches, Demon Hunter taking a win, even if it was off stream in the previous portions of the game. It can upset any of these matchups, but like you say, I think it does set off Habugabu to be in with a little bit of an uphill climb. However, his Charge Warrior, I think, sits in the most interesting spot out of his remaining decks, because up against the Rogue, the Quest Rogue, obviously the benefit of bringing this to a Conquest lineup is, as we said, to be able to target that Demon Hunter on the other side, but it suffers pretty heavily to Control Warrior, as we can see here for Habugabu. I think this should be a good matchup if he can line it up. But that Paladin, however, as another strong anti-Demon Hunter deck, fares a little bit worse against the field overall, but in this specific matchup just picks up so many extra percentage points, which is just another tick in zlsjs's favor in this series.
Yeah, I think having it be Charge Warrior and not Control Warrior does, of course, skew certain matchups in certain directions. I'm personally not a fan of Charge Warrior in general, despite having it having seen it win a game earlier on today. I'm still pretty sure I've never seen it win a game of Hearthstone in my life. It just seems to have that problem where, like, it has enough card draw by, like, classic standards, but I think the standards of how much card draw a combo deck needs to play in Hearthstone has kind of gone up these days. And a few Outrider's Axe charges and some cutting class just doesn't really seem to get there. So if you don't draw all the combo, what you do is you draw some of the combo, and then you're just playing the game with -3 cards in your hand for the entire game, right? Which is a huge problem when you're trying to peter out, like, efficient removal against a deck like Libram Paladin on the other side.
That is true. I think it just really depends from matchup to matchup, because against some of the slightly slower combo decks, some of the quicker combo decks, I should say, like Mazaki Mage, Weapon Rogue, I would slot in as well. I think the Charge Warrior picks you up some points because you can just hit them in the face with the Outrider's Axe, hit them with Rakara, and then just go Galvangar copy with a 1 or 2 to the fronts towards the end and get there that way. In this matchup specifically, however, I would much, much rather play the Kazakhstan variant, because even if you have the entire combo assembled by turn 10, you're likely facing down 2 or 3 taunts at that point, which just makes it an effort in futility nonetheless. And so even though some of these cards are starting to be picked up to the front, Galvangar, Habugabu is going to need, like, the entire combo online on turn 9 if I think he wants to have any chance of cheesing out a win before Zed hits that perfect state of just taunt after taunt after taunt.
Yes. I think that is very, very fair. In fact, I think if, you know, the win is going to come out here, it might still be some of that sort of piecemeal win condition where you get some damage in, and then maybe just even Rakara being used to slam huge buffed Libram minions back into the opponent's face. Hope that there's no carry on the other side. Like, it's very inventive win conditions, let's say, that you do have to come up with in this one.
Zed here clearly praying for the, I would guess, for the Noble Mount specifically, in order to play around Outrider's Axe on the other side. Now he's faced with it. I do still think it's worth just loading it all up onto the minion that's going to go face on this turn.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that, like, Hero Power Shield Slam or Sword and Board is going to take either one that you don't Divine Shield out anyway, or just the Outrider's Axe will do the job still as well.
Are you just going to call him Zed the whole series, just to make us sound as British as possible the entire time?
Yes, exactly. It's not through laziness, it's through national pride.
Yes. It's like us and Canadians are the only people that are happy with that, right? I'm pretty sure.
Or I would call him the last letter of his name C instead, if you would prefer.
Yes, of course.
British pronunciation.
Yes, indeed. already difficult questions to be answered from Habugabu. Like, yes, a shield slam is potentially available here, but it's the only real use of removal that you can come up with, and even then, what are you down to in hand? Minefield looking unimpressive, already starting to clog up with a few combo pieces here as well.
Yeah, if the maths worked out a little bit differently on Bladestorm, I'd consider just going that plus a swing. But with the fact that it ends up on 4, I do agree. You just have to chunk away while you can, and then hope to finish off the next 1 or 2 boards with the Bladestorm and the Minefield. Perfectly reasonable mid-game here, though, still, for Zed just to be able to go for buff up the minion going face each turn, get down the Devout Pupil as well, and then even just Lightforge and swinging face, Lightforge Carrier, sorry, and swinging face every turn. Really does start to pile on the pressure.
It does. Wondering where buffs go, if at all. I think since you have the 1/1 on board playing around Bladestorm, you're probably not too concerned. Like, you can even theoretically just play a Trog on this turn that's safe from Bladestorm because you have access to the 1/1. But I think then you're kind of considering Brawl on the other side, right? Yeah, I think this makes sense. I would debate whether or not that hero power is even required, although has Habugabu been one of those cut Brawl gamers? No, he hasn't. Single copy in the deck, which is fairly standard, I would say, for this version.
Yeah, single Brawl, no Rancors, however, though, which is why I think it makes it a little bit more acceptable to just fit the hero power in, make sure you have as high a chance as possible, stick in minions on board, and even if you were Brawled here, you likely end up with some minion plus a horse as well. Then you could theoretically just go Mr. Smite face. Like, you're still pretty resilient to Bladestorm. The other Brawl's been used. You've seen a shield slam already. This is just getting quite tough for Habugabu to clear every turn.
Every time anyone has a conversation in casting about hero power, like paladin hero powers against warrior, I get incredibly traumatic flashbacks to when I had to cast Crip versus Trump, who played 2014 Hearthstone in 2020 in the paladin versus warrior matchup, just hero power passing. And I'm just sat there going, play your cards, please! You've moved past this so long ago! One of the most frustrating experiences of my life.
That sounds great. I got to be honest. I'd be right there alongside them. Push the button. Trump knew all along.
Move quickly.
Yeah, I can understand his hesitance to want to play Mr. Smite because quite clearly the ideal scenario is to wait until you've found the other Libram of Wisdom, maybe played Lady Liadrin in order to get a 10, 11, 12 burst in a single turn. And this still puts on a roughly equivalent amount of damage.
Eyes widening for old Habugabu on the other side, though. As probably not as aggressive a turn as he was expecting. The Trog coming down at the end can just be dealt with straight away with the Outrider's Axe, so he kind of just has freedom of the city here in terms of what he wants to do to be able to clear any of this up.
Oh, it's tough. Like, usually I would argue for just slamming down Mutinous because you have so many comeback mechanisms to gain back all your health. But again, he kind of doesn't. Like, he's already used a heavy plate. There's no Rancor in the deck. This Buckler might just end up being 5 armor. He does need to be cautious of his health total, I will say. Okay. Indeed. Well, I see a pretty juicy setup of Carriel this turn into Hero Power Mr. Smite the following turn to try and close it out.
That is right. Unlike the America's Grandmasters broadcast, this isn't even a scenario where you need to hit Mr. Smite like 10 times with a hero power as your only win condition. This is actually realistic and might happen.
I wonder.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the alternative route is just to go full all in on the pressure route, which I mean, based on the game we've seen so far, does make sense. We've seen a lot of the removal already used only one brawl in the deck, and given that you can go, I think, Libram this turn and then Varian plus a Devout Pupil, I would guess next turn.
Yes.
It's a very, very threatening 2 turns.
Yeah, I think even with no additional wisdoms played, the Devout Pupils already cost 0 at this point. That Bulwark creates some possibilities for Habugabu, but not really glowing ones in this situation, it has to be said. That 1/1 still hanging around, being annoying against Bladestorm. No Rancor, as we keep talking about, to be able to solve that problem for him. It's that situation where, like, yes, Bulwark can be used here to delay, but it is just delaying, right? It's not moving you towards a plan.
It's not, no. Especially with actually copying all these trogs turn after turn. Okay, I guess you clear them off with the shield shatter and then follow up.
Yes.
But even so, it's basically right now I'm seeing setting up for either hoping your opponent has a completely dead hand in terms of defensive capabilities and then you draw into the perfect combo in the next couple turns, or hoping to somehow like cheese out a faceless copying a huge minion.
So 13, 4 on board after playing the first Libram, so you would need an unrealistic amount of Libram of Wisdoms to have immediate lethal off the Liadrin here.
Yeah.
Probably not that. Just go for the board development play, pick up the Devout Pupil, as Derek was talking about previously.
Woe betide those who set themselves.
I just think he's got exactly the right idea. Like, I've talked on multiple turns about how you could try and set up the chip damage with Lightforged Carriel instead, which I do always try and keep in the back of my mind in any matchup that you can force a, not checkmate, but a very high probability chance that they just don't have the outs to be able to survive all your burst damage. But I think, again, as I've kept saying, there is not enough removal for Habugabu to be able to answer this. You kind of naturally assume that Control Warrior will always be able to answer every board you make. But looking at it in the cold, hard light of day, I think Zed here has very correctly realized that's not going to happen. And the Mr. Smite, with all this board development turn after turn, should be the finisher.
Yes, it's also, you know, obviously playing Lightforged Carriel will give you protection against the charge combo coming back on the other side. But on the turns where he's chosen not to do that, obviously this would be a very unlikely lethal this early. We did see this kind of thing earlier from Thijs. But on any turn he hasn't gone for Lightforged Carriel, he's gone for Taunt Minions instead, which kind of fulfills the same idea in this situation.
Bladestorm number 2 plus Minefield, is it clear? Or just Bulwark to tank the hits and then hope for a bigger clear next turn again. Oh, it's all so tenuous.
Is the other nice usage of holding on to Lightforged Carriel as well. It's actually quite efficient at chewing through Bulwark charges in a way that really nothing else in the deck is.
So if you were to go for Carriel, are you thinking hero power or noble mount to finish out the remaining mana?
Probably just hero power. When you have the Mr. Smite in your hand.
I guess so, yeah. Worth it.
Because like, you deal with all 4 charges straight up right now, right? So a massive Mr. Smite is basically always going to get that charge damage in from this point. He's clearly having the exact same debate right now. He is going to go for the Noble Mount instead.
Yeah, I think, again, just make it that little bit harder to get through. It means that, I don't know, Galvangar straight up can't chew through it, right, as a removal option, even though you're essentially winning the game at that point anyway.
Yeah.
It's just one extra thing that Habugabu needs to think through.
mean, that is a card that he has played around to an extent as well, right? By using the Divine Shields. Means Barov clears. It means, obviously, the Noble Mount is kind of double protection as well when you're playing such a buff-heavy deck, because not only does the initial Divine Shield make your first minion harder to remove, but it also kind of gives your minion this Death Rattle effect, which means you then have a base on board for buffs, which he has Liadrin in hand, right? So he can actually apply massive amounts of buff with Libram of Wisdom coming through. So sure, I have been convinced. This makes sense.
Okay. Could have tanked a little bit more damage to deal a little bit more damage instead here, but fine, yeah.
Wait, how so?
Oh no, he couldn't have attacked into the bigger minion. My mistake. I was thinking he could attack first and then go for the Blade Stomp, but that does not work. I was factoring.
Yeah, he wouldn't kill the big minion then at that point.
Yeah.
The answer is here.
And so by dumping down the Broomstick first and then the Libram as well, 6 board slots, hand slots, sorry. Even if all of them give Libram of Wisdom, it's still just shy of lethal.
Yeah. I think most importantly, obviously he will have a much cleaner idea of how many Wisdoms he's played, but I think the hand size here isn't really about fishing for lethal, it's just making sure he doesn't burn the hopes and the better spells, right? He wants to make as much room as possible in case he does have to go long in this situation. There we go. I think he still did, right? Because I think he's played one Hand of Adal this game as well, right? Which he didn't get back.
Yeah, I could see that being true. No, I could see that. There's so many Librams of Wisdom played, you're likely to lose something. All right, outs that we're looking for here. You can attack into the 1/1, but both Blade Storms have already been used, which makes that a less likely clear. Trade into Brawl and get lucky is probably where my head's at now, and even then...
And then still die, yeah.
Barov, hero power your own Barov to gain the armor, and then you'd have to finish up with Minefield to stay alive. Is the out.
Yeah, don't hate it.
Survive one turn. Oh, and even then it doesn't actually work, does it? Because just... Oh no, you'd have to hit a hero power, sorry, to be able to get lethal.
But we know Mr. Smite plus all of these buffs is going to be able to clinch this one out. In fact, that is, I believe, exactly 6 +1/+1s to make up a nice juicy 12 on the other side. Control Warrior, or Charge Warrior rather, fails at the first hurdle. Habugabu going to go 0-1 down to zlsjs. And this could honestly be the story throughout. I think Control Warrior does have some decent matchups. It's a little bit unfortunate to have run straight into Paladin here, as opposed to some of the options it could have done. But having picked up losses on non-Demon Hunter decks, with that being the primary target, I think, for ZLS, then it's going to be an uphill struggle from here for Habugabu.
It is, yeah. Like you say, the Warrior is a really interesting spot, because I believe the individual most common lineup at like 4% was just full aggro. I can't remember the exact composition, but it was like Face Hunter, Shadow Priest, Aggro Druid, and Quest Rogue, something of that ilk, was like the individually most represented lineup. But obviously that's because all these other lineups can include Quest Hunter or Rally Priest or Miracle Priest, or all the different builds of Demon Hunters. So they kind of divide themselves a lot more heavily. And obviously Warrior is essentially guaranteed a win versus the Face Hunter or the Shadow Priests of this world. But when you face it up against the Paladins, which is always a risky inclusion in its own right, kind of suffers to a lot of those same problems that the Warrior does, in terms of just having a few really bad matchups. I like it overall. I'm okay with going for the Warrior for Habugabu, even though I personally prefer the Kazakhstan variant, as you were talking about a little bit earlier on as well. I can very much see the reasoning behind it, just to have a couple of auto-win matchups and still reasonable matchups around the board against pretty much everything against the Paladin and the Druid.
Yeah, so what, Beast Druid, Face Hunter, Paladin, and Shadow Priest is that most common lineup that Derek was talking about. But Habugabu's lineup, honestly, is what the 5th most common lineup overall, representing just under 3% of the field. Shout out to Offcurve and Wicked Good for that information, which he very kindly tweets at us before every one of these events. He does fantastic work, and you should follow him if you're interested in statistics, competitive Hearthstone, and the intersection of those two things, creating beautiful science.
And you should also get a little bit annoyed at him every time you get a notification thinking someone likes one of your tweets, but no, they just appreciate his stats again instead of anything you've made, because he tags you in it very graciously every time. But either way, Habugabu, as we can see.
Oh yeah, Derek, if there's one thing you need more of, it's likes on Twitter. Don't get enough of those, do you? Jeez.
Mate, I am Omega washed. The good old days of Rover is trash straight after one after the other. Yeah.
You peaked with What Are You Doing Here, let's be honest. Like, you're never going to be.
Yeah, I know. The follow-up album has just been very difficult to put together. But either way, for Habugabu here, going for the Beastalker Tavish version of Quest Hunter, which seems to have settled into a nice kind of middle ground. There are still people who include it or don't include it, but it feels like the camp of people who have gone for Barak Kodobane plus... what was it as the other weird card slotted in there as well? The 5-mana 4/5.
Polkel?
Polkel, yeah, exactly.
People play... Oh, yeah, it was in APAC that one week.
In APAC,
I remember
yeah. And it was just trash, and no one brings that. But anyway, the version with Tavish now, I do think has some amount of merit. I don't know if you've seen it all too much on Ladder or over in Europe. But any thoughts on how the deviation works with or without the hero card and any specific matchups you're trying to hit?
Yeah, I do like it because it gives you flexibility, right? Like, first things first, it's like a built-in Rinling's Rifle, right? Rinling's Rifle has this ability in Face Hunter and in Quest Hunter to just scam you out of situations where no other card in your deck is really good enough. Like, it's one of those cards that's very hard to evaluate, both Rinling's and Beastalker Tavish from this perspective, because they're very good at recovering from imperfect starts, but they also create those imperfect starts because they're awkward cards that are in your hand, sort of cluttering you up. But most importantly, it does give you alternate win conditions against decks where, you know, me go face with all points of damage isn't going to be enough, right? That ability to just then win board with repeated animal companions instead is like super sick in certain matchups where, for example, your opponent could just play Solar Cenarian Wards 7 times over the course of the game, and then you would have serious difficulty at chewing through that much armor. So I like the flexibility. There's a lot of variance, I would say, in Quest Hunter between the worst possible draws and the best possible draws when you stack cards like Drekthar, Rinling's Rifle, Beastalker Tavish on top of each other. But I do like the flexibility that it creates in the deck overall.
And so speaking of the flexibility it affords you, segueing nicely into this matchup, we know that against Warrior and Druid, who can gain 1,000,000 armor, that it can be pretty useful to have those extra beasts through the Tavish later on. What about against Demon Hunter, who can't obviously gain that much armor, but can heal for like, 9, 18 health multiple times over the course of the game? Does just pointing all your burn face get there in your experience against the Demon Hunter?
I think whether or not it does, it's the thing that you try, because it also has the side effect of playing around Glide most effectively, right? Sitting around and saying, I'm going to gear up over time and then play my hero card, blah, blah, blah. No, you're not, because you're not going to have those cards next turn, right? Like, it's not going to work. So I think Casie put on a clinic of this in Europe Grandmasters, of just play your cards and go face as fast and efficient as possible. Just so, you know, if it gets there, it gets there, but at least you're playing around Glide in the meantime and you're not going to get punished super hard by that card.
Well, another shot for Glide right here for zlsjs. Hits Spectral Sight instead, which I think I'm more interested in than Kurtrus #2, even though that could efficiently deal with the Professor Slate. just because I don't think I would actually be especially interested in developing any kind of board here as the Demon Hunter quite yet.
Minor roadblock as the Spectral Sight didn't really hit the juice here, but still Chaos Strike available if need be.
Yeah, he's just considering, I think, the utility of Chaos Strike, which is currently not that high, but obviously 2 Aldraki Warblades in the deck can become a lot more efficient. And of course, shuffling Need for Greed into your deck is probably a good thing at this point. It's a card you would be happy to top deck in the next few turns to turbo your own quest before your opponent gets their 7/7 down. But in the end, just raw mana efficiency trumping everything here, which I think is fine as just a baseline play.
Agreed. I've never seen a person look more unimpressed with having to play Quest Hunter than Habugabu does right now. Like,
I respect it a lot. He has a very wry sense of humor. Genuinely, his stream is, I think, one of the funniest streams around. Whether it's Hearthstone or especially Jump King, that was premium content.
Yep, I watched Habugabu a lot when he was, creating the early Shadow Priest builds. He was one of the people I watched to like bone up on Mercenaries as well when we had that fateful tournament to cast with the Mercenaries coming out. So I've watched a good chunk of his stream, and yeah, honestly, did surprise me sort of how much I vibed with his frenetic sense of humor, as opposed to frenetic's sense of humor.
Which is a lot more dour as of late. All right, so 3-4 demons now, I believe, if my eyesight is not failing me. So we could see Coin, Fury, Kurtrus, obviously swing face with the Fury, and then just use the four demons to kill off the Professor Slate, which is clearly what he's leading into. It's again kind of awkward just because having these minions on board, it's the worst size of minions where you know they're not going to stick, but you also know it's just going to open up a lot of possibility for your opponent to complete their own quest.
Yeah, and this really has made Habugabu's life a lot easier. He had quite a frustrating hand previously with the Professor Slate on board. Ended up just cycling a little bit, but now just opening up the likes of Bowler Shot here. Lines up very, very nicely for him.
It really does, yeah. And I'm kind of just trying to piece through what zlsjs's game plan is now in the next few turns, because Habugabu's is fairly straightforward, I want to say. Wherein he could just go Beastalker Tavish if he needs to, but if he doesn't think it's worth it, you just keep completing the quest and draw with Ferocious Howl. For Zed, though, the pickup of Glide doesn't actually make things that much clearer, weirdly enough, because it's definitely not a snap Glide without thinking here at all.
Yeah, and he does turn it down as well. Habu now stuck in kind of the opposite position. I talked a lot about the pluses from Beastalker Tavish on the previous turn, but you can now sort of see one of the negatives, which is specifically the interaction with Furious Howl, especially in some matchups where you really, really, really do not want to give up base Hunter hero power because it's such a clean win condition. So just having this expensive card in your hand that you can't really dump to get value out of the likes of Quickshot and Furious Howl can become a big problem. But I think in this situation, Habugabu more than happy to switch to Tavish nice and early, which, of course, the interaction between switching your hero power and then proccing your quest does actually matter with this version of the deck, unlike Mage, for example, where it's specifically coded to just work the way you want it to, regardless of what order things happened in with Wildfires and so on.
And he got it perfectly correct, right? He's played 3 spells so far, I believe, or 3 damaging spells. And so next turn, you play a spell, that's a 0 mana animal companion every single turn, even if it's not refreshing quite yet, which is going to be very, very difficult for Zed to deal with, needing to go for, I'm going to say, extremely rapid quest progression, which he can do on this turn, it is guaranteed to be able to get Kurtrus in hand.
There we go. He's done it. He's got Kurtrus in hand. What else?
I'm still working through that. Because, I mean, in all likelihood, you're actually going to be facing down a decent amount of pressure next turn, even if it's just like a spell plus a hero power. That makes things awkward because your Kurtrus, there's a very good chance it won't be able to attack. For all you know, one of these is Freezing Trap. Even if you can attack, it might proc Snakes or Pack Tactics anyway, thus further proccing more potential, I don't know, Leochs or Huffers, which gets very scary indeed.
Yep.
So he needs to be careful. He needs to be starting to build up those big healing turns, either through the Aldraki or Arcanist plus Fell Scream Blast.
This is smart. I think if an attack is happening, it does always go face here. As you were talking about, Snake or Pack Tactics is not only possible, it's incredibly likely in that situation, right? The downside here, of course, is that because the Explosive Trap was active, that is a quest proc now for Habugabu, so he just straight up starts his turn with a 0 mana hero power, which is a big deal. Went a bit French there, Derek.
Le cochon.
No, 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 no. Absolutely not.
My bad.
Decent turn to pass with Tavish in hand, by the way. Obviously, having your quest rewards in hand is scary against Demon Hunter always because of Glide. But in this spot, you feel relatively comfortable, right? Because if your opponent is going to Glide, they're also going to glide their own Demon Slayer Kurtrus back into the deck. So very, very unlikely that ZLS can both play his own Kurtrus and punish you for having your Tavish in hand. So.
I like how we're getting closer and closer to just calling him JLS.
Yes, no, I know.
Would be a much more entertaining game of Hearthstone.
I have very nearly done that on more than one occasion so far. Anyone get that reference? Did they exist outside of the UK? I'm not sure they did.
I don't think I get that reference, I've got to be honest.
Oh, okay. I just said words, hope they landed, you know.
There's, you know, combinations of 3 letters, you're bound to hear something. Whether to trade, whether to go face. I think here, yeah, just going for the trade where you don't have Freezing Trap up does make sense, just to make it a little bit harder to get a full clear plus some damage face. That is spicy though. It means that, well, it's not quite a draw for lethal, right? 1 mana. Oh no, sorry, with it costing 2 less, you could go Chaos Strike, and if you hit the Deadeye, it's just GG.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, you've got a lot of good draws. If you hit Bell Scream Blast, you can then clear the board and make a Magtheridon for that matter.
He's just going to straight up Magtheridon expendable performance? No, okay, he's going to unlock the Spectral Sight instead.
Wow.
Wow, okay. I guess this is solid, right? With the amount of Immos and Fell Screams he has left, it's unlikely he gets punished for this, or rather I should say he's favored not to get punished is probably the accurate way of putting it.
And man, now Habugabu, all he needs is just huffer, huffer, huffer. Like, it's lethal. It could get there, especially with the Furious Howl, but oh man. Needs a lot of pigs.
I mean, we talked about how sometimes you switch strategies, right? But all you're really doing, if you're good enough, is upgrading the hero power from 2 damage to 4 damage. Let's be honest. Yeah, there you go. Boom.
That's 1 pig. That's 2 pigs!
All right, Leochs are actually in the pool now as well. We're kind of happy with Leochs now.
Oh my goodness.
Odds are shortening. That's just a quick shot off the top. That'll do, pig. That will do. Of course he tried to roll the 3rd Huffer first before he did anything else. Of course he did.
Just pure BM, the most Habugabu play that I could possibly imagine after that most Habugabu of games. Very well played overall. I think that he set that up gorgeously, very clearly setting up a couple turns prior that he wanted to get down Beastalker Tavish before he'd completed Quest Stage 2, get it 0 mana, get it repeated multiple times, and very heavily rewarded for it. I honestly didn't see any avenue for ZLS back into that game. Like, the one big error I saw was that he traded his Viper at the end of his penultimate turn, which meant that he had one less draw for 0 mana Fellscream Blast, which could have healed him for 9 whilst also clearing the board.
That's a good point.
Other than that, I think his game plan was pretty much spot on throughout, like not outcasting the glide, quest progression as aggressively as possible. He knew what was going on.
Debate, I suppose, as to whether you're supposed to take the 1 in 11 to try and win the game at the end as well with the Chaos Strike instead of the play he went for with the Magtherodon. But I think on consideration, like, you know, we saw the outs that needed to happen for him to die immediately. I think if you're at 11 there or wherever he was at against still quite like regular Hunter, Quest Hunter hero power, then yeah, you're probably supposed to try and win the game right away unless you can heal for massive amounts straight up. But because it was the board-based hero power instead, I think taking your odds that multiple Huffers aren't going to come out there is probably valid. And with the amount of Immos and Fellscreams that he had left, I think he was favored to hit that big 12-12, which makes a bunch of sense to me, but it does mean that the Quest Hunter is going to get over the line, a deck that has really been in the insurgency over the last couple of weeks in Grandmasters and now the Masters Tour, but still, the question of the 2 more difficult decks for me loom, and it looks like they're going to go in ascending order of difficulty here for Habugabu as he moves on now back to the Charge Warrior with still that looming spectre of the Fel Demon Hunter to get a win at the end of the series.
Yeah, the Fel Demon Hunter does still feel just about the worst deck for him now, but I don't know, if we tout it up, like the Control Warrior had a good and a bad here in Rogue and Demon Hunter, I would say. I don't like going up against Demon Hunter. And then his own Demon Hunter had a bad and an even, obviously, with the Demon Hunter Mirror and the Quest Rogue. So
that's worse.
It's still not, yes, it's worse. It's still not looking good for Habugabu, absolutely. But the Control Warrior is far from a given that it's going to be able to get through, I will say here as well. As, like I've said many times, I just like this matchup as the Demon Hunter. If you know what you're doing, if you're able to find consistent damage to keep that armor total low, especially against the Charge Warrior variant, they just have such little room to be able to kill you before you're just beating them down with just consistent damage.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Most variants of Warrior really struggle. Even the Hyper Armor Warrior that we saw from Casie Bunny Frozen in that last week of Grandmasters that we just played, it was a real eye-opener because I think there was an Americas series where Frozen had like 23 armor on turn 4 or something as Warrior, and then Demon Hunter just killed him. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, he absolutely murdered him.
And it looks like ZLS is off to a very nice start. Need for Greed just in time. The main thing he's missing here, obviously, is Kurtra's Demon Render. You want to get that hero power upgraded as soon as you can, as we said, just to keep that repetitive chip damage coming through. However, just being able to go for Coin Glide, not even necessarily Coin Spectral Sight, is not a bad way just to keep this game plan rolling and try and find, as I said, that hero power card whilst also progressing his quest.
Habu threw out a really in response to that coming out the other side, which, yeah, I suppose that is a little surprising to see like an 8-card hand after the Coin and the Glide get glidden away and replaced with 4, but quest progress is quest progress. Kurtrus is Kurtrus, particularly in matchups when you're playing against control decks, right? Like you kind of just want to turbo towards a win condition. And it doesn't even really matter which of the win conditions that is, right? Just make progress every turn, go fast, and you're probably going to end up killing your opponent.
Speaking of win conditions, for Habugabu on the other side, I would have guessed that his best chance of getting there was just equip the axe last turn, swing face every single turn. Yes, they're probably going to kill it with Rostrot Viper or heal up all the damage you do anyway, but they're probably going to win the game. However, he is taking incredibly defensive lines here, not only with just going hero power last turn, hero power this turn, but even so far as to equip Bulwark, which is a play I've never seen before, like saving it until the last possible opportunity.
I like this. I think this is Habugabu being a very smart player, quite often ahead of the curve with these things. There's kind of varieties of Hearthstone players. There's Hearthstone players that can like absorb massive amounts of data and can sort of learn what all the optimal lines are and deliver them very, very well. And then there's like creators and innovators, right? And I'd kind of put Habugabu into the latter category. And I think this is something that we've been seeing more and more, or just a little bit now creeping in. I think TJ and Lorinda maybe were talking about this. Maybe it was Lorinda and Gia. There's Vipers like freaking everywhere right now. So actually, if you play a Bulwark in the early game, you're actually just more likely to save damage with it, right? Even if it's not the actual straight up 30 damage that you're preventing later in the game. In reality, later in the game, you're preventing 0 damage, always, because you know your opponent is going to have access to that Viper. So just getting in maybe a few incremental points of damage saved in the early game, helping you stack up that armor, is usually more beneficial in this spot.
Habugabu knowing
yes,
exactly what is up on this turn. Yeah, you do the thing. I mean, he's kind of got the best possible 2 cards in hand, right? Like, Phai may be less so important in this matchup, but Jace is absolutely monstrous.
Unless he thinks he has a realistic hope of getting a Demon Slayer Kurtrus off this Mutinous, I don't think there's any argument against doing it here.
Yeah, still playing around Glide. Fair enough. Let's see what he chomps. Oh! Wow. This sucks.
Take 1. That's my turn.
Yep, finally gets the cutting class online as well. Man, it's starting to come together. The Rustrot Viper has already been removed. I mean, this is the other benefit of playing down the Bulwark first, is that ZL was kind of forced into playing the Rustrot Viper if he had it. And then you just get 9 burst damage out of nowhere that you wouldn't have got otherwise.
Yeah. Oh no! Take 1 again. Is that the turn? There's no other Hearthstone turn, is there? Unless you wanted expendable performers. But then how do you win?
Magtheridon aren't performers as well on the same turn. You could Magtheridon hope to survive.
Magtheridon, you have to Fell Screen Blast or else you're dead.
Sure. Okay, Magtheridon.
Dead on board if you play Magtheridon.
Performers next turn? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way that you can clear the board. Like,
I can't see a Hearthstone turn, Derek. Help. Yep, this is the only one. It's the only one I see. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not really a turn, is it? Taking the same approach to deal with this Mutinous as I did with high school bullies, while you're just getting punched in the face turn after turn, and you just kind of stick your tongue out at them as they walk away. Like, here, take 1, idiot.
Painting a very interesting picture of little Derek here.
All right, here we go.
I mean, that's something.
Little Derek's grown up now. You can't bully me anymore, Matthew. Sorry, got a bit carried away.
It's fine. We're here for you. Let the trauma out. We're here. We support you. We value you.
Unleashed!
All right. Healed up a little bit. 12-12 on board. We're looking for Rakara. We're looking for Galvangar.
We're looking for Galvangar.
Lethal. Hello. Oh.
So as I said, that deck has never won a game of Hearthstone in its life. And we will now move on to the Fell Demon Hunter.
Oh, man. What a sick game of Hearthstone, man. Habugabu is just pure content. He's just one of those people who just draws good games of Hearthstone to him, no matter what he does. Yeah. The Warrior taking the win here. Huge upset, and puts him obviously favored overall in the series, being 2-1 up, but still with his toughest deck for last, as we've been saying, left with a pretty much straight up 50-50, as I believe they are both just playing oh no, sorry, not a straight up 50-50 in terms of the matchups. A little bit different with the expendable performance version for ZLS, a version of the deck that I feel like is drawing more and more derision as time goes on, or I don't know, maybe just players are really trying to find something, anything else to put in the end of that deck, because when you actually get down to it, it is kind of a ridiculous combo to put in at the end of a deck in order to try and get there. And I'm not entirely sure if Kazakhstan is the way to go, but I appreciate it's kind of the best option available right now, where the card draw engine at the start is so busted, but the way to actually win a game has just been consistently nerfed for Demon Hunter, and this is weirdly enough kind of the best way.
Yeah, I certainly have my concerns about it in the Demon Hunter mirror. I was kind of hoping the situation would come up because, you know, we have been referring to this as a mirror and an even matchup, and maybe this is how the Demon Hunter wins, but that Kazakhstan is a big problem, I think, in the mirror. Like, it's a card that you can't really dump to help play around Glide, so you can potentially get punished by Glide as well, and like it takes so long to get it active that the equivalent win condition of expendable performers on the other side, like even if that doesn't end up as a win condition, it kills Magtheridon, which does then end up being a particularly crucial breakpoint in the matchup sometimes, which is then an option you don't really have available. Like, how do you kill a 12-12 without the card expendable performers in your deck in the Demon Hunter mirror? Becomes a pretty significant problem. But we are going to see Quest Rogue first and foremost coming out here against this Demon Hunter. So we shall see if, without even getting to the mirror, the Demon Hunter can pick up a win. But this is still not a great matchup for the Demon Hunter.
It's not, yeah. Mr. Smite slotted in there as well, alongside one Wicked Stab is obviously a bit of a weird tech switch out to make if you're just kind of removing burst damage for slightly more expensive burst damage, but obviously a potential for an actual minion to play in the mid game. It's a bit of a weird one to go for. However, I do think this build of the deck is a pretty good way to go about it. I'm still a little unconvinced on Foxy Fraud overall. I think when I saw Vanessa slotted in again last week from Chonsu in his list, it started to make sense a little bit more. However, you know, if you do have the Swindles in there as well and the SI7 agents, it can get you off to a nice high tempo start, which Demon Hunter cannot necessarily answer.
If Habugabu can pull out another banger here, it is a difficult matchup. The boards do come thick and fast. They're very, very hard to deal with. SI7 Smuggler, if it can get up into that 8-drop range or so, creates monstrous minions that Demon Hunter really can't deal with at all. But Quest Rogue does just lose to itself sometimes, and that's the kind of hand I think Habugabu will be looking to see on the other side, similar to that mid game from the Demon Hunter, right, where there was just nothing to do. That is a situation that Quest Rogue can run into as well.
All right, Immolation Aura. Are we at all tempted in that card being kept? I think, as I said, because of the Foxy Frauds in there as well, it does offer a little bit more of an early game spike, so I wouldn't hate it being kept at all.
I don't think I like it. I think I like throwing it away. Warblades being the #1 card that I do think that you want to go for, plus the early quest completion turns, because, you know, even if you're playing against an aggro deck, right, if that aggro deck is a quest deck on the other side, you do almost always have the freedom to just complete quest on turns 1, 2, and 3 in some regards, between hero powering, playing the quest, and then playing the card draw cards, because it's almost impossible for them to ramp up like game-ending amounts of pressure in those first few turns when they have to play a quest as well. So I don't mind going for early card draw as well. So I think there's enough stuff, enough early game hands to mulligan for that I can respect throwing it away.
Okay, a hand that was looking disastrous for ZLS is slowly coming together here with Skulker on 2, 0 mana passage on 3. Would really like to trade into a not a Swindle, I guess it. SI7 agent is a little bit too expensive, but yeah, not this. How brave are we feeling here, Sottle?
Extremely. It's not brave, it's simply correct, Derek. Do you not want a 12-12? I want a 12. Oh. I know it's not the matchup for it, but still, like, it's not the matchup for a lot of things. Something's gonna have to go very right for you over the course of the game, in my opinion. So the way I look at it is if something's gonna go right for you, it might as well be they don't have removal for a 12-12 on turn 4.
Well, I mean, it's that, but it's also Shadow Step or Tenwu, right, to just deal with the Acolyte to stop you ever even making a 12-12 in the first place. Like, there's quite a lot that can go wrong. So I do think Habugabu taking it a little bit slower is probably a better way to go. But I fully see your point. It was very tempting.
Just to continue to fight my corner as well, you did also just see one secret passage get played on the previous turn as well, which then eliminates some of your opponent's opportunity to go fishing for those cards. Obviously, we can see the other passages in hand, and that's not actually true in reality, but statistically it is.
That's not a bad card to pick up at all. One of the benefits of playing this build, as opposed to the more standard version of Demon Hunter, is that Sigil of Alacrity does just give you that little bit of extra consistency in quest completion in the early turns, and of course one less dead draw in these early turns as well, which is of course exactly what Habugabu is looking for. Any card draw he can get his hands on. zlsjs just trying to find any way to spend his mana whatsoever. Maximum efficiency is the name of the game here, and maximum efficiency is not necessarily going to be awarded to him here. It's a little bit awkward.
This is rather awkward indeed. Tempted to SI Tenwu, even though the Tenwu loses value on the discount, but it does, quote, draw 2 cards in secret passage terms instead of using just one with the SI7 Informant. I think this makes the most sense.
Yeah, gives you nice quest completion as well. And also, like, at this point in the game, having 2 minions instead of 3 is not necessarily worse, because they might find a big Fell Scream clear as well. It's kind of a nice sweet spot to hit of a decent amount of damage. But while we are still a little ways off getting the Magtheridon Arcanist clear, that does bump it up the pecking order by 1 turn, with Fellscream Blast being found, making it available next turn for the big sweep if Habugabu wants it.
Yes, this grin on Habu's face has not gone away since he first considered whether or not he was supposed to be playing the Magtheridon.
Okay, Operative Agent, I suppose. Maybe Assassin you could get away with. Wouldn't be ridiculous, actually, just to get +1/+1.
This guy's
he spent 6 entire mana on SI7 cards this turn. Well, beautiful quest road play. You love to see it.
There's the 2 schools of thought here, right? You use the Magtheridon to clear a bigger stealth minion, be it Scabs itself or an Informant later on. Or you just play it now and get a big 12/12 and punch them in the face.
Yep, now having reached this point, I now fully agree with Habugabu. I think your 2 options for Magtheridon usage was the YOLO play early, as I advocated for. Now, if you're not doing that, then your plan B is just to use it later, ideally to destroy the Scabs board when the Scabs board happens, but that's something that your opponent can obviously play around with board size limitations if they really want to get into it. But yes, certainly you want to use it as a big removal for a situation that you can't otherwise deal with, because now with the set cards and with Smuggler coming out to play, you have that opportunity to like blow up 8, 9, 10 drops later in the game instead. But Habugabu's going to get paid out here for his way of approaching the matchup, and he is going to get to clear a board that quite often isn't usually able to.
Yeah, big gamble here from ZLS to say there's no way of dealing with a 7/7. It's usually a reasonable minion to leave unstealthed anyway, because Arcanist Fellscream Blast, Arcanist Immolation, or none of them quite are able to clear it off. This, however, will do so. So now, for ZLS, the hunt begins to find an SI7 Informant. That is by far the most important card in his deck right now, because he can play it, he can stealth it, and he can hopefully just get there with broad damage or with a BGBM to beef it up a little bit as well. And so these tradables are going to have to start putting in some work to be able to get him there.
There's a big extra factor in this as well, because as you said, 7/7 isn't unkillable. It's right outside that breakpoint of 6 AoE that Demon Hunters used to deal with. But by doing it here with the Magtheridon and with the Magtheridon Greed that Habugabu's had, he did it with a Fellscream Blast instead, which not only gave him max value off of Fellscream Blast, it's preserved an Immolation Aura. So he now still has an Arcanist Immolation Aura for a big board further down the line as well, which is a big, big deal.
Whiff after whiff here for ZLS. He's finally thinking, okay, I've spent enough mana here. Probably most interested in giving them Fellscream, yeah, because it's unlikely they have the second Arcanist to go alongside it as well. And then you just load up on the stats. I'd like to see at least one Noggin Fog generator held onto specifically for that Informant later on, as I was talking about, but one going down does make a good amount of sense.
Habugabu's just like, oh, my opponent's played every minion. Okay, cool. Well, in that case...
I shall blow it up and proceed to draw the rest of my deck. How magnificent.
Yeah.
I see.
Deeper Greed would be ideal. I don't quite get it. All right.
That's a done quest stage 1 and it's turn 9 next turn.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There's the card. 7 drop. 8 drop. Oh, Battlemaster! It's just this simple. It doesn't matter. You can clear as many boards as you want. All I have to do is stick one big thing and then Battlemaster it.
Oh, you're 100% playing it now, right? You've seen,
of course,
infinite
you are,
removal.
Smells
Yeah.
like breakfast.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. Stealth the 8/8, presumably, still, right?
Agreed, yeah.
Not only because it's central for Fellscream Blast, but because it's the one minion that you really don't want targeted things being pointed at. Discovered Chaos Leeches and I-Beams, that kind of thing. Chief among them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to run through Jace, but I can't think of any reason why you wouldn't still just stealth the biggest minion.
And,
Alrighty.
Probably just GG. But we shall see.
Yes.
Because Habugabu's going to have to go digging with this glide. And he has to clear at least the 1/3 and the 6/6.
Right, and he is going to get a discount, right? So Kurtra's Demon Render, I want to say, will pretty much guarantee
true.
clear, right? I feel like he's attacked 5 times here. But that is no Kurtra's Demon Render. That's a Kazakhstan doing a whole fat nothing once again for him here. Oh.
Double Fury is good stuff here, though. Does allow him to heal up while clearing the 6/6, which was the minimum requirement.
Time grows short.
Then full barrage the 1/3? Like, just to get it into
do it. You drew Jace.
Yeah.
Yep. The issue is next turn you do have a 10/8 taunt that you're going to have to deal with before you get to do anything even vaguely aggressive. 2 shots of Fell Barrage, 2 Immolation Auras, 1 Fell Scream. Could kill an 8 health minion, I suppose.
Well, still not lethal quite yet. 3 damage off here. Are we interested in just launching the 20 face while we can? You could even get down a big informant as well, or setting up for a surprise attack next turn.
I think you do it. There's no other real efficient way to spend mana this turn, right? And I don't see the merit in holding on to Battlegrounds Battlemaster from this point. The vast majority of the healing has gone from your opponent. It's not like if you draw Smite, you can Smite BGBM in the same turn anyway, right? So what does that really achieve? I think it makes sense just to jam it.
I agree. And even if they have Jace, it's not like by bringing them down to 3, you're going to stop them from overhealing. Whereas if you've done less, like, they're always going to heal for the maximum amount. With So you may as well just bring them as low as possible. And finish them off next turn. Exactly what ZLS is doing. And unless there is some absolute miracle here, that's going to be GG. Kazakhstan not even active.
I-beam? No I-beam. Chaos Leech wouldn't have fit with the Jace, so I think the best chance of survival there would have been I-beam, have it recast by Jace, but I don't think that ever would have got there either.
Yeah.
Agreed. 7 cards left in the deck. Kazakhstan still doesn't work. It's nice to see this card sucking again. I feel like it was really good for several games in a row in Europe GM, and now it's just back to being hot garbage again.
Or Kurtrus, if that can get up to 8 attack. Even then it's not there, is it? Yeah, it needs to be like 12. Even then it's not enough.
No, if they were 12, he'd be good, right?
Oh yeah, sorry, how foolish of me. Okay, just do that.
Yeah, why haven't you done that already? You bum.
In 10 turns of play. Alright, all the way to game 5 here as the Demon Hunter is taking the L. ZLS has clearly been taking his licks for a few games here, as this was always his eventual plan. Try and get the target on the Demon Hunter. But now, with his Rogue and his his Paladin already having taken a win, it's just his own Demon Hunter left over. And as we were talking about, you were thinking that the Kazakhstan in Habugabu's list, as opposed to the Performers plus Deadeye for ZLS, will be a hindrance. And I do think I agree still with that assessment. I've seen one too many times now the Performers combo just give you weird upset potential. Like, even if you don't get full quest completion or draw through your entire deck, if you just hit those 3 cards of the hero card, Deadeye plus Performers, that could just get a surprise lethal out of nowhere, which is worth a huge amount, even if it's just playing in the back of your opponent's mind.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this matchup is the win conditions interacting with each other, and there's this weird tug of war of usage of win conditions and when you're allowed to and so on, and everything being complicated by you trying to play around Glide at the same time. But for example, like the interaction of like MadThanos coming down, which is a 12/12, which is absolutely a win condition in the Demon Hunter mirror, you then feel comfortable exchanging your expendable Performers for that on the other side. You're both -1 win condition, but you kind of reset to neutral at that point because those 2 cards have traded fairly evenly with each other. When you don't have access to that on the other side, you have Kazakhstan as a win condition, but it's not a win condition that can be flexibly used for survival at a mid-game point, which all the other Fel Demon Hunter win conditions can. So if you have that stuck in your hand instead of a Jace, instead of an expendable Performers, instead of a MadThanos, then you just kind of die if your opponent tries to do something particularly aggressive against you on the other side.
So as always, hero power versus no hero power. It's looking like it could very possibly end up as a coin glide game. But I think still, even with 1 Spectral Sight in hand, because you have the possibility of second Spectral Sight or Need for Greed, as we talk about so often, yeah, just hero power on, quest on 1 instead of the hero power. It's so unlikely it ends up making a difference with Kurtrus.
Burrowing of the brow from Habugabu. It's like, what does it mean? Opponent played quest on 1. But no such top deck is found, which means just -1 hero power at this point from ZLS, but that doesn't make it wrong.
Habugabu thinks it does. He was utterly perplexed.
I mean, this does sort of go back to my like characterization, which might be very unfounded of Habugabu, right? As like this kind of information that's kind of thrown around in practice groups, right? Of just like a general rule of this is when you hear a power on one, this is when you don't. I don't think Habugabu thinks like that. I think he just like makes it up on the fly in any individual game that he plays.
Just miss one damage, idiot. Very
Yeah, it's true.
Man, is this really not just coin glide in this instance? Like,
I mean, it's not
like by
going to
playing
the
the
left-hand side
Alterac
anytime soon, right?
exactly, and neither is the spectral. Even like
Yeah.
if that was getting into Outcast, we could consider spectral trade the Viper lines and then go for glide when you need the full 5 cards drawn in a turn instead of 4. But, I mean, I really thought that was just going to be glide and just close your eyes and pray for a better hand.
Agreed. 100% with you.
Fresh fells. Out of the kill.
Get him. Habugabu's not missing damage. He's not following the lead of ZLS on the other side.
Yeah, he is a 4 damage better Hearthstone player than his opponent so far this game, factually speaking.
That's right. That's the metric that we measure things in. Gone are the days of blowback. This is the only real stat that matters. Man, I haven't thought about blowback in so long. Who thought that was?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you not? It was a like league style tournament that Admirable was hired to cast, and they put a bunch of stats on screen, like quite in-depth stats of just like average damage dealt, all of these kind of things, which was actually like a pretty nice innovation. But one of the stats they chose was blowback, which is the amount of damage that like you cause to yourself by attacking into a minion with a weapon. I'm just like, why is who cares? Like that doesn't tell me anything.
It's like money you've lost.
If you've ever spoken
goods
to
and
Admirable,
services.
if you've ever spoken to Admirable about anything from that era of casting, it will come up. It's a real bee in his bonnet, let's say.
And he's got a real hive in there, huh?
He sure does.
I see.
Okay, quest completion before turn 9 in this game, perhaps? Ooh. Discount 2 extra cards versus having a need for greed in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep, I'm on board with this. Does find himself a discounted Viper, which is not the worst thing in the world to have. Viper is actually quite a swingy card in the matchup sometimes because of the want to hold on to a Warblades for like a big Jace turn or a big Fury turn further down the line, so you can rebound from this exact sort of situation that ZLS is in right now.
Habugabu thinking, oh god, here comes glide off the top. Hold on, it's non-outcast glide. He gets a hold on to his hand here. Get down Kurtrus first. Kurtrus hero cards first, sorry. And he's also just ahead on quest progression. Oh no, sorry, 1 turn behind on quest progression, and with the Kurtrus as well. I guess this does just enter a pretty interesting balance here, where the advantage for quest progression, as I said, is there for ZLS. But just in terms of board control, Habugabu has a very significant lead here with the 2 bats coming through for potentially a lot of damage next turn.
He does. He has a lot of initiative. He is kind of asking the questions, which the Demon Hunter mirror does kind of go this way, where one person kind of establishes themselves as the aggressor. They be the first person to act and kind of present threat checks to the opponent. It makes sense for that to be Habu in this particular matchup as well. And I think we can rewind that even all the way back to like Gunnar, Glavesmith, go, take some damage, idiot, right? Oh. Because I think if things start resolving down, he does realize his deck is just a little bit worse until they really resolve down, and then his deck's miles better if he actually gets Kazakhstan. I don't think we're ever going to get to that point with these glides being thrown around. So I think Habugabu playing the aggro deck in this situation is the right way to go about it.
The Fellscream Blast coming in here massively clutch as well, because even just killing off one of these bats equals so much less damage with those repeating hero powers every turn. Even without that, though, like Habugabu is looking at some pretty serious amounts of damage here, like 10 with the hero powers, another 3 with the 10 with the hero powers plus the bat, plus the 3 from the Fury as well. It does start to rack up.
It does. I do like starting Need for Greed here, though. Obviously, you can still weave in the 2 hero powers outside of this, but you want to draw first before you commit to any hero power nonsense. Oh, 2 sigils in hand is probably worth skipping at least one of these hero powers at this point, because you've now seen... Were they 2 natural glides from ZLS on the other side?
Yes, they were, yeah.
Certainly seen 2 glides. I'm just not sure if they were generated or not.
I mean, the question was really just how valuable you think progressing the quest actually is at this point.
Yeah.
Because, as we've said, he's very far behind at this point. He's a whole 2 turns behind being able to play as Kurtrus, unless he can complete and play it next turn, which seems unlikely, I will say, at this point. So does he just value getting those hero powers in, doubling down on the damage and trying to just get a surprise lethal against his opponent with, say, a Jace off the top and maybe a couple of Fel Barrages as well? Or does he try and catch up afterwards and do the quest progression as well, even if it's a couple of extra turns behind? And he's kind of struck a nice middle ground here where he's going for the quest progression, but ZLS was scared enough to the point where he had to fight back on board and thus didn't get Kurtrus for a turn. Ooh. Wow.
This is starting to add up very rapidly. You just dump it all. Is he going to immo Fellscream? Yeah, I was considering, like, I hadn't sold myself on this line by the time Habu went for it. But he is fully committed to getting all of this damage to go face. He now has Fury and Jace to be able to back this up next turn. But that is 12 damage.
And I'm trying to think how many of the other cards he's played up until this point. Like, I think it's 1 Chaos Strike. I can't remember if he's played the other Fury up until this point himself.
I don't think he has. Little does ZLS know that actually Glide is low-key good for him in this scenario.
Yeah. Oh man, he really needs something extra. Arcanist to heal up and clear the board is super clutch here.
Yep.
Because again, each of those
draws here, one of which
just an extra hero power.
That is true, actually. Yeah, I hadn't even factored that in. Habu now has 2 draws on top of this Fury. One of them will be discounted from the sigil. Oh, he's counting. Oh, they came in the wrong order. No!
Oh.
He now has Fury, hero power plus Jace. So 3, 6, 8, 10, 12. He needs a lot more than we're remembering if this ends up being lethal, I can tell you that much.
Give them Fel.
That's not what you want.
There is no measure to my fury. Give them Fel.
Yep, that's everything that we had accounted for, which means he is going to end up being a little short.
Oh, so much flexibility in his deck now. Like, he can draw through his entire deck so quickly here. But he needs to find something more efficient. He needs to actually heal whilst also clearing this off. 3 mana Need for Greed is a fantastic top deck. Oh, okay, that's a clear and a draw.
Yep, Fel Barrage clears, opens up the Spectral Sight.
I'll never stop searching.
Oh my god, no way.
Does he have... He still has a Warblades left, right? So he can still just, like...
I think so, yeah.
Rip the Need for Greed 4-card draw and still play a Warblades?
Yeah, I think so. If he still has it in his deck, which I think he does.
The answer is here.
Yeah, these last remaining 6 cards are a big deal because it might even still be higher value to trade the Need for Greed in terms of efficiency, right? If there's enough card draw left, but I don't think there is. I think you have to play it. He does trade it.
That's just it.
He died.
No draw, no heal, 4 health, 4 damage for Habugabu next turn. You said it. He's just dead. I wonder.
And there goes the Demon Hunter. No Kazaka-san in sight. Forget you've got a vanilla 8-mana 8/8 in your deck. Just play aggro. Go face. Deal damage. Arcanist, Fel Barrage for 12, idiot. That's how you play the matchup right there. Habugabu coming up with the bangers once again. He does, as Derek was saying earlier, just seem to gravitate towards, or have good games gravitate towards him. Very, very entertaining player to watch, and kicking things off with a bang again in a Masters Tour, going out with a great early record.
Yeah, I think just showing consistently good matchup understanding. And like you said, it's a very specific kind of ability he has in Hearthstone where, you know, yes, I have no doubt he's ground out a lot of games in order to get to this point. However, I think he just has a very good perceptive ability to analyze each game as it comes. And even though if he would end up in the same plays that a lot of other players have agreed upon in their practice groups, as you said, it feels like he's kind of analyzing each game as it comes along towards him. And just ends up going for the super damage-based approach here. Hero power on 1, the Gnag as well. It's very, very well played.
Yeah, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that Habugabu is one of those players who's really good at things early on, right? Like, new meta comes out, new game mode comes out, new game comes out, or whatever. Habugabu gets good at things quickly because he can immediately analyze and find holes and find pockets to exist in. And then as information and learning is spread around other players, they then catch up to Habugabu, whereas he is just out there just jamming, just making it up as he goes and just being just generally good at games. And I think he is a pleasure to watch do that.
And we're going to be seeing him very possibly later on in the tournament as he starts off now, 3-0 after a very, very positive start to the tournament. More action, I believe, yet to come, however, from around the tavern here in Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. So when we come back from this short break, we're going to have some more of those games coming up as we approach the latter portion of the day. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll be back very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. We're about to continue with some round 3 coverage. My name is CJ. I'm joined by Gia. Gia, how you doing today? You enjoying some Hearthstone?
Yeah, very much so. Loaded up on even more caffeine as the day winds down to a close, but we are not through to the final round yet, TJ. It's still a bit of action from round 3, and this time we have Phai versus Akemi.
That is right, and quite a bit different lineups on both sides. We almost have the full unique classes across both players, with the exception of the Druid, but that makes a lot of sense. I can't imagine not bringing Druid unless your strategy is completely out of left field. Druid just seems so powerful right now.
I would agree, but Phai is going for not the Druid that most people would agree is the most powerful. He's got the Beast Druid instead of any Kazakhstan or Ramp variant, and it's sort of in keeping with the rest of his lineup because he has just brought 4 aggro decks. We've got a Face Hunter in here, no quest to be talked about. We've got a Buff Paladin, even more aggressive than Librams, and a Shadow Priest. So very much in keeping with Phai's own style, I would say, because I have heard from the Pony Dojo, of which Phai is a member, that he's just gone positive in all of their practices recently with pure aggro decks, and this just is his style.
Well, if, you know, even in the anti-Druid builds, you still end up running Druid, just a different kind. So, there's that. Gonna be, or not opening, wow. We're coming to the series in progress. Phai's already up 1-0 in the series at this point, and now we'll be queuing the Shadow Priest. Seems like pretty standard stuff. The list used to differ quite a bit, but nowadays, pretty tight. Everything's got a purpose in the list. Let's just put it that way, it feels.
Yeah, the one thing that I would call out as a bit unusual is the double Kultiran Chaplain. I've been seeing that sort of cycle out of the list as people don't really rely on getting health on their minions for the matchups that you want to play Shadow Priest for. I think the deck is mainly in lineups to beat up against greedier Druids, and so having health on your minions doesn't always matter in that instance, but maybe it can create a breakpoint where a Feral Rage or Moon-Touched Amulet cannot deal with your 1-3, for example. Void Touched Attendant. Yes, that's the name of the thing.
Void Touched Attendant. I don't know what that card does.
It's the 1-3 that deals 1 more damage to all heroes.
I'm just kidding. I knew what the card did. Choose.
I'm sorry.
But thank you for explaining it. For those who may not have known. Actually, I'm just gonna do the whole cast like this, Gia, if you don't mind. I'm going
Oh
to
no, TJ, you picked the worst
like
person.
I don't know anything about Hearthstone.
TJ, the dynamic we have as casters among the 6 of us is I am consistently the worst one at recognizing sarcasm. It's just, I am terrible at it. That's why.
Oh,
Don't do this to me.
oh, well, this is gonna be perfect.
Okay.
There was also a perfect opportunity in chat as well when I said I'm going to act like I don't know anything about Hearthstone. That was a perfect opportunity to say, well, TJ, that's how you are all the time. So well done to anybody who caught that. Golf claps for you.
Great.
And that was
Don't
also a perfect
Snapchat.
opportunity for you to say that, Gia.
Huh? Don't need to act, TJ.
There you go. See, you're. This is the perfect dynamic. You got it.
Cool. So before you lead me down any further in this rabbit hole, I'm going to talk about Akemi a little bit, who Lorinda thankfully did some Twitter stalking on recently because we don't actually know very much about him, but he has been a player in previous Masters Tours. He occasionally streams, is a pretty high legend ladder player, which is most of the ways that he qualified through Masters Tours so far. And also, TJ, he is about to get double trogged on turn 1.
It's the ultimate play. You can't beat it.
Yep.
There's nothing Druid can do. You have to have double lunar eclipse, and you have to lunar eclipse the second one really fast before the extra can spawn.
Oh, TJ, I was about to say, you know so much about Hearthstone to know that this is unbeatable. And then you said the lunar eclipse thing. But you still know about Hearthstone because I know that was sarcasm.
There we go. Well, it actually hasn't been proven that you can't do that. Nobody has yet to go fast enough to be able to actually get the second lunar eclipse off. Maybe that's the case, huh? So maybe that is a fact. But this has basically stopped Akemi's plan of hero powering it over 2 turns and then dealing with it eventually. Well, now it's... I don't know. I'm at a loss.
Yeah.
Can't figure it out.
I know what the Kulturan Chaplain is now for. I'm so sorry for questioning it, Phai. It still comes in pretty clutch here just to deny the hero powers. And while the Trogs by themselves are pushing very little damage, it's just the constant threat of Void Touched Attendant, a card that TJ absolutely knows what it does, comes off the top or is somehow drawn into by Phai, and suddenly all the minions have effectively 1 more attack on them. Cult Neophyte being drawn to shut off an overgrowth turn, because this is usually the point where Druid just says, okay, I can't deal with the Trogs, let me get towards my own win condition. You can have a couple more 1 attack minions, but now there is no win condition for Akemi.
What about Pouch?
What about Pouch? 2 mana, you can get Explosive Sheet?
Showstopper. Oh, Explosive Sheet. That's better than Showstopper.
Ish. Yeah, it deals with 3 minions. And then there's still a Trog left over, but maybe you can hero power. I don't know, man.
What about if you go Nature Studies this turn, and then Pouch next turn into Bammy?
Oh, that was a very cool line. I mean, we are getting into completely theoretical territory because it's just that bad for Akemi. He's in that awful of a position that we have to search for tiny percentage discover outs because, frankly, there's nothing he can do. The window is closing to try and even discover anything at the moment.
It might have been okay because it would have filled the board, and there at the time there would have been 1, 2, 3, right? Because the Pouch would have summoned 2 extra Trogs, and he hero powered the Peasant instead. So it would have filled the board. Yeah. So he knew that he was going to take that much damage. Maybe Spammy was I don't know.
Yeah, I mean...
Now what?
Yeah, exactly. It was as good of an idea as any. And filling the board also had the upside of, like, if they had... Like, they don't have space to play Void Touch. I guess that argument doesn't really hold true because they can ping their own minion and play Void Touch, but you're dead to Void Touched anyway. So, yeah, I'm really not sure what kind of out Akemi is formulating in his mind. Pouch at 4 mana cannot do anything right now. Mulverick, no. I'm out of ideas. And Pouch for 3 if you start with Lunar, but nope, nothing.
I can see.
He's just getting trogged.
All right, there it is. Quick 2-0 now for Phai, and that double Trog start is very difficult to beat. At some point, you have to fill the board. Like, if you can't go for the hero power over 2 turns play, they have any buff, Wriggling Horror, you have to clear the board, and you have to fill up the board in order to clear the board. Sometimes you can get to, like, Bloom Scale of Onyxia,
exactly,
right, and then get there, but otherwise you have to get creative, and Akemi just couldn't quite do it.
Yep. I mean, these are all very salient points you bring up, TJ. Points that can only be made by somebody who knows something about Hearthstone. And I really appreciate that you didn't pretend that you knew nothing, because I would not be able to handle that.
I mean, a lot of the things I say, and I do this purposefully, are very general, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you can pretty much say, ooh, you can get creative here, and just leave it at that. And then that it's so general that technically it's always correct. You can get creative, unless you have 0 cards in hand. But anybody can know that. You can't get creative with nothing.
But
The
that's
light
what
of the
imagination
sheep.
is for.
I will fight to protect the wild.
Imagination.
Imagination. So many colors on this demon companion. That can work as a rainbow, right? No?
Yeah. It's purple and green and maroon. That's about it.
I see red in there. And blue on the rarity of the card.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, that's all the colors of the rainbow. Maroon, green, purple, blue, and red.
That's right, G-Bib. That's exactly what they taught me.
Yeah, Moroji Bib.
Let me work my magic.
All right. Well, Akemi is not getting trogged on one this time, but he is getting Initiate Companioned, which is also highly aggressive. Phai ends up with Shima, which is, you know, I'd say all the companions are roughly equivalent in their threatening potential this early in the game. That is a Lunar Eclipse. Good card, but he can't play it this turn.
I think he's got to get creative here.
Okay. So Kazaka-san, that creates a custom deck of treasures.
That's an interesting pickup.
That one too. Adorable Infestation. Playing one of those and the other demon companion, I'd have to assume he could go double Infestation on the same target just to get it out of the range of Lunar Eclipse, and that is what Phai is going for. Pretty clever, preserves the most attack on board. And he still has Demon Companion for a potential collect to deal a lot of damage. He's nodding. He knows he's far ahead.
I'm pretty sure he's been nodding the whole time.
Because he's been far ahead the whole time, TJ.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Yeah. Easy to nod when you're far ahead. Okay, gonna go with the growth. I was thinking something like Lunar Eclipse Moon Touched Amulet. You don't gain the armor, but you clear off the 5/4, and then that opens up the way for Innervate Guff next turn to do Guff stuff.
That's
Now he's
stuff.
taking even more damage from this 5/4, right? It was just going to be 5, but now it's going to be at least 10, unless he picks up Innervate or Lightning Bloom.
I do think this line kind of opens up the avenue to actually getting to Scale of Onyxia, though. In the world where Phai doesn't kill him, on the next turn, he can try and stabilize because the Guff gets him the armor. He can continue to ramp, or with this draw of Nature Studies, he can just go Studies instead of pressing the button with Guff and try and be as defensive as possible.
Okay.
So if he Guffs now, he goes to 19. He is facing 11 on board, and there is no way for Phai to kill him, I think. With 2 Demon Companions used, there's no way to get Kolak anymore. And the most damage that can be dealt from hand is with Quick Shot Hero Power or Piercing Shot, which is +5. So it's never lethal. So Akemi is just trying to set up for a big swing turn instead. And with the Nature Studies to close off this turn, he actually does have access to Onyxia plus Amulet next turn.
That rope's burning again.
Another Lunar, perhaps?
I suppose. It's this kind of the same as Mark of the Wild. Like, you could Mark of the Wild to preserve a minion on board, but maybe you don't even want to preserve a minion on board that's low health. Because of Trampling Rhino, you may just end up giving Phai extra damage.
True.
So, Gia, that was not a situation where you want to get creative.
Who's to say that Lunar Eclipse is not creative?
Well, because that was the first thing I thought of. It was
But
also the first thing that you thought of.
right, but Lunar Eclipse has a moon on it, and many famous paintings include the moon on it, and painters are creative.
Wow. That just blew my mind.
Well, I think he is going to go for the play that we were outlining last turn. However, is it actually a full clear given there's a 2-2 underneath the 7-6 here? Like 5 tokens have to go into the right-hand side of the board. And then 2 tokens have to kill the 7-6. So he can't kill the Death Rattle as well.
He can with the amulet.
True.
Or he could kill a 1-1 with the amulet.
Yes, that is the best way.
Yeah, to preserve the most health.
Absolutely needs the armor gain as well because he's starting to just get scared of quick shot, aim shot, or aim shot hero power at this point. And he
needs the Moon Touch amulet anyway, I think.
yes, I agree. Just a matter of whether he wanted the hero power as well with committing the bloom.
Yep. But
he stabilized.
out of the woods. Yeah, stayed alive. But at this point in the game, Hunter's usually kind of operating from a from the hand kind of gameplay anyway. At a certain point, usually your board inevitably gets removed, and either you've won the game at that point, or you just rely on quick shots, aim shots, and hero power. So Akemi still needs to find some type of health gain or board presence. Does have best in shell, but it's not really putting on a clock. And again, from hand is what he's worried about the most. So needs to find those Feral Rages.
That's right. I mean, ideally in this scenario, he'd love to drop a Cenarian Ward, but the best in shell is not terrible here. He saw that the Barracuda Vein only drew 2 spells. All the 1-cost spells had actually been played by this point, both Infestations and both Companions. Pretty funny. And with Quick Shot, Aimed Shot, the most that Phai can actually push in one turn is actually just hero power, aim shot hero power is more than quick shot, aim shot. And that's 7. And Akemi is never dead at 11 to that, so he does have the leeway to go for best in shell for now and leave himself the out to draw a Cenarian Ward on the next turn. There's a Rhino angle.
Yeah, because of the crescent, the true aim crescent even. But it's a long setup.
It is, but he can actually use 1 charge of the crescent now with just 2 minions on board to clear 1 turtle, and the Barracuda Vein can still attack and damage the other turtle. Not bad, I don't think. So he gives himself 1 good Rhino target minimum for the next turn, and if Akemi plays something else, then the Rhino can potentially double up on the damage. I might not want to put the damage of his Barracuda Vein into the 2/7, but I kind of favor taking the preemptive trade because you actually want your other minions to die potentially first before you play the Rhino so that nothing gets in the way of the charging of the Rhino because like the other 2 minions would attack first. But I suppose it depends on the breakpoints of the health of the minion that Akemi would summon next.
And there's not much that he could summon next. He has another best in shell, but the only other minion would be Scale of Onyxia, in which case it wouldn't matter which Dream Crescent or Kazakhstan. And it'd be pretty bold of Akemi to play Kazakhstan at this point. Gonna go for a 10 Discover.
He doesn't hit Yashiraj for the Moon Touch, but like just going Scrapyard is pretty decent, I think, because it is sort of an anti-Rhino play. Oh, but he doesn't even go for it here. Fair enough. Just wants that for later on to stabilize. I've just looked at the deck list again and realized he doesn't even run Cenarian Ward, my bad. But he does hit the Kazakhstan. That's Vampiric Fangs, Army Knife, Insta, probably Wand, yeah. Turcold probably, maybe Necrotic. And a Book. Insane Kazakhstan, and he has Fungal in hand. All right, so Rhino Doggy Biscuit is a clear.
And a lot of damage.
Yes, it does set up lethal with quick shot, aim shot. Because currently, Phai is 1 off lethal with aim shot, hero power, quick shot. And the benefit of clearing the board this turn is you play around the maximum healing from Gnomish Army Knife, and also just remove your board also, so there's nothing for Akemi to potentially play and then play the Army Knife and rush into that. It's just a very clean setup from Phai.
Mm-hmm. And based on the treasures that Akemi got, there's not really anything that's going to prevent this.
Yep. No target for Vampiric Fangs, no target for Army Knife. Phai with the wins, just hoping he wouldn't die here. And it's actually a lot of damage available to Akemi, but not enough. Only 15 with the mana available to him. And even if he had 1 more mana, it wouldn't be lethal still.
Yeah, even if he had 1 more mana and was able to, and did pick up like second Book of the Dead. Yeah.
And
that would be
is
lethal, but...
It's a very clean setup from Phai into a 3-0 sweep. Phai, a player who I've only known so far as a member of Pony Dojo and one of Thank Yugi's friends, has definitely set himself apart here. More so in terms of style, I would say, compared to anyone, because going for a full aggro lineup in this meta and trying to target Druid is a very bold choice, but it's been working well for him so far. Love to see it.
Yeah, I was not like high on the aggro strategy coming into this. More specifically, like the buff paladin, just because I felt like that deck, having watched it in Grandmasters for a few weeks now, was super inconsistent, even in the matchups that it's supposed to beat. Right, it did take. Seems like it took like a significant amount of ramp up time compared to other decks. When you don't hit Trog, sorry, little asterisk there. When you don't hit Trog, but you know that's the beauty of playing these aggro decks. Is you can just jam double Trog in all of them, and if they stick, Druid's gonna die, as we saw, and they all have ways to buff them. So, yep, Phai takes a quick 3-0, and we are still not done with round number 3. Ooh. Apparently, we have 1 more match to go into that will be in progress. It looks like it's Tincho versus Faeli. Wait, there's a cat!
Exactly, that's what I oohed at.
Yeah.
That is the greatest player photo we have ever seen. Gabby has officially been dethroned. He can get out of there with those shades. It's all about the cat now. And Faeli, I guess.
I mean, if you look closely in Gabby's shades, you can see the reflection of 2 cats.
What?
Yeah, so Gabby's is actually better still.
Oh no, now you've blown my mind.
2 cats. And Tincho's, he's a pretty cool cat himself. Look at him.
True, he's got the drip with the scarf, you know? That's pretty up there on the player photo tier list, but it's not a cat, TJ.
One thing that, I never know. What is the difference between a scarf and an ascot?
What is an ascot? Isn't that a hotel? I don't know, sorry. I mean, look, I'm from a tropical country, TJ. I don't even wear scarves. Just kind of cloth that people put around their necks. It's all a scarf to me. If you showed me a bow tie, I would call it a scarf.
I'm from a tropical state, so I feel like I also have that excuse.
Okay. So you're just asking the wrong person? Maybe someone will clarify in Discord. But for now, we do have Tincho on the Demon Hunter, the expendable performer spell version. No Kazaka-san in there, nothing too fancy, just the good old 30 that we were seeing from last MT as well. Still one of the most popular decks in this MT, even though there are some strategies floating around trying to target it.
I'm reading the difference right now, and I don't understand it. As nouns, the difference between ascot and scarf is that ascot is an ascot tie, while a scarf is long, often knitted, worn around the neck.
Huh?
What?
I don't know. A tropical country? Leave me alone. Just let that stew in your brain for a bit, TJ.
And then
It's
there's
fine.
Sottle who's saying that they're not even close, but then can't even tell me the difference between them. Whatever. There's a Libra Paladin. Take a look. Take it in.
There's something different about it. There's a Battle Vicar in there.
Mm-hmm.
Battle Cry, discover a holy spell.
Witness
2 mana,
my
1/3 rare minion. I am reading this because I admittedly was not sure what that card did.
It's a pretty cool card. A lot of holy spells that, I mean, one, you play in your deck, and two, that you wouldn't play in your deck that could be useful. Like the card that I can't remember right now that deals 1 damage AoE.
Oh, the City Tax? Is that holy?
It may not even... Is it holy? Oh, no.
I don't think a card called City Tax could ever be called holy. But I don't know. I mean,
I'm wrong. It's not.
discovering
It's not even holy.
discovering another Libra
Gia, that
would
was
be
me
nice, though.
acting like I didn't know anything about Hearthstone so that you could correct me.
All part of the plan. That was a long setup, TJ. You set that up at the beginning of the first series, and we're in the second series for the payoff. I laud your patience.
I'll just send me a picture of an ascot. Looks like a scarf.
Okay, here's a holy spell that's not in the deck that could be good. Hold the Bridge. That's in buff Paladin. Any lifesteal is pretty nice to have against a deck that's trying to beat you down with their attacks. And Divine Shield also very, very good against Demon Hunter. But of course, the main upside of playing Battle Vicar is to potentially discover another Libram, I can only assume, to get even more value. This deck has Trogs too.
It sure does. Oh, what about Blessed Goods?
peace.
Oh, discover a secret and something else. What's that?
A weapon or a Divine Shield minion?
Oh, my bad.
Shield of Honor is also a holy spell. Conviction? Hello?
Oh, Conviction. I know what that card is.
Pursuit of Justice?
I do not know what that card is. I'm sorry.
Give +1 attack to Silverhand recruits you summon this game?
Cool. What if we just go through every holy spell and he doesn't ever draw Battle Vicar?
Righteous Defense?
He's doing it. He's going through every holy spell.
Invigorating Sermon?
Do I know what that one does? +1/+1 to your field and hand.
Libram of Justice?
Yep, that's the Libram that's not in the deck. Because Barov is just better. Most people.
Vitality Surge?
Oh no, I don't know what that is.
Draw a minion, restore health to your hero equal to its cost.
That might be good in the next set, you know? Like, they released that card, the Legendary, that has Holy Spell synergy. Seems good.
Seems good. I got through them all, except for like the secrets and the obvious ones.
Right.
Like the ones that are played in the deck, plus Equality, Kings, Rally, Blessing of Authority.
Oh, so you deliberately gave me the obscure ones. Thanks. To give yourself more sap-worthy content, because I'm a caster that didn't know the first rule of casting, which is to know the cards.
Well, every rule is the #1 rule of Hearthstone casting. So.
Exactly. But this one's the number one. And I guess the other #1 rule is to actually talk about the game. I've done this long enough, TJ. We're at turn 5. We have a Truth Seeker played and a MadThanos. And the Truth Seeker was placed between the Acolytes, making Fellscream Blast more difficult for Tincho to actually use, but he doesn't even have a Fellscream Blast. He has Fel Barrage, but there are so many targets that have even lower health than the Acolytes that it's not doing nearly enough.
He's dead. He's so dead.
Studies can get Dreadlord's Bite, and then you can play Fel Barrage, but it doesn't even kill everything.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, he's not dead if he gets a Dreadlord's Bite, right? I mean, he could stay alive on
I-beam?
board. I-beam... Sure.
And then you Fel Barrage now, so you give yourself a Fel Barrage out off the top to clear
Sure,
the 1/3s.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, he trades though. He says it's not good enough. Fair enough. It was terrible situation. Man, he just... I mean, I know that we didn't talk about the game for most of the game, but once we started, there wasn't very much game to talk about. Faeli just kind of got in there and beat him down.
And that is lethal. That's 11 on board. Hand of Vidal is 13, and then Soul Heart Vindicator will pick up at the very least 1 damage.
Yep.
And there it is. Wow. So we got into that series. We talked about Scarf for a little bit. Then we talked about Holy Spells. And then Tincho died, and it was game. It was the final game, so we lost. So there you have it. There's your coverage.
Round 3 in the books for you folks.
Take that coverage.
Oh, Faeli, I guess we should talk more about the players as well. Tincho, many people have been familiar with, one of the stalwarts of the LATAM's team. And Faeli, just a player who has been in competitive Hearthstone for years upon years now, and I think has excelled in other games as well, other strategy-based games, and seems to just still be great at Hearthstone whenever he chooses to come back. Nothing can stop him.
He's done well for a long time, but has never had a tournament win, like a big tournament win. It has eluded him throughout his entire career, which stretches back to like 2015. There you go, 2015. I just looked. Boop. So maybe this is the tournament that he changes that and actually takes the dub. Only time will tell. But let me just double check. That was the last match. Okay, so round 3 is complete. Gia, thanks for putting up with my nonsense for 30 minutes or however long that was. Really great analysis during the time that I actually let you give analysis.
Thanks. I think my TJ tolerance is growing larger and larger every time we do an MT together.
Which is a bummer. Which is a bummer. Everybody's TJ tolerance is through the roof. I got to pick a new thing to do. But before we jump into the final round of the day, round 4, we're gonna have to go to a break. But don't go anywhere. Still more action to come here from Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Ruins of Alterac Masters Tour, and we are into round number 4. Quite quickly, actually, considering that round number 1 seemed to take half the day. And this time I'm joined, for the first time in ages, it seems, by Sottle.
I was a little bit concerned about what you were going to look like when we got on camera, because for those of you who don't know, Lorinda is prone to a flap every now and again, let's say, and it's very much sounded like he was getting himself in a flap before we came on air, so I thought he was going to end up with his trousers on his head and like his headphones was going to be upside down. I had no idea what I was going to be looking at, but no,
you know what happened last time I got in a flap before I went on air, Sottle?
No, I don't. Do you want to tell that
You
story?
cast for 30 minutes.
Fair enough.
So here we are. We're going to get into Magoho versus Ruby, 2 players you might not know much about, but Sottle and I have been having a look into them, and actually both reasonably accomplished in their own ways.
They are. They have been at least fulfilling that title that you never really want to give people, because it always comes off as a bit of an insult, of being real grinders. Something that Tyler, of course, took a long time trying to get away from when he was just the original grinder. He wanted to prove that he was an accomplished tournament player as well. But Magoho in particular, if you click on his name on Donkey's website, which like logs all the tournaments they played, there is not a moment he is not playing in a Masters Tour qualifier. I don't understand if he actually has time to do anything else, although I might have figured it out, because when you look at the lineup, if these are the kind of decks that he plays consistently, I'm suddenly figuring out where he's finding the hours in the day.
Yeah, I added it up very quickly, and it was nearly 680 qualifiers in the last 2 years. So that's a lot, but he does seem to qualify. This is his 7th Masters Tour. I don't know how many he qualified for through others. He came top 4 at Seoul, so that would have qualified him for 1, possibly 2. I can't quite remember how that system worked. And 50% record before today in Masters Tours as well, which is decent. You're playing against the best 400 players at the time in the world. So 50% there puts you sort of 200-ish in the world, like really taking some liberties. So, you know, pretty good. And again, the top 4, that was the tournament where Zim and Felkeen qualified for Grandmasters. If he'd won that one match, we might know a lot more about him than we do now.
We may indeed, yeah. That was one of the most dominant performances by an individual nation that I can remember in quite some time. Magoho obviously representing France, as well as Felkeen and Zim that Lorinda's talking about. Like, that's when we were really, almost in the terms that we started talking about Japan in 2021, right? It was like, hang on, can any other country actually compete with this? And I suppose I'm leaving China outside of that equation, because honestly, if we start factoring that in, then we all get into trouble, and I have to continue to maintain the illusion that Europe is the best region. So moving swiftly on, we're going to be seeing some Shadow Priest going up against some Quest Rogue. There are a lot of very aggressive decks in this series. We have full aggro from Magoho on the other side. He has Paladin, Druid, Priest, Hunter, which is part of the most common sort of quad aggro lineup that myself and Derek were talking about previously. On the other side is another very common strategy that we've talked about before as well. It is the pairing of Paladin and Quest Rogue, which allows you to get kind of a soft target on Fel Demon Hunter on the other side, because of your ability to just stick boards that they can't deal with. So 2 of the successful looking strategies going up against each other, as you would expect to see as we now get into round 4 and we're dealing with the 3-0 players who are having early success in the tournament.
Yeah, just to clarify, one of the aggro decks on the other side is the buff Paladin, and this is nearly the magic formula that I talked about you should never do, or I don't like people doing, of target the best deck. And the buff Paladin fits nicely into target Druid, but honestly this seems to also be pretty good against the Demon Hunter build, and not so bad against this Quest Rogue. And this first game could be really important. The Shadow Priest might be the weakest link. I feel personally that the Shadow Priest is the made-up aggro deck at the moment that you kind of play because you have to play another aggro deck. And if you get the Shadow Priest out of here, I'd be really thinking that Magoho is in a really good position.
Yeah, I don't know how many different ways between us we're going to pronounce this name throughout the series, but we will find out, I'm sure. Yeah, I do think in particular, like, I would say this is a very, very soft target on Druid. I don't think you can ever truly say target Druid, but I think sometimes we are guilty of like either saying, well, this is either the best X lineup or it's a target lineup. And you can be in the middle of that, right? Like you can be kind of a soft target lineup. You can be skewed towards having good win rates against a particular deck that you're expecting to see a lot of. And I think that's the case here. Like this is a quad aggro lineup first and foremost, and it kind of has the byproduct of having a lot of good matchups against Druid, with the point being maybe you go 1-1 or 2-1 in a series against the best deck in the game, which is then okay because you can then potentially ban something else away, and if you're going 1-1 or 2-1 against your opponent's best deck, you probably are still then favored in the series overall. In that world, although I kind of agree with you that Shadow Priest is a little bit lackluster overall, against Druid specifically, oh, it's a very good deck. Shadow Priest in particular. It's just so good at doing that one thing that Druid can't deal with, getting unremovable minions on board and then just going face with them.
What you're saying is this is a 680 qualifier lineup.
Yes, indeed. That is exactly what it is.
We didn't mention much about Ruby, but looking through Ruby's results, lots and lots of top 10 finishes on ladder. Consistent stuff. So ladder grinders, I think, don't get the credit they deserve these days. Meta change. In the olden days, you could learn a deck, play it for 6 months, and just be top 10 with it for 6 months if you were good enough to do that. But now you have to keep up with the meta. Decks don't change that slowly anymore. You're constantly having to play a new deck. Yes, there's often a best deck, but you're constantly playing a new best deck if you're now a modern day ladder grinder.
I am going to have to object, and I know you didn't literally say this, but there is an implication there that finishing high on ladder is more difficult now than it used to be, and that's absolutely not true. Come on.
No,
Come
absolutely
on.
fair. There's less competition there used to be, although again now with it going directly into Masters Tours, it's got a bit tougher, but I do agree.
Yep.
It is easier, but it's harder. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm going to just stop there before you bury it. Just go. Anyway, he's played some cards. There's some cards on the table, and I want to tell you I know nothing about Hearthstone, but you won't do a GM and be all nice, so I'm not going to say that.
No, we'll get into a
Faces.
really awful game of Caster Chicken then, where I just also refuse to say anything worthwhile about Hearthstone and just ruin the broadcast.
Me and TJ have been playing that game for 2 years. No one's...
Yeah, I know.
Yet.
Yeah, you're much better at it than I am.
All right.
Defias Leopard does come down. Obviously, Lorinda, as you know, there would be some utility to holding on to those cards long term because they are pirates that can be charged with Mr. Smite.
Everyone knows that, yeah.
Yep, as you well know.
Definitely a pirate.
Meanwhile, this is disgusting. I heard you reference this before, that in Europe I was trying to point out that we'd all been very critical of the Kazakhstan inclusion in Demon Hunter, and we kind of saw several iterations of how it can be really good in a couple of spots. I feel like the same could be said for the stealth package in Quest Rogue, right? It has seemed to underperform a little bit when we've seen it on stream, but right there, stealth minion into Coin Scab's double Greyheart Sage on turn 3, that is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, he was staring down a board that if you don't look at his hand and just look at the board states and see they've got 3 mana each, oh, it's the end of the game.
Yeah.
And now it's not suddenly. Suddenly he's got a bunch of things on the board against not many things. And the way I cast Hearthstone, that means you're in front. You've got more things.
I see. I thought the way you cast Hearthstone was just the player on the bottom is winning. That's my...
That's also the way that sometimes I cast Hearthstone. Either the player on the bottom is winning or they're not winning, but the player on the top isn't doing anything.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I understand that. That makes sense. I do like this, yeah. I like that Magoho kind of took a long time to assess the idea of fighting for board, but I think in the long run, yeah, just ship the damage to face. You have a second leper to be able to deal tons of damage in this spot. Just make your opponent have the hand that races you from here, right? I think this makes a ton of sense.
So what's the rub?
Can he find 1 more damage? Get rid of that 9, because Void Shard and 2 hero powers over the next 2 turns is 8. Yep.
Well, right now, Ruby has to spend his last card on actually wicked stabbing one of these minions, or else they're going to stick to the board, right? Which is kind of an issue.
Yeah.
He hasn't done that. He, in fact, has not done that. So this does look like now a clean 2-turn lethal setup on the other side.
Yeah, Ruby's not going to be able to race that, even with like 17 on board or whatever he's going to have at the end of this turn. I just make arbitrary numbers up and hope they're about right. Didn't actually count.
Well, there is the Void Touch Attendant in play, right? So that does complicate things as well, because of course that effect is symmetrical, which you can forget in these spots. So if Magoho just goes face, just dumps all his damage face, then Ruby is looking at what, 4, 11, 15, 19, 23 plus Wicked Stab? Yeah, he has lethal if the Void Touch Attendant stays on board.
Which it will, unless Magoho does something that slows him down, right?
Yeah, he can't take it off board and set up a 2-turn lethal himself, right? He would have to trade it into something and hero power it, which then, of course, negates the effect of it adding the extra damage that he needs for his own 2-turn lethal.
What he can do, though, is trade it in. If he assumes he's dead, which he's got to think he is, trade it in, shoot it, play the 2 peasants and the freshman, and he's not going to. I mean, that would be hard to set up, I guess.
So I haven't counted this, and now Rope's burning, but I think the best thing to do is just to use the Void Shard this turn. So you go face and you use the Void Shard just to get the little bit of lifesteal, and then hope that gets you out of range of your opponent having lethal on the other side. I haven't counted it that being the case or not.
He could have shot the 3-2 there, which would have allowed for Void Shard shoot face next turn anyway.
No, because his hero power did 3 this turn instead of 2. So Ruby would have been on 7 if the board was then clear.
Okay, sure. Double peasant, would that have helped? Probably not. Okay, that might have just been Ruby locking that one out to any sensible play. Easy when you can see the hands say, well, Ruby might kill you, but I think at that point you just take the chance that Ruby doesn't have 26 rather than shooting your own minions. I think it makes sense.
I think it does, yeah. The only play that, again, I do want to look at is whether the Void Shard set anything up. And again, I'd have to count the damage all over again, because he wasn't just dead on board. He was dead to board plus Wicked Stab. And I don't know if using Void Shard that turn got him out of range of board plus Wicked Stab, which if it doesn't, obviously there's no reason to go for that, because it doesn't actually play around anything in that position. So interesting spot for sure, but instead of focusing on, like, you know, could Magoho have got himself a way out of it? We can just focus on the idea that Ruby set that up really, really nicely, right? Like, was not overly fearful. You know, I was saying he has to use his last card here on Wicked Stab to be able to clear the board and not be dead to the 2-turn lethal setup. And Ruby said, nah, mate, I don't need to care about your 2-turn lethal setup because I have a 1-turn lethal setup. So I'm just going to leave that Void Touch Attendant there and get on with it, because as again, he just kicked off with the double Greyheart Sage early and just left himself in such a good racing position. And that's when sometimes the Divine Shield on your own Void Touch Attendant does come back to bite you because of that inability to bail out of it when you need to.
I do think there, and I don't want to swear to this, but when I was checking the replay, it looked like the Void Shard would have got the job done by 1 health, but I wouldn't want to totally swear to it. Things get harder now for Ruby, though, probably. It is a brute DH, so there is a way of beating aggro. I mean, there's ways of beating aggro anyway, but just playing some brutes tends to shut them right down. And then the druid. So things are going to step up in difficulty for him now.
Yeah, it's a huge win, though. Like, the Quest Rogue is the one that can certainly get out there and fight for board early, and you would figure kind of had a chance against some of these aggro decks. But to get it done easily, like, he didn't want to pick up any sloppy losses on the Quest Rogue. This was the deck that kind of needed to win straight away because he wants multiple chances on the other deck. Other decks, sorry. Like, yes, brutes can brute you. But again, we kind of saw this classically when brutes were first appearing in the metagame. Anyone that kind of played minions against them got them into trouble, and the deck has tilted a little bit further towards, you know, accommodating aggro with the Soul Shears and the like that have come into the deck, but that problem does still exist. So very important here for Ruby that he got the Quest Rogue out of the series as rapidly as possible. Now has multiple bites at the cherry for both these remaining decks, which I think are going to be a little bit more difficult.
We seem to be seeing a lot of brute. I'm just frantically doing my TJ impression and thinking very hard just to see how many brutes are in this tournament. And it's like none. It's not none, but of all the Demon Hunters, it's not even one that gets a name on Wicked Goods distribution. It's just a splodge of green at the end. But we're seeing a lot of them. So
And one of the people that brought Brutes is, of course, Lovestorm, the previous Masters Tour winner, and he's 1 and 2, so we're not watching him anytime soon. So it's there is probably a disproportionate amount of Brutes up towards the higher rankings if we're seeing them pop up on stream.
Druid versus something aggro. Obviously, traditionally the Achilles heel of Druid, and that is still the case, but these days, he's got so many ways to just escape and not be punished like Druids should be punished, because they deserve to be punished by something. Sometimes they just win now.
Yes. However, I do know that you are a man of statistics and a man of science, Lorinda, and I do think we can sometimes get carried away by how disgusting the Druid high rolls are. Like, when you look at the matchup win rate, those high rolls are factored into that win rate, right? They exist, those games have been accounted for, and it's still like a 70% matchup for Shadow Priest and Face Hunter specifically, right? So it should still work very consistently, and it is a bit disingenuous to then just look at Druid doing Druid things 30% of the time and going, well, see, shouldn't have done that. You got hit by the 30%er. That means you're wrong. Like, that's not how Hearthstone works. But certainly, when it's Druid, it does seem a lot more compelling to make that argument purely because
I deliberately didn't put numbers on it because I heard you pull Raven up on it the other day in the exact same way.
Yeah.
My point being, in the olden days, that would have been 85, not 70.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like, Druid is disgusting, yes. But, you know, it's not broken to the point where you can't just build decks that counter it very consistently, right? Like, a 70% matchup is a more than acceptable, like, hard counter in terms of how we would apply that term in Hearthstone, right? So, I think that's...
How can I annoy you now? I'm going to annoy you now by saying 270% means you only go 2-0, slightly less than half the time. So it's more likely to go 1-1 or 0-2.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely how numbers work.
It's definitely how I annoy you as well.
Uh-huh.
Total disingenuity with statistics.
Yeah. And the English language, apparently, as well.
I've never had any sort of ingenuity with the English language.
If there's anyone's use of the English language that is ingenious, it is probably you, to be fair.
It's very different. All right, this is a huge start, even by aggro standards. Just getting the 2-5 out there, that's probably never dying. And obviously peasant drawing cards. This could get very unpeasant for Ruby very quickly.
See? Ingenious.
Look, when you only know 17 words, you have to use them really well.
That's true, yeah. All right, Raised Dead picked up. It's a disgusting start, it has to be said. This peasant is going to start feeding. I would like to see the Trog come down here just to diversify the threats, right? If the Trog's dying, the peasant's living. If the peasant's dying, the Trog is living.
And looking at Ruby's hand, like there's no ramp. Well, not no ramp. Only one ramp so far, and all of these cards are your find things cards. But you need a thing card right now, otherwise you're just going to get beaten up next turn.
If you don't shout guff stuff at some point in the next few seconds, will TJ just disown you and you won't be allowed back in the Americas broadcast?
I can only hope, Sottle.
Trying to get disowned by TJ for so long, it just won't work.
Yeah. I just spent 2 years completely ignoring anything he says, trying to derail the broadcast. He just joins in.
I know, ridiculous, isn't it?
Talking of ridiculous, though, this hand, like you've just said, the peasant or the Trog, the first choice. I guess you could argue the Trogs aren't that dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, also, if you wanted to, you could do both with a Moontouched Amulet, right? If you did Trog first with the Luna, and then Moontouched Amulet, and then attack the 3-2, but he's choosing to say that only the Trog is the real threat here because he wants to drop the Moonlit instead, which I imagine this play was to dig exactly for scale for the next turn, right? And just curve into that nicely, but he has whiffed on it.
Yeah, the Druid does have to take some chances, and we're going to see it again and again probably in this matchup where the Druid just tries to fumble its way into a lot of mana and then do something, gain armor, obviously make some good old 8s. Always the best way, but at the moment, no mana, no anything. And the lack of a Void Touched is really the only thing that's stopping this from being over.
Yeah, the minions are already pretty chunky as it stands, though. Like the Void Touch is only really a necessity if you've gone like Frazzled Freshman start, right? Very low impact, but because he's then had the Wriggling Horror to buff, it's kind of the next best thing to the Void Touch Attendant already. This is still tons of damage coming through every turn.
Is there anything? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to Raven it. I'm not. All right. Is there any way he can get back something with Ray's dead by shooting his own Wriggling Horror?
Come, pray.
And then wasting 2 mana shooting it, but having loads of good things going on the next turn.
I think if you had a tour guide, then like maybe we could talk about that, yeah? Just because it would change some breakpoints for Scale, which is the card that you were scared of, right? But I think in the spot he's in, it's the hero power is too expensive. He has 3 health minions anyway, which is what he'd be looking for. Like he has 3 odd-numbered minions in play right now in terms of health, so I don't think he needs to engineer too many extra breakpoints.
All right. Any spammy?
8 pouch? Yeah, you can. Well, is there a spammy? Yeah, I guess with the hero power you could find a way to spammy, or you could just Vate the pouch for Scale.
Sure. Yeah. 7s are more likely to be found than not 7s,
5s.
right?
Yeah.
7, you know, so...
Yeah, you're more likely to find a 7 than every other card that isn't a 7 combined. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Strange, that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have 2 goes at it if you went Innovate Solar? Oh, yes.
I'll Vate Solar Pouch to then have 2 shots at Spammy. Yeah, that's quite good as well.
That rope's burning again.
Gonna straight up buy time though, it looks like. With the Solar Moon Touch, take care of the Peasant, which is of course the biggest problem right now.
It's everything. He's got the double Void Touch as well. The double Void Shard. Too many Voids.
Too many Voids and not a Bly's in sight.
I understood that reference. I need to be watching hundreds of hours of you and Raven.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I doing with my life?
And then you turn on some Hearthstone streams afterwards.
Yeah, and then me and TJ come on. Yeah. Oh, Hearthstone streams. Can't believe TJ admitted he knows nothing about Hearthstone. If I'd known anything about Hearthstone, I'd have worked it out. But, you know. All right, this is it. This is the turn. Too slow.
Way too slow. Has to be fungal. Can still Vate the Scale if it's found, but even then he'd need Luna to go with it. Does find the Luna, but still no Scale.
Good luck with those.
Mm-hmm.
Mark of the Wild. Equal film to Shaun of the Dead.
I'd watch that. To be fair, as long as Edgar Wright's directing, I'd probably watch anything.
Or, to be even fairer, I think you do just watch anything.
I mean, that's not true. Although I do watch America's Grandmasters, so I clearly do have very low standards.
You clearly, yeah, we'll watch most things. All right. Legitimately this time, shoot your own thing and maybe get a neophyte down could be quite relevant.
Yes, I like it a lot more this turn than I did previously. Or
just shoot your opponent in the face and set up lethal.
Okay, sure.
Seems reasonable, to be fair.
Yep, I'm fine with this. Had not counted that it was such a clean 6 to then lead into the next turn. Void Shard hero power again, now being that 6. Armor from the hero power is gone. Double Moon Touch and a Feral Rage has been used on the other side as well from Ruby. Yep, I like this.
I don't work out if this is enough to survive. I don't think it is, but it is a lot.
Think of think.
The bloom as well.
What's a lot? Sorry, what are you trying to do?
just hitting things, hitting them with everything, with Rush, with Wind Fury, with Lunar Eclipses, with Marks of the Wild.
Oh, I see.
But it was a lot of removal and extra health.
Okay. Well, Ruby is going to power through these pretty quickly and then presumably go Bloom Eclipse Mark of the Wild and try and stay alive that way. But because of Magoho's excellent play on the previous turn, that magic number 6 is already there. No, turns it down. He actually, I believe, went for a Book of the Dead out straight away, right? To potentially be able to answer that, although I'm not necessarily sure enough minions had died to make that possible. But whatever he was going to do was going to be a very, very slim out there, especially because of the number of shadow spells that he knew would have been drawn, right? From the 2/3s that had come down, the Deceptors, he would have known there was multiple shadow spells in hand on the other side, so probably knows that being at 6, he can't really afford to do anything else but to go fishing for fancy outs.
Fancy outs from Fancy Pants Sottle.
Talking about
fancy cravats and
just because I know the difference between an ascot and a scarf, which are two incredibly different things, does not make me fancy. Unbelievable.
Don't at him.
Having now heard myself say that sentence out loud, I do kind of understand now. Yeah.
Okay, at him. He's okay. He's good with it now. He's accepted it.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter and the Paladin left. Haven't really seen that much of the Paladin. I know you've had experiences with it in Europe, GM, but we had 1 or 2 people play it and do well with it in Americas as well. But it seems to be still an under-the-radar deck, and yet it's doing okay when it turns up.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise people do tend to lean towards the Libram Paladin, sorry. The buff Paladin only seems to come out like in the pure aggro lineup or in the target Druid lineup specifically, just because kind of the extra points that you get against decks that really don't clear minions very well, and you just slam +8/+8 on them and win the game. Outside of that, it is just a little bit more vulnerable because of that same factor, right? Like if you play against a deck like, I don't know, Quest Rogue, for example, who has rush minions, 1 mana, 3 damage, assassins, all those kind of things, just to be able to deal with minions that you play, and then you're left with a handful of 5 buff spells and nothing to play them on, right? That can be a huge problem. So I think it is a lot more polarized as a deck in general, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It might be a bad thing in a ladder deck, but in a tournament deck that you can fit into a particular strategy, I think it makes sense. And honestly, I think that's a big part of the reason why it is a bit more of an under the radar deck and we see more of it in tournament play, perhaps.
I mean, I refuse to accept it until they put Jungle Panther back in. That was the best iteration of this deck. Just lol, amusing stealth minion, lol, hit you for 12. That was it. That was the deck.
Yeah, with, what was it, 5 mana Battle Master back then as well? Yeah, that was kind of toxic.
24 on turn 4. But here we are, playing real Hearthstone cards again. And that's a hand, as well as a Stone Hearth, a Guardian, and an Iron Deep.
Holding on to the Scale of Onyxia. I love this from Ruby. It's one of those situations, do you remember back in the day before they made mulligans invisible, when you were kind of mandated, if you were playing the game optimally, to wait until the last possible second to do your mulligan, to try and see your opponent's mulligan first? It's one of those situations where if you see your opponent is keeping cards, then you're more likely to keep Scale, because in this matchup, if you're keeping any cards, you have a Trog in your hand. That's basically the rules, right? And if you have a Trog in your hand, the only way you can really beat that, as TJ and Gia were talking about, I think in the previous series, is fill the board over time and then play Scale of Onyxia. So I do like this decision from Ruby to just hold on to the Scale and hope that the rest of his hand is relatively kind. And so far, the rest of the hand has been relatively kind.
I'll go as far as to say more than relatively kind right now. This is developing really well. He wants to try and find a way to get the best in shell out next turn, which isn't going to work. So
yeah, I think he will maintain the bloom and everything else for the Scale anyway. Like bloom best in shell, sure, that's great, but you'll still be left in a position where You know, Hand of Adar, Ramming Mount, Blessing of Authority can just be put on the trogs that are already on board, chew through your turtles, and you're kind of back where you started. So I think much more likely is Ruby's just going to take it a little bit slow up until Bloom scale on 5.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not convinced that's what he's going to do.
Second Divine Ship. Really? Wait, what? Really? You think he's going to Bloom Turtle? He's not going to Bloom Turtle.
You're right. I think you're right.
I promise you he's not going to Bloom
need
Turtle.
convincing.
Okay. Oh, best of both worlds here as well. I was wondering whether he would go for Gordon in hand, but ends up getting to play the Vindicator and still hits Noble Mount, getting that Divine Shield effect. So absolute best of both worlds in that scenario. He did not Bloom Turtles.
No, I knew he wouldn't.
I knew all along. I was just doing an impression of a stupid person, I swear.
Uh-huh. It's a very good impression, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
I got all the buffs you could ever want. Problem with 3 wands is they don't Org Merchant well.
They don't. They do hand an Org Merchant fairly well, though.
They do. The hand's kind of playing itself here, right? His curve is kind of set as to what he needs to do, so to some extent he doesn't have a lot of choices, but there was a choice made there as to where to put the hand.
Mm-hmm. All right, how many
health?
Yeah, how many 2s is this?
It is
1, 2,
now
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's a full clear, right? Perfect full clear with all 7.
Perfect full
Going
clear.
into that crucial turn 5 with double Blessing of Authority in the hand on the other side. This was the one thing he didn't want to happen.
Yep. And now just no curve at all because something had to survive. Blessing Authority showing the weakness in how slow it can be. Because when you first face this card, you're like, well, this is just the most unfair card in all of Hearthstone. And then when you learn to deal with it, it's like, oh, actually, he has no authority.
Suddenly so much extra time for the Druid. If there's one thing Druid always wants more of, it's time.
What about if there were 2 things?
Time and then mana. No, time and then guff. Those are the 2 things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Maybe it's guff and then time, actually. Maybe it's in the other order. Would you sacrifice time for guff? Probably.
I mean, TJ would.
He would.
He's donated a lot of time to guff over the last few weeks. As have I, to some degree. A different meaning.
Time waits for no one.
Okay, going digging here, I imagine. I suspect Moon Touched will be used here for another full clear. Yeah, makes sense to me.
And now he's kind of resolved the immediate nightmare, so Best in Shell, if he wants it, he has held on to it, will just buy more of that valued time when he wants it. He could also possibly just overgrowth into that as well now.
Oh,
card draw, which makes the Best in Shell a little bit interesting for a raid.
Yeah. However, I think this time, 0 for 2, I think this is the time where you ramp out the turtles because now you've got the solar to go with it. And that is 4 2/7 taunts now that have to be chewed through on the other side.
That's fine. Just wait till you've got 9 mana and samurai them. You're okay.
Yeah.
That might be the backup plan anyway. You can Blessing one now and mess around for a couple of turns because there's not much better hanging on in there.
Yeah, having just drawn Gordon the Squawker, as it's now called, if you follow the law of European Grandmasters.
I
It's,
lost track of all the names in yours.
You absolutely play Blessing on that turn, though, having drawn Parrot. That makes sense. The Samuro is currently 2 attack, I believe. I think it's only been buffed by 1 Banana Man, and that is it. Yeah, 2/7 by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it says it has. What is this rubbish?
RNGLeaoh's kind of nice. It does cost 0 by this point, surely. Wow, he just plays a 6/6. Okay. All right, fine. Be like that.
You're a little low on goods, but again, I say this for years now. Just trust the deck when you're playing Druid. It'll be fine. It'll find a way to work out okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if it doesn't... Why is this called who? Gordon?
So, Gordon Org Merchant instead of Guardian Org Merchant, right? And then at one point, Raven said, I think you just Gordon the Squawker. And then it just sounded like it is the name of the parrot, Gordon the Squawker.
Character in Mark of the Wild.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
One of these days, I'll write the full glossary of weird pet names for cards, but it's some way away.
Is that the glossary of weird pet names for cards or the glossary of card names you've made up? Because they're slightly different things.
I mean, they catch on at like a 10% success rate, I'd say. That's not bad.
So
it's not bad at all.
A year, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
This is really dangerous for Ruby, by the way, because now Magoho was the one who had to hang on for a turn or two, weirdly. And he is going to get that Samuro Blessing off, which is going to allow a massive connection to face for 13 Hearthstone points.
A gentleman's 13, Lorinda.
Yeah. Gentleman's 13, indeed. Yeah, set me up for that already.
I know. Okay. Osh! And back in the game. Feral Rage is not going to do it. And it's hard to imagine. You see why this buff Paladin just does things against Druid. It's hard to imagine a Druid pan out better than that as an anti-aggro tool, right? Nature Studies on 1, quick scale with the Bloom, and then Solar Turtles to follow that up as well, which is about as good as it's ever going to get in that situation. Not even close. Like, without breaking a sweat, Paladin gets over the line in that one. So you can see why that is such a good matchup in this sort of anti-Druid strategy.
Told you we should have Turtles first.
Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. Would have won the game on the spot. What do I know?
Yeah. Wouldn't have just got chewed through in no time or anything. No, not at all.
Yeah.
And that leaves him with just the Hunter now, because the Beast Druid was banned.
Yeah, Druid was banned for sure. So yeah, I believe it is just the Face Hunter left to win with for Magoho.
And yeah, there it is. And if that's against the Demon Hunter, even I am these days of the opinion that Demon Hunter suffers to Hunter, but it is the Brute version, which gets back quite a lot of percentage points these days, I think.
You think Brute's better against Face Hunter than Fel Demon Hunter is?
I think it might be, yeah.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think there are builds. For example, like Meati has brought a list to this tournament that has Moonfang in it, which I think picks you up some points against Fel Demon Hunter, and has 2 Felmors in there, which again, we all know I'm not the world's biggest Felmor fan, but in that specific instance, sure, maybe that's good. But I still think Face Hunter is flimsy enough that Fel Demon Hunter does okay against it. It has lost points in that matchup for sure, since it got less focused on just the pure Fel thing, and now it's sort of hybrid Quest Fel Demon Hunter with expendable performers and all these extra things on top of that. But I still wouldn't hate playing that matchup from the Demon Hunter side. I still think the bigger problem is the one that Ruby faces right now, which is the Druid matchup, and specifically Trog and Gordon on the other side. The absolute dream scenario, and then followed up with a Troggy Biscuit.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of damage. Ruby does have the Guff, which means this game he will probably play precisely 1 Hearthstone card. And against Hunter, it's a different scenario to maybe the Priest, or what I was talking about earlier. Is you really don't want to give them extra trogs and things.
Mm-hmm.
Extra things to have buffs put upon.
Dead, Neil. They're dead. Everyone's dead, Neil.
Everyone's dead. What? Chansky?
Dead.
Dave?
Neil,
Is
they're
dead?
dead. No, dead. Everyone is dead, Neil. Neil, everyone's dead.
To the 2 people out there who get that, yeah.
So you're trying to tell me everyone's dead?
Amazing scenes here.
If you two out there are people of culture, please feel free to tweet at B and Lorinda where that is from, and we will respect you ever so slightly more.
You've got to respect Sottle for finding a reference that I understand. Because usually with Sottle and Derek, I just nod and smile and pretend I've watched whatever thing that they've watched hundreds of episodes of. And just, yeah,
That's right.
I know this. All right, there's some trogs. Now, it's question time. Do you want to weave in the button?
Does indeed. Yeah, makes sense. 2 damage is 2 damage, and you still have the opportunity to, say, pick up Wrangler in this spot to then make the Warpatingers that you have in hand just that little bit usier. I think it makes sense just to portion out a bit more damage.
Something I'm finding interesting with the Quest Hunter, just while we're looking at this kind of dead board state, is the fact sometimes you weave in damage prematurely because you know you're going to waste mana later on. That's something I find very interesting.
That's true. Yeah, that can happen.
It doesn't really matter what order you play your spells in as long as you play them quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are, slightly different Face Hunter, but he did have a similar hand to that where with the hand he's got, mana is going to get wasted if he doesn't press buttons, so that was a decent opportunity to do something a bit strange.
Is anyone else like concerned for the well-being of the squirrel in the art for the Frostwolf pup thing? Like, I'm aware it's supposed to be a cute drawing, but it is a little bit weird and sinister when you think about it. Is that actually a squirrel? I think it is, right?
It is now.
Okay.
Very strange tree otherwise.
Yeah.
God, you've got so weird since you started looking at the art.
Sorry, I'll go back to ignoring it.
Just remember the days when, you just sort of talked about Hearthstone and cards and that sort of thing. Another decision here, but next turn's terrible if you don't code obey now, I think. Unless there's any break points coming up.
Want to know why they call me?
Just do it.
Yeah, I have now pulled up the full art, and it is 100% a squirrel, which I am concerned for now.
Well, to us
save the
Americans, it's a squirrel.
squirrel. They don't have vowels. Squirrel. Squirrel. Squirrel.
Me, don't have R's. No.
I have far too many R's.
I'm on a diet, leave me alone. Alright, a reload will be occurring, but there is elements of stabilization here. If he can rip a ward off the top, Ruby, he would be able to do the old Solar Cenarian.
There is a fairly significant problem with that, Lorinda. Would you like to guess what it is?
No.
There are no Cenarians in his deck.
Oh! Alright, that's fair. I would never have guessed that. Perhaps I should have looked. So, Solar Best in Shell. Not quite the same, is it? Because you need the armor. How am I going to dig myself out of this? Or dig me out, Subtle, help!
I mean, Best in Shell is kind of taking the Cenarian ward space in the deck. It's allows the streamlining for Kazaka-san, right? So that you know Cold Tooth Mine is hitting guaranteed 8-drop at that point. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Obviously, just set yourself up to illustrate the difference between gaining 8 armor and not gaining 8 armor against Face Hunter. You'd much rather take 8 extra armor over taunts in this matchup just because of the way that late game kind of turns directly into damage being fired at Face. I think that's a great comparison that you brought up there, Neil. Well done.
Thank you very much, Sottle. I appreciate you. Understanding my points like only you can. And that includes me.
Yes.
Only you understand my points. All right, there's a lot of damage coming in next turn as well. 9. 15? That's more than 14.
That rope's burning.
It is.
Problem. Depending which side you're sat.
Yeah, there is like Vape Feral Rage available if Ruby wants to go for it. It does. This is not an obvious play. Like, it is obviously 2-card combos you're playing around in a 3-card hand. So
Yeah, if you looked carefully, you could see the exact moment he realized he had to count health totals there. He just suddenly stopped, like, oh, I can't just not do this. I need to actually work this out. And yeah, nicely worked.
this is great. Nice cheap draw off the top. Allows Magoho to dump and get a quick shot and a hero power in here. Very nice. Drawing a 1 or 2 drop there was crucial to the game plan. Obviously, that is the vast majority of the deck when you're dealing with Face Hunter, but still.
What can we get from resizing pouch? The answer is every card in Hearthstone, but...
Scale.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not a full clear this time because of the death rattle.
And the 1 is relevant. Look at this. So silly, and yet there's still going to be 1 left. 1 being relevant because Quickshot does 3, so even numbers and things like that.
It's 8. Oh, that is the single worst draw in the deck right now. You hate to see it.
Ice Trap. If they couldn't stop you last turn, how can they stop you now?
Yeah. Can argue you're 2 damage off. Explosive Trap was an option, but it's just not going to happen, is it? It's just not going to get procced. So I think Ice Trap is still the best choice.
That doesn't stop hero powers, but it really looked exciting for a second.
Yeah, I mean, vanilla instinct play. You had 10. You had okay. You had 10 mana, but so best in shell resizing to the 3 drops could have got you either Moon Touched or Feral. But even better, just find the Feral Rage naturally from your deck instead.
Don't play that one. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Yep. Forget about the turtles. Just stack that armor. As my co-caster Lorinda very accurately and succinctly pointed out earlier, gaining armor much more important than fighting for board in this matchup when it comes down to these kind of spots.
I'm so happy right now. Did you see the little smile on my face? I get things right so often. It's just TJ doesn't notice them. Because he doesn't know anything about Hearthstone, apparently.
Right.
Alright. This is very... Well, this is turned the corner, or at least looking around the corner, ready to go. What are the potential problems here?
Oh, no. That's so bad. Freezing pack tactics? I don't
Tactics,
know.
Demon Companion, hope they don't have blasters.
I think freezing makes sense, right? Because your opponent probably has to play Kazakhstan to win the game, just with the type of deck that he's playing. It's not like it has alternate win conditions. So now, like, the Kazakhstan is already dead, right? From your perspective, you've just dealt with that already. You can just ignore it, go face. You absolutely would have done that anyway, but now you've also killed an 8/8 in the process.
It's going to have to be one from hand with no Barak, no quick shot.
Yeah.
Sounds difficult.
Agreed.
On the other side, we have seen a lot of the armor gain get used.
Alex Straza, that was very deliberate, by the way, there, going for 9s instead of 10s to create this out. And this is now awesome, because if your opponent took a freezing trap on the read that they'd have to deal with your 8/8 dragon, you've just presented them with the wrong 8/8 dragon for them to freeze in this situation. And look at the pain! Look at the pain on the face on the other side as he realizes he has just absolutely got out mind gamed in this position.
You're the only person I know who can laugh while saying, look at the pain, look at the... He probably has to piercing shot his one attacking minion here afterwards, doesn't he? Because it might be the last chance he gets in a game that he wins.
I'm not sure this is a game that he wins anymore.
All right, so I tell you tomorrow morning that he won this game. Reconstruct from there. His attack again, right?
Ruby got disqualified. Like, I genuinely don't see it, because if you don't kill the 8/8, he just heals for 8. If you kill the 8/8, he heals for 8 because you've put 8 damage into an 8/8. Like, yeah. See? Like, what do you do?
I let him heal for 8 the other way, and then he doesn't get much of a turn.
That Alex Straza play was really sick, by the way. I just want to put an underline under that before we move on.
And just to add to that, because sometimes it's nice to add the little touches on. You pointed out earlier, you know, just the play, the coin feral rage, because he might die in one of the other games. Like, just all these little things that he's finding that aren't... It's a fine line, right? Because I might do that because I would panic because, oh no, I'm down to this much health. But he didn't do that. He calculated that he was probably dead, so needed to do it. There's a difference. And had to waste resources to stay alive. It wasn't like what I would do, which is the same play, but for entirely the wrong reasons.
You could bloom turtles again here and then look for pouch into survival next turn to like just try and get the fastest clock possible on your opponent. Not sure I love that, but it was an option.
Time for Magoho to get creative. Could creatively aimed shot his opponent in the face.
Love to see it.
DJ said you couldn't get creative with no cards in hand. Look at it.
This must be the way.
Guidance, amulet.
I mean, I'm just looking at cards at this point, saying they're cards. Do what you like. Play some cards.
Amulet, corrupt it, solar. Yeah, play the best in shell to corrupt the new amulet, and then solar the new amulet so that you draw an extra amulet from your deck. Seems good. Wait, are you now going to bloom the other amulet as well? Because otherwise, this is very strange.
I struggle so hard when the game is over. It's going to be very strange, I think. Yeah.
Wait, really? Okay, I mean, fine. Just didn't draw an extra moon touch amulet? I mean, I guess there's only 3 cards left in the deck. It doesn't actually really matter, I suppose.
Oh, actually, I guess there's a world. Okay, there isn't a world, but if you're trying to be precise, maybe you just... You've got Kazakazan, you're not getting fatigued. No, can't think of anything.
It doesn't matter, is the answer.
That's why I wasn't paying attention when you first talked it through. Thinking just 10 more hero powers and I'll get there. Credit to Ruby for actually concentrating in this situation. Because I'm pretty sure you can pick the worst card from every box and still win this.
I was literally about to say, in this situation, I think I would just try and like achieve the nuts low Kazakhstan deck and then win with it anyway, just for personal amusement. And Ruby very much did not do that.
Yeah, which is why he's about to be in a chance of going 4-0 in a Masters Tour. And we're talking about it. But you would win this game as well, doing anything you liked. Well fought, he concedes, it's 2-2. And it's going to be the Hunter versus the Brute Demon Hunter.
Yes, indeed. And there are very limited tools in the Demon Hunter to actually deal with what Hunter's doing. In a lot of ways, this is a very similar matchup to what we just watched, except unbelievably, I might be about to say that the Demon Hunter has even less tools to deal with the board than Druid does, which didn't used to be the case, but because of scales of Onyxia now and the fact that Moontouched Amulet and Feral Rage and Lunar Eclipse are still in there, like if you start looking at the list of things that Demon Hunter can do, okay, I'm going down. No, I'm
nothing.
done. I'm done.
That's it.
That's all of them, yeah. There's not even Soul Shears in this version of the deck. They have been taken out. Just Spirit Jailers for the Soul Fragment generation needed for the Lion's Frenzy to draw cards. So literally all you can do is just power out brutes faster than your opponent can kill you. And sometimes, more often than not, that just doesn't happen. And that's a brute.
Okay. How much damage is going to get done by this neophyte?
Not a huge amount. Oh, okay, especially not now. Especially not now. Like, yeah, Neophyte would have come down there and then Ruby would have hero-powered the 1-1 and had to play Spirit Jailer instead of Quest, right? Is essentially what would have happened there if Neophyte had been played.
I would argue...
The Biscuit is so much more powerful than the alternative.
I would argue the Neophyte's now going to do more damage.
Agreed, yes.
Than have before. But not for the reasons I originally thought. Here it comes. Damage, damage, damage. Magoho's doing the victory head shake. Bop.
He's vibing.
The vibing, the jam. And your coin costs 1 ruby.
They will never catch me.
He did just complete Quest through Neophyte with 1 mana to spare, which is something, I guess, if you really if you really want to find a silver lining in this situation.
Yeah. Well, you said you're going to try and do things, you know, to show you could. That's a thing definitely for the notebook.
Mm-hmm.
Is he dead?
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13? Nope.
No, not yet. But yes. Oh,
but yes.
Go domain. But now he can't even put Trogs in the way. Trogs? Brutes. Trogs, Brutes. They're all the same.
I know, on turn 1, I was like, that's a brute when it was a Trog, and now you said he can't put Trogs in the way. Like, we've straight up just reversed the 2 cards somehow.
I even spent about 20 seconds in silence trying to work out what you were talking about and then realised and carried on. I'm like, is there some magic formula with Safety Inspector that lets brutes come out on turn 2?
I feel like we would have been playing Safety Inspector quite a long time before now, if that was the case.
Yeah. Okay, well, bam, 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 bam. Last time I did that, somebody used their rogue hero power 7 times in 1 turn.
Mm-hmm. Still one of the greatest moments in Hearthstone Grandmasters history.
Pleasure doing business.
All right, Ruby's just fishing now for anything that would help. There is no immolation or anything like that. This is brute DH.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out the performers weren't expendable after all, and Magoho gets through 3-2 with an incredibly aggressive lineup. And looking at the field, I think we might see more of him tomorrow. This actually seems to just make sense when you see it in action.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about, this is the most popular lineup in the tournament. If you kind of lump together all quad aggro into one lineup, it becomes even more oppressively the most common lineup in the tournament. And I think there is reason for it. I think a lot of people just kind of went into the lab and went, you know what? I feel like there's a couple of common decks that most people are going to play, and I'm not saying we're going to sweep those decks every time, but I think we'll have favorable win rate against them consistently, and that puts us in a good position overall. Because it's not like, you know, when you talk about like a hard target strategy, you know, Frozen's ridiculous anti-warrior strategy from back in the day, the 8 Viper, 8 Ooze and Viper weapon destruction lineups that we've seen from Yala and some various other people. that, you lose the game immediately to every other deck you play. So that's when Lorinda's clarification of, oh, we need 82% or whatever it is, exactly, which I'm sure he's now going to interject. No, I got away with it.
Actually,
Cool.
know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
About right, though.
Yeah, it's above 80%, certainly, that you need. This isn't that. This is you have good edge against common decks in the meta, but if you face uncommon decks in the meta, other decks that you're not expecting, you still probably have something in the region to 45 to 51% matchups in those matchups as well. So the lineup just does start to make a lot of sense. And yeah, I'd agree with Lorinda's assessment. I think we'll see a lot more of the aggro lineup as the days continue.
And we're also going to see a lot more of some famous names as the day continues. Just going to have a very quick look. No, I'm not, because we've got the other games lined up ready for you to go, and I'll let the other casters go through the leaderboard. We're going to take a short break, show you some more action from this round, and hopefully a roundup of how day one has gone. Gabby was 3-0 at the start of the round. See you then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. We have a little bit of coverage left for you for round number 4, the final round of the day. And to close things out for the day, me, TJ, Derek Brown. Derek, how you doing, little buddy?
I'm doing good, TJ. It's been a while since the squad has been assembled, but finally, our 2-man squad is back in action.
That's right. We got a good one. It's MadThanos versus Fruit.
Care to elaborate?
No, that's the match.
It speaks for itself.
Yeah, it speaks for itself, right? Very unique lineups on both sides, however. Once again, the only similarity, at least in classes, is going to be the Druid. And it's actually the same archetype of Druid. They're both playing the Kazakhstan Druid, the minion one. I don't even know what we're calling it at this point. Kazakhstan with other minions in it, too. Malagos, Raid Boss Onyxia, and Kazakhstan Druid. There you go. That's what it is.
Kazakhstan avec mignon.
Oui. C'est vrai.
Delicious. Yeah, it is an interesting lineup because, like, on one side you have MadThanos with, you know, nothing too ridiculous. He's got the anti-Demon Hunter lineup. Like, he's bringing good decks overall in Druid, Rogue, Paladin, Priest. None of these are massively outlandish archetypes or classes to bring right now. And he has hit a Demon Hunter on the other side, which should be fantastic for him. However, Fruit has a really weird build of the Demon Hunter. He has got not only Kazakhstan instead of the expendable performers build, but he's got Kazakhstan Brute Demon Hunter with a turbo draw package, focusing entirely on just ripping through his entire deck, slamming down brutes, and if that wasn't enough, Kazakhstan himself can finish it out. And
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Because it's just Brute Demon Hunter, which won the last Masters Tour.
It did.
And then you figure, okay, well, how do I lose as Brute Demon Hunter? Well, you run out of stuff, right? You went through your whole deck, you Lions Frenzied him in the face a couple times, they're still not dead. Well, you need something. And what's that little something? It's It's only one card.
Yeah, and it can solve all of your issues in terms of running out of fuel to close out the game. It can, however, also be an 8-mana 8/8 in your starting hand when you're trying to outcast your Sigil Runners, your Glides, your Spectral Sights, Razorglaive Sentinel. Obviously, it can mess with that pretty heavily as well. So it's a brittle deck, you know, it's very feast or famine. When it works, by golly, it works, but when it doesn't, it looks pretty ridiculous, to be honest. And so far, it's been working, right? Fruits either had it banned or he's won with it in every series, as is the Nature O Conquest. And I think it puts him in a decent spot this series overall. It's definitely at least the wild card factor that MadThanos may not have been able to predict, even with his mad, genius style of deck building.
As we all know, Thanos' only weakness is fruit.
Dang it, they could have saved so much money on all those films.
I know.
It just brought a couple grapes.
Just throw a pear at him, man. Like, come on, get this over with, right? It's when he goes to snap his fingers, all you got to do is squeeze a raspberry between them, and he's done for.
You can't snap with all that berry juice in there. What's he gonna do?
Yeah, your fingers just slip. You can't get the friction needed.
Instead of I am inevitable at the end, just I am sticky.
Oh God, who would dare put us on the last shift of the day? Jeez.
What kind of dingus would do that?
All right, well, we got some. Where's his hand?
He literally Thanos snapped his hand.
Demons.
Fruit's like, I didn't even have time. Well, that's a pretty aggressive opening from MadThanos. Now needs something to do. All right, there's more ramp.
Yeah.
Looking for Malagos, essentially. And MadThanos is cooking. And Fruit's hand is a little awkward. Well, I don't know. The glide probably will be looking towards a self-glide here.
Yeah.
This is more likely to hit Spectral Sight. There it is. Oh, well, it's Brutes. There's also Philosophies.
Yeah, there's Philosophies and there's one Crimson Sigil Runner as well. So this was actually a pretty lucky outcome, all things considered, for Fruit, as a 2 out of 5. I suppose 3 out of 5 were good draws, given that he could have hit the one of Crimson Sigil Runner as well. And he does get quest completion, where I was going to lead up to saying maybe he should save the double jump for a couple turns so that he can play a glide off the top or any of the other card draw effects as well. But he takes the risk, plays the double jump, gets rewarded, and he is just absolutely schmoving through his deck right now with Spectral Sight, Acrobatics, just going to glide it all back in anyway and hope to get all that juicy card draw into his hand again.
Oh. Nope, not quite.
No
not
chance.
quite. Yeah. Unlucky.
They will never catch me.
Job's done.
Just gonna do it anyway, though. Realizing that Crimson Sigil Runner could just be hard to outcast anyway. With whatever card comes off the top. So just gonna try and find some more card draw. Moving through. MadThanos finds some card draw. Zone here. And still desperately needs it because it's not really drawing anything that's fantastic in this board. So I guess Scale of Onyxia is good as a reaction to Brutes. But this Brute Demon Hunter weirdly has an Immolation Aura. I swear this deck has like 36 cards in it. Every time I look, I'm like, there's no way with a Kazakhstan that he also managed to fit in an Immolation Aura. Nope, he did.
It does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, you lose some pretty big ones, like not having... the Arcanist does make it a lot harder to actually clear any of these boards. You're not running Fell Screen Blast either, so it's a very, very unreactive deck. But I like the point you made about him holding on to the Scale of Onyxia for removal. I think that's a very, very good choice of his to make, because he could have just slammed it down on turn 7 there, well, with 7 mana available. But he realizes even with that one Immolation Aura, it's just a little bit too scary, and he'd rather save it to play reactively. Big whiff here, however, for Fruit in terms of not being able to complete the quest again for another turn. It's slowing down drastically for him now.
Yeah, this is getting tough. He was hoping that he was going to hit something like a tradable or Spectral Sight from the Eldari studies, but barely didn't get there. All right, Honorable Lieutenant is quite good. Okay, this is... that's even more punishing for the fact that he actually didn't get the quest complete last turn. Because if he was able to get Kurtrus, then Celestial Alignment, well, it still would have been an option, would have been a much less appealing option for MadThanos, just because the Kurtrus still would have been able to come down for 1 mana this turn, and would have made every draw in the deck free.
So this turn, Fruit is unable to complete the quest, but I believe with 2 mana available, he will be able to go Natural Draw, Trade, Swing, Acrobatics is exactly 5 cards drawn, which would make, of course, any cards that he does draw cost 0, which means that...
He's got to play the Kurtrus for 5, so he's got to wait 3 more turns.
Well, sorry, any cards that he draws off that this quest progression, right? Oh, no, but it's Kurtrus. It's the last one, isn't it?
It's Kurtrus.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Okay. Well, in that case, it's not looking great for him, is it, then?
Yeah. I don't even know if it'd be looking great if he can get, like, 2 cards discounted, because one of them would be the tradable. I guess
just slamming the Lieutenant, right? Oh, you're really not taking the 50-50 here?
Well, if you don't hit the 50-50, the Abominable Lieutenant just gets, like, ridiculously value traded. Like, by a 0-cost minion.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's only a 1-cost minion. But that's not
it
that
costs
bad.
0.
Well, no, the Lieutenant is a 1-cost minion.
Impatient.
Well, no, the Brute is 0 all the time. Whoever plays Brutes for more than, like, 1 mana, come on.
They put a man on the moon. Come on. You can play Brute for 0 mana.
This is rough for Fruit. I don't see it. It's like everything that MadThanos can do is just really, really good.
It is. I don't know. I'm trying to piece it together. Like, if there was one way that he could clear the board and buy himself a clean turn, then maybe this would be salvageable because he'd be able to have MadThanos maybe not play a big threat, and then he could get down Kurtrus. But until he gets down Kurtrus, there is just absolutely nothing happening. And obviously, he's not going to be doing that until turn 5 at the latest. And like you say, I just can't really piece together a scenario where he's surviving long enough, especially with the Lieutenant on the other side that will just gobble up his Kurtrus as soon as it's played anyway.
Yeah.
Like, he has to get the perfect sequence of draw a bunch of soul fragments and then draw your way into Brute plus copy on the same turn, right? All while your opponent doesn't play a 1-mana raid boss Onyxia.
And then Power of the Wild to follow.
Or solar power.
It's the future.
And Fruit is one of the few casualties each year.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I think that'll do it. We need Brute immediately, probably 3 of them to there even be a chance. Even then, it's not there, is it?
Oh, there's Kurtrus.
Bye, Kurtrus.
He's like, just finishing my quest. All right, MadThanos, game 1. And Brute Team and her not quite getting there. Could have been a much different story if there was that tradable hit on that last turn, or anything hit, just to be able to get that Kurtrus complete before the Celestial Alignment. But as it were, wasn't able to get that quest complete. Took the risk in order to try and go aggressively for the draw, and not being able to have Kurtrus down as Celestial Alignment was being played. Big deal, big deal. And now we move over to Quest Rogue, which I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Quest Rogue. Because the games that it feels good, oh, it just feels so good. You just play your stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You just spend your mana. And there's other games where you play your stuff and you spend your mana, but then you lose incredibly quickly. So the common denominator is you play your stuff and you spend your mana. But the outcome, much different in terms of like strength of hand and how much power you're putting on the board at each individual moment. So, but it does stay relatively consistent. It's just that if you don't draw the SI side of your deck and you're just playing 2/2s and 3/2s for a while, that gives decks like Druid a lot of time to just sit there and ramp up and do guff stuff and beat you up.
Yeah, you don't fare particularly well against guff stuff. Other stuff,
Tough stuff.
I think you got a chance. Tough stuff, that's fine. You can deal with that. Guff stuff, not so much.
Thijs?
Nope.
I must protect the wild.
Ooh. Yeah, full toss.
Yeah,
Both.
straight away.
Okay.
Ooh.
Work with this. I can work with the growth.
Job's done.
All he needs.
Was your reaction if he had not drawn the overgrowth to be like a pretentious actor? Like, I can't work like this. No overgrowth. I'll be in my trailer.
I'll be in my house, but away from the camera.
Facing in the other direction.
I'm turning my chair around,
Smells like
Talk to my agent.
breakfast.
which is also me.
Facing back the regular way.
Well, it's actually good that Free was able to pick up that bloom and get that overgrowth out.
Oh, yeah.
So this does not ruin his day. Guff off the top? Guff stuff? Nope.
Oh, the wild growth is so sick, though, to be able to play that into perfect Kazakhstan. Oh, mamma mia.
And he's got all the support he needs for the Kazakhstan.
Oh, yeah.
Solar eclipse.
Tick. He doesn't ask for much.
It's not a bad hand for MadThanos, though. It does have an Oh! That is guff stuff.
Oh, Sir Guff T. Stuffington.
Oh.
Right away.
Log beam?
Oh! The next turn is always...
Lunar Solar Bog Beam.
Yeah, I think this is always Solar Scenarium, right?
You're right.
Or, I mean, probably just a Nixia, actually, next turn, and then Solar Scenarium to follow. Basically...
Literally everything he can do is incredibly powerful.
Everything wins. You can do whatever you like, and you will win this game of Hearthstone. Except, like, conceding.
Yeah.
Or not playing one of the 3 approved plays.
Or saying, I feel like I would like a different screen resolution for this game. But instead of clicking on options, you concede by accident. Out of habit. Muscle memory.
I wonder how small of a resolution Fruit could go to here and still win this game of Hearthstone. How many pixels does he need?
Whatever the minimum amount of pixels it takes to play Kazakhstan and play the treasure that comes off the top.
Oh, so 4.
Yeah, 4 pixels, because as we know, each card is 1 pixel. This Red Boss is just so annoying.
I mean, you can't even target it, right? This is the ultimate salt in the wound.
Yeah. Everybody does that. Everybody's like, maybe this one will work on Raid Boss Onyxia? Nope.
Maybe it was all a dream.
Nope, dream doesn't work either. And I don't even know if Kazakhstan is even necessary.
You can just re-immune your Onyxia here, like trade them in, rescale. It doesn't matter. Oh.
Uh-huh.
I can't just sit here. Stormwind.
All right. Trade into the 2-1. You can then bounce the Onyxia or the 8-8, or I guess just tank your 16 damage and stealth instead. Okay. Those are all fantastic cards that the Druid would happily play.
Yeah.
You could go pouch for survival.
It's not
Just
quite.
one-off. Yeah, one-off. Okay.
Hasn't played any amulets, so gosh, this isn't there. It's just soul snaring, double Alec here. Here we go.
Oh.
Oh, swing is. At a cool 52.
I guess.
That is a cool number.
Yep. Yeah, now that I say it, what an incredibly cool number. 52. Feels good just speaking it.
Rolls off the tongue.
52. I want to shout it from a rooftop.
Kids, get up here. Join your father. It's 52
Say it after me.
Day.
52. Daddy, what does 52 mean? Oh, son. You're too young.
I think you're more of
power.
a 51 man.
Yeah. You stick with your 48 for now, son.
Wow. Owl Warlock TJ
No.
is not the deck. It's handler.
You're correct. You are correct. Interesting, though. I felt like the majority of warlocks we were going to see were the Owl Warlock. I felt like if we were going to see some type of these hand warlocks, it would be the Curse of Agony variations. But no, this is just good old-fashioned smack 'em stats, spend mana, deal damage, have a large hand warlock.
Yeah.
Good old base slapping Dreadlich, Tamsin, and Netheron and warlock.
The old Rock'em Sock'em Tour Guide and Netheron Null Warlock.
Oh, you better believe it.
Strictly.
All right.
Interesting start.
Yeah, Turbo Quest.
Yeah.
We call it in the biz.
No need to step it yet, right? You may as well take your 2 free damage, right?
Yeah, unless you really want your next card to be discounted by 2.
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Which would have been insane here.
What a noob.
Oh, no, actually, this is still insane because you can step the smuggler.
You do that?
Play it
I
again.
feel like there's a lot of power going into Coin Soul End.
Yeah. True.
Sorry, Teach.
Yeah, whatever, man. Not your high horse.
All right, destroy the weapon, leave yourself with a 3-1. Obviously does not sound amazing. But this hand is currently not doing loads, right?
If you coin backfire,
I wonder.
then to add 3. Nope, can't get enough thrown down.
I mean, I'm honestly kind of leaning towards just backfire overdraw 1. Is there any reason to do that over just tapping? I guess you go up to maximum cards anyway, so...
I guess Viper is just the play, and then you go backfire Netheron next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, your initial instinct was correct.
Yeah, like I think if this was one of the matchups where Quest was very important and getting through to the bottom of your deck was as important as possible, and yeah, just ripping the backfire, leading up into Tamsin. But in this instance, it's much more important to stay as equal on board as possible, not take too much damage, and then just get there with big boys turn after turn instead of Quest completion being your win con.
Oh, okay. Gave him the backfire, looks like.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that makes sense. He's already suffering from hand space issues.
Yeah, and I think he kept 2 cards that haven't been played up to this point. And
Yeah.
usually you're just keeping draw. So adding more problems
So many
the hand side.
Okay.
possibilities.
So Death Rattle Pool is Snake right now, which isn't really anything. So Backfire and Netheron is...
Why wouldn't he play the one that he knew was there?
True. Yeah.
Just to say, ooh, thanks for the backfire.
I'll save this for later.
Well, this is a very fast quest completion. Yeah, I'd like to start with a Blackwater Cutlass.
Neophyte's not terrible either.
Yeah.
smells like.
Yeah, you're always playing it here. Okay.
Still nice as Soul Rend.
Exactly, that's the big one here.
Yeah.
So Raised Dead brings him back up to 9 cards in hand, so you can't just go Raised Dead Anetheron. It's like Raised Dead tap Anetheron, which I think is just too slow with this much pressure on board. So clearing hand space for Tamsin next turn makes the most sense to me.
Yep. Agreed.
All hands on
Wow, no scabs even.
Maybe he wants the Soul Rend first, but Soul Rend wouldn't touch the scabs because he wouldn't have enough mana to go. Tamsin Soul Rend to try and get the double.
True. And I think the main thing was that Scab's stealth wasn't a play because Neophyte was down. So it
yeah, you're right.
Scab's weapon or Scab's minion, which is obviously a lot less good.
Yeah, and you really want to stealth it specifically against this deck.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Are there any weird pirates in this deck that I don't know about?
Oh, there's
always
always a
weird
pirate. You can get a pirate from Smuggler.
Yeah. You could also trade for Shadow Step or Tenwu if you wanted to take a risk right out of the gate. I guess you could go Scabs, trade the Cutlass, because then you have a 50-50 shot at discounting the stealth, which you'd want to play anyway.
Yeah, but then
you
wouldn't have
can't.
enough mana to Shadow Step the Smite.
Yeah. Or even Tenwu it.
Oh no, he doesn't even have any steps anymore. He's used both of his steps.
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, just Tenwu is the out then, but
Yep.
not available.
Still putting on the pressure though.
Brute with 14 cards now left in deck. He's just that little bit too far away from unlocking these Scavengers and Bristlebacks.
There for the door?
Oh, okay.
Can get there with Backfire, but he knows that there's a Fizz Flash Distractor. The one taunt will not be enough.
Want plus removal. Yeah, he just knows that none of this is good enough, right? He needs to tap into the second one for there to be any chance.
Yes. Nope.
Unlucky. Yep, game 3, going to the row. One of the reasons why I think Handlock has kind of fallen by the wayside is that when you compare it to the initial builds of the deck, when it first came out way back in the day, where it was way easier to complete the quest, 2 mana cheaper to play Flesh Giant, 1 mana cheaper to play Battlegrounds Battlemaster, every other card in your deck, like what Rod cost 3 mana instead of 5, like everything was cheaper in the deck. It's been nerfed like 3 or 4 times at this point, and it's just so clunky now by comparison. Unless you're hitting exactly Soul Rend on curve against a board that has no Divine Shields, you just can't really keep up with these board-based decks as the Flesh Giants come down 1 turn or even 2 turns sometimes too late now to be able to fight back with actual minion pressure.
It's like every other deck is getting stronger around the Warlock, and the Warlock's just staying the same. If not getting weaker. I suppose those nerfs have happened quite a while ago, but regardless, it still does what the deck's supposed to do pretty consistently. And that's, I think, where its power lies. It's just at a certain point, it's just going to be dropping a board full of massive threats, and it has enough removal to get it through the early game. But it's like that middle ground, right where we saw there. Where it's just barely out of range of getting the Scavengers and Bristlebacks down, in that little weak spot, you know, turn 7, turn 8, what have you, that it struggles. But now Fruit's going to move back to the Demon Hunter, and this is going to be against the Priest. And not surprised that he's going with the Demon Hunter because Glide just wrecks this Priest. However, MadThanos can just play a Bloodweaver on 3.
Oh, you mean against a deck that runs no Arcanist, no Veilscreen Blast, only one Immolation Aura as well?
Yeah, it's like a Soul Shear. That's it.
Double Soul Shear, ooh.
So I feel like you can get away with just kind of playing for tempo, getting a Bloodweaver on board and then buffing it. And then eventually pop off with Malagos and dump your hand back down to you know, a reasonable amount to play around the Glide, and you're good to go.
Well, here it is, a 3-mana 4/5. That's going to have to be getting it done here for MadThanos. And you know what? I think it just might.
It's literally immortal.
You're not wrong.
Just can't die.
And then what? You go Nazmani, and then you play all your spells. Malagos may be playable at that point, depending on if you find yourself a Psyche Split or ideally a Blessing of Gift of Luminance, at some point along the way. And again, it's brutal bust pretty quickly here, I think, for Fruit.
Yep. The hand is not super great for Nazmani. There's not a copy effect currently, and like Renew can be a little bit difficult because it adds a card to your hand. Gift of the Nard can be difficult because it adds a card to your hand. So your discounts with this type of hand are inconsistent, right? If Malagos is already in your hand at the beginning, like you're getting a lot of misplaced discounts as from what you wanted. But to be honest, just having 2 minions on the board it's good.
It's very good. Good soup. And I think I'm starting to see the problem here for Fruit is that he actually he misspelled his name, TJ, with an F at the front instead of a B. In which case he would be absolutely sorted.
Brew it?
Brew it. If it's in the name, you can't fail but to draw it.
Mm-hmm. It's going to change my battle tag to Growth. All day long.
I can't explain why, but that's just a weirdly fitting name for you, TJ. With zero further explanation whenever you introduce yourself to someone as Growth.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Master Store Ruins of Alterac. My name is TJ Growth Sanders, and I'm joined by Derek Brown.
I'm joined by Derek Brown, the wild to my Growth. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also no.
Oh, it's so close, but it's not quite there, is it? Okay. So he can clear off a minion here. And then if he draws...
he's dead.
He's just dead.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Just very, very dead.
Oh, no. It's just a bless. Just a bless.
Man. Oh, let's go.
Let's go. I love the hot. That was a full-on double desk. And he's out.
He is Audi 5000.
Ma!
I need a new desk. It happened again.
Oh man, MadThanos, new favorite player for sure. That was some. I hope there's a replay of that's. Boom!
Oh, let's go.
Boom! Boom! The triple slam. Holy moly, I got goosebumps looking at that. That was tense. That was exciting. I mean, that's 4-0 right there. That's a pretty big deal.
Huge.
And look smooth doing it as well. The Demon Hunter just not getting online in both the matches, or both the games that we saw from Fruit. I understand the power of the deck, but obviously just jamming a Kazakhstan. It's only one card. However, that one card can keep coming back at the most inopportune times.
Yep.
And could be card draw, Could have completed that quest in multiple instances, or, been an extra tradable to get that Brood online. But what have you, it's MadThanos who moves up 4-0. Fruit's still pretty good, 3-1. Still doable to make it into that top 16, another top 16, because I believe Fruit has made top 16 at Masters Tour Undercity.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's had a very good score overall, though, right? 5-3, 5-3, 7-1, 6-2. Like, he is a very consistent Masters Tour performer, even if he's joined us a little bit later than some of our other top players have done. For MadThanos, however, it's only his third Masters Tour, so getting a 4-0 start is quite clearly very, very exciting to him indeed. And speaking of our players at 4-0, how's that for you, TJ? There are some pretty big names here still up at the top of the leaderboard.
Yep, and a quick caveat, there are a few matches that are not included in this graphic. Obviously, the one that we just saw, it was not updated for that, plus I think one more. So there are a few other 4-0 players that we are not seeing up here. But yeah, this is a pretty stacked group of players. And Gabby did tweet that he's surely the best player of this tournament. Really happy with how I played. I'm surely the best player of this tournament. I mean, you can't argue with him. He wears sunglasses, like, inside.
You can't argue with that. I got a very cryptic, a very confusing message from him because he was specking one of my games this morning, and I was asking him, how are you feeling about the Masters Tour? Are you ready? And he said, I think my rank says it all. And he was rank 17 legend, and I just sat there for like 30 seconds, like, which way are you going with this? That's like higher than I've ever been in Hearthstone, and yet for you, I know is just absolute trash.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna finish right outside of the top 16. That's what he was saying.
I guess so.
But yeah, Kayla's Luna, Zoe Grushin, a few of current grandmasters that are at the top. Well, current grandmasters. I don't think Kayla's Luna's in playoffs, but still current until the season's over.
Still technically.
Next week. Still technically, at least for another week before he gets the notice in the mail.
He's just writing that baby out.
Yeah, after playoffs, Abar just goes and writes a letter. We regret to inform you that you're no longer in Grandmasters, and then writes out a whole list of reasons, like all the mistakes he made in each individual Grandmasters game that he played this season, and then sends it in the mail. So he said he got relegated until he opens that letter in the mail. So still, we can count him as a Grandmaster that's in the top 16. But yeah, it's been a fun day of Hearthstone thus far, especially this last hour, Derek. It's been a pleasure casting with you. It doesn't get to happen often, but when it does, it's always fun. Before I send everybody off, are there any final words, maybe of wisdom, maybe of not, that you'd like to give?
Just that I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and thank you very much, everyone, for watching today.
Cool. Well done, Derek. That was beautifully put. Beautifully put. But, yep, that's going to do it for us today. We will return tomorrow. This is an America's Time Zone Match Tour, so I'm going to do it in America's Time Zones. We're going to return at 11 a.m. Eastern or 8 a.m. Pacific, where we will continue with rounds 5 through 8 tomorrow before we move on to the top 16 on Sunday. But thanks, everyone, for watching. For myself, Derek Brown, all the other casters in the broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac. It's enough to let him live this turn for a swing, but it's not going to be enough to win the game, and that's it. Love Storm, 3-1 victory over Judgment.
Wait, that's a Book of the Dead.
Lethal.
With Mazaki. Wait. We should just play Lunacy Mage, Raven. We found another deck in the meta. I can't believe this.